Hey guys, tonight we stand at the edge of silent fields where reeds whisper in the dawn. You hear the soft echo of your steps, turning each footfall into a tiny drumbeat. The path is muddy, and you probably won't survive this in a single stride. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Post your location and local time in the comments. Let me know where we're dreaming together. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. You step into the misted reed bed, watching dew bead on each stalk like tiny lanterns. The water hums softly, a lullaby for the morning. Your breath fogs in the cool air, matching the rhythm of the reed's sway. A faint mist lifts from the wet ground, shrouding the path in a gentle veil. You notice the scent of river mud and distant pine, a scent that feels oddly nostalgic. The reeds, tall and whispering, seem to guide your footsteps toward a hidden trail. With a slight inhale, you sense fresh spring water trickling beneath your sneakers. The trail narrows, as if the reeds themselves are drawing a line through the field. You glance upward, catching sunlight filtering through the sparse reeds, painting dappled gold on your skin. It feels as if the sun is a shy performer, hesitant to fully reveal its face. You pause, letting the warmth settle, as the world feels briefly suspended in time. The crunch of a distant twig breaks your reverie, hinting at unseen movement ahead. You tiptoe forward, your feet lightly pressing against the damp soil that cradles your weight. The path stretches like a silver ribbon, leading toward an ancient, forgotten landmark. You can feel a faint hum in the air, a low vibration that resonates with your heart. The reed whispers are replaced by a new sound, like a low vibration that resonates with your heart. It's the wind dancing across the meadows, echoing in the gaps between the reeds. You smile, remembering the way childhood stories told you that the wind could carry wishes. The air becomes cooler, carrying hints of distant pine and wet stone, refreshing your senses. Suddenly, a small bird darts past, its wings beating in a rapid rhythm that echoes your pulse. You feel the world around you slowly unraveling like a tapestry, revealing a hidden vista. Ahead, the reeds thicken, folding into a natural arch that arches over a modest pond. The pond's surface is flat, reflecting the clear sky and a faint silhouette of distant hills. You realize you are at the edge of a place that once belonged to an ancient civilization. History whispers in the reeds. A main historical fact lingers. Romans salted food for months to keep it fresh. You inhale, absorbing this fact as if it were sunlight warming your skin. The sense of time shifts, as if the pond holds a memory of forgotten rituals. A quiet sound, a click of something metallic, breaks the silence, making you look. You see a rusted tin box, half submerged in the reeds, its lid creaking. The box's design seems ancient, as if fashioned in a long ago era by unknown hands. You wonder if a quirky tidbit appears. Medieval women once used fish guts as toothpaste. You smile, thinking about how people find beauty in the unexpected. The pond's surface shimmers, hinting that the waters may still hold secrets. As you approach the tin box, the temperature drops, a chill running up your arms. You reach out, feeling the cold metal against your fingertips, the weight heavier than expected. The lid turns with a slight resistance, revealing a stack of old parchment scrolls. Each scroll bears a faded illustration of a salt crystal, its glow reminiscent of desert light. The ancient salt was prized, as the Romans used it to preserve meat and drink. Historians still argue whether the Sumerians invented the wheel, yet some say there is evidence of early chariots. You listen to the wind swirl, as if mocking your curiosity, yet soothing you at once. The air tastes a little mineral, a reminder of salt's enduring presence in nature. A distant hum grows louder, like a drumbeat syncing with your breathing rhythm. The reeds bend as the breeze shifts, carrying scents of distant wetlands and sea air. You feel the world pulse, and with it your heart sinks, matching the reeds' slow sway. A ripple ripples across the pond, a tiny wave reaching like a question, asking about the past. The sound of the water is soft, calming, and it feels like an ancient lullaby. You pause, realizing that time here flows like the reeds themselves, steady, gentle, unhurried. You sit on the edge of a rock, listening to the world settle into silence. The moment feels like a dreamscape, yet the air is crisp and real. Your mind drifts back to childhood, to the time you dared to explore forgotten places. You close your eyes, focusing on the calm rhythm of your breath, in sync with the gentle rustle. The sun begins to rise higher, painting the reeds amber and the pond like liquid gold. A distant gull cries, announcing the dawn's arrival. But the reeds keep their quiet sway. The sound of your breath and the gentle sway sound like an intimate lullaby. You let out a sigh, welcoming the day, and the world responds in calm harmony. You notice a subtle sparkle, as if the reeds themselves are winking at you. A gentle breeze carries the distant chuckle of a brook, inviting you to follow. You set a modest pace, feeling the cool grass brush against your calves. A curious fox darts past, blinking its eyes, then disappears into the thicket. You pause, smiling at the fox's daring, as if you were in a cartoon. The reeds begin to sway, creating a rhythmic chorus that fills your ears. Your mind drifts to an image of a medieval scribe, ink spilling on parchment. You imagine the scribe humming to stay awake, which explains why he laughed softly. A distant owl hoots, but its cry is softer than your heartbeat. The sun climbs further, spreading a warm orange glow across the reeds. You catch a glimpse of a pair of antlers, faint as a memory in the mist. The ground beneath your feet shifts slightly, as if the earth is breathing. You lean in, feeling the dampness of the soil against your fingertips. A sudden rustle draws your attention toward a shadowed corner of the field. In the distance, a low humming begins, the sound of bees on a hot day. You close your eyes briefly, letting the sound wash over you like a lullaby. The reeds around you seem to lean closer, pressing their leaves against your cheeks. A mischievous breeze lifts a feather, twirling it among your hair before it settles. You chuckle, a soft sound that the reeds echo back like a friendly joke. The scene feels surreal, like a dream you wish would never end. A faint blue glow begins to pulse, hinting at a hidden pond within the reeds. You move toward it, drawn by curiosity and the promise of cool water. The water ripples, reflecting the sky like a polished mirror. You dip a palm into the water, feeling the chill spread through your fingers. The reeds around the pond seem to hum, creating a resonant choir in twilight. A sudden wind gust blows, scattering droplets on your cheek like tiny applause. You grin, feeling oddly like a child who discovered a secret playground. The sky slowly deepens, turning a soft lavender hue across the horizon. The reeds sway in unison, a natural metronome keeping the night calm. The air feels pure, the fragrance of pine mixing with the scent of damp earth. A faint laughter echoes in the background, a reminder of the fox you met earlier. You realize that the morning, though quiet, is loud with tiny stories. A small stone glints on the shore, hinting at something hidden within. You reach out, feeling the stone's coolness, a relic from a time long gone. The stone crumbles softly under your touch, releasing a sweet, earthy scent. A distant wind whistles, its rhythm resembling a lullaby sung by the wind itself. You inhale deeply, letting the scent and sound merge into a single, gentle rhythm. The reeds around you soften, their leaves becoming a natural blanket that cradles your face. You feel your eyelids grow heavier, as if the world itself sighs at you. The faint glow from the pond dims, but the memory of that morning lingers. You let yourself drift toward the sound of your breathing, slow and steady. The reeds rustle softly, as if they are humming a goodnight song to you. The world slows, the pulse of the earth aligning with your heartbeat. Your thoughts drift to a quiet place, a sanctuary of dreams. A gentle sigh escapes, signaling the final descent into the calm of night. You feel the reeds whisper guide you again toward the ancient shore. A soft, rusted bell rings faintly nearby, as if the ancient site itself sings. The sound lingers, echoing within the reeds, a memory repeating over centuries. You step carefully, feeling each stone's weight beneath your boots. The ground beneath flickers with an ochre glow, hinting at something ancient. A faint humming rises from a cluster of stones, as if they breathe. You pause, feeling the pulse of history under your feet, steady and patient. A warm breeze sweeps across, lifting a silver feather clinging to your sleeve. You smile softly, the feather fluttering, as if it acknowledges your presence. The reeds around you sway gently, as if blessing your passage. You continue walking, each step guided by the low resonance of the stones. A distant call of a nightingale echoes, a quiet reminder of life beyond. You pause again, allowing the sound to merge with the wind, feeling serene. A gentle crackle sounds as a twig snaps, reminding you of nature's rhythm. The reeds seem to lean close, their stems brushing against your skin like fingers. You exhale slowly, aligning your breath with the reeds' subtle sighing. The silence around you feels like a lullaby wrapped in moss. A soft glow from a firefly lingers, illuminating your path in small dots. You feel the world slow, a slow, rhythmic pulse matching your heartbeat. The last reed leaves twirl, drifting toward the pond like tiny lanterns. You step into the morning mist, each breath turning into a soft, silver sigh. The mist clings close, wrapping the reed beds in a translucent blanket that feels like damp velvet. Your feet move softly, the wet reeds sighing beneath each step as if whispering secrets. The air feels colder, but not uncomfortably so, a gentle chill that wakes the nerves without jolting the heart. Your eyes adjust to the reduced brightness, seeing only a silver path ahead. The reeds ripple slightly, their long stems waving like green chandeliers, flickering shadows in the light. You pause, noticing how the mist diffuses the sunrise into a pale, dreamlike glow. A whisper of wind brushes against your cheek, a cool reminder that nature still runs its own clock. Your senses sharpen. You hear the subtle crackle from the reeds settling after the night. A small bird, cloaked in mist, flutters briefly before vanishing, as if shy from the gaze. You laugh softly at the bird's sudden disappearance, a quiet joke in the hush of early dawn. Around you, the world feels like a stage in a dream play, every sound oddly muffled. The quiet creek nearby hums a slow, steady rhythm that matches the rhythm of your breathing. You inhale, and the scent of damp earth lingers, almost sweet in its own unassuming way. The mist thickens just enough to create a sense of intimacy, as if the world is sharing a secret. You recall that morning routine of sipping coffee, but the mist is the caffeine for your soul. The sky above is a canvas of pale blue, clouds brushing edges like watercolor strokes. You notice how the reeds sway together, a synchronized dance guided by unseen winds. There's a faint hum as water from the creek drifts above, a low vibration in the air. You feel your knees soften, the reed beds offering a yielding surface beneath your boots. A small squirrel scampers past, its tail flicking like a living brushstroke. You pause again, amused at how the squirrel seems to dodge the mist with ease. The morning mist, like a thick cotton sheet, makes every breath feel fresh, almost invigorating. You think about the city of Uruk. The earliest known city dates back to around 4000 BCE, a historical fact that humbles the present. You shake your head at the absurdity of it all. History and mist share a strange bond. You step forward, feeling the dampness seep through your shoes, almost like a cool, liquid hug. The mossy floor beneath adds a fresh, earthy smell, reminding you that life thrives unseen. A gust of wind brushes across your hair, a soft, teasing touch from the sky. You pretend to be a detective, noting every faint sound as clues in a silent mystery. The mist makes the distance seem shorter, like a gentle curtain lowering around you. When you turn your head, you see a silvered reflection in a stone, almost a mirror made of dew. A butterfly emerges, its wings shimmering as they catch the misty light, a fleeting jewel. You smile, chuckling to yourself that nature never disappoints in surprising you. You hear distant laughter, perhaps from a village nearby, a soft reminder that life is close by. You feel a breeze that carries a scent faintly reminiscent of lavender, a soothing aroma. The ground beneath you is cool, each reed a perfect green pillow guiding you forward. You think of a fringe tidbit that some claim the Great Pyramid was built by extraterrestrials, a silly hypothesis that tickles your imagination. Laughter escapes you, a little joke about extraterrestrials building ancient structures while you stroll. You keep walking, letting the mist guide and comfort your steps. A shadow flickers across the path. It's the moving shape of a cloud above your shoulder. The mist feels like a protective cloak, preventing the harsh sun from peeking ahead. You imagine a world where the mist is a living creature, breathing in and out with each cycle. The mist's veil slowly lifts as you approach a clearing, revealing a gentle, winding creek. Your footsteps echo slightly in the quiet. The world responds with a subtle, soothing hum. The creek splashes softly, droplets scattering like tiny crystals in the morning light. A frog calls, a low, rhythmic sound, adding to the symphony that is nature in the morning. You laugh, because even frogs seem to find your presence amusing. You pause at the riverbank, letting the mist drape over your shoulders like a cloak of calm. You feel the dampness as a second skin, a cool welcome to the path. Looking back, the reeds stand tall, leaning but never breaking, like disciplined soldiers in a green army. The path feels endless, yet each step reminds you that you are still very much within reach of the coast. A cool breeze wraps around your neck, carrying the faint scent of salt, a promise of the ocean's whisper. You know that, eventually, the trail will lead you to the Saxon salt boiling site you seek. An old local legend says that people once boiled salt on piles of rocks here, watching the steam rise like ancient mist. The idea of ancient steam intrigues you, a poetic picture of labor and nature combined. You continue to hum a soft tune to yourself, as if playing an unseen harmonica in the air. The mist continues to swirl, each tiny cloud dancing around your feet like shy performers. Your body responds to the subtle rhythm, aligning with the ambient beat of nature. An old wooden sign appears at a distance, its text faded but still readable. Keep your path dry. You chuckle, perhaps it was erected by a prankster, or simply a reminder of the path's moisture. Your mind wanders, remembering how simple moments can hold profound serenity. You think of the open debate among historians. They still argue whether the Romans invented concrete. That debate brings an absurd, yet fascinating echo to your thoughts, a mental jigsaw. The mist swirls again, now forming a small cloud that looks like a floating, translucent dragon. You pretend to be a child again, captivated by the floating creature. Every breath you take feels deeper, your lungs filling with the cool, damp air. The sky above you is still pale, a soft blue that feels like a gentle blanket. The wind carries a faint hint of something sweet, perhaps wildflowers blooming nearby. You feel gratitude rise in your chest for this quiet moment of discovery. The path under your feet feels like a living organism, each reed vibrating softly. You pause to feel how the mist's coolness kisses your skin, an invisible hand. You imagine a world where clouds are people in disguise, traveling across the sky. A gentle chuckle escapes you as your mind paints a picture of floating people as clouds. You keep walking, step by step, following the trail the mist has outlined. You step into a brief, bright patch where the mist has lifted a fraction, revealing a clearer view. The creek appears wider, its water a translucent ribbon under the thin light. There's a slight splash as a fish darts, the water rippling in a tiny, silent wave. You look down the bank, feeling the soft coolness of the water brush against your skin. A stone leans against the bank, its surface slick and wet from the damp day. You lean against it, feeling the stone's steadiness, an anchor against the gentle waves. The mist reappears around the stone, shrouding it in a soft veil again. You feel a slight weight shift, the world around you a living, breathing entity. You think back to your earlier joke about extraterrestrials, and you whisper it out loud to the wind. The wind carries the sound, like a reply that never comes. You smile at the joke, feeling the relief it brings as a light humor between you and the world. A bird perches on a stone, watching, as if deciding whether to join your journey. You hear its call, a subtle chime that seems like a note from an old piano tuned by nature. Your mind drifts to the ancient city of Uruk, the idea that long before smartphones existed, people navigated by stars. The stars seem less distant, the day feeling like a bridge between night and dawn. The mist's thickness varies, sometimes wrapping like a warm blanket, other times thin enough to see the ground. You pause, feeling the dampness on your tongue as a reminder of the world's hidden moisture. Your heart rhythm slows, matching the cadence of the reed's gentle sway. A gentle giggle rises from you, a shared laugh with the quiet surrounding. You keep walking, the path ahead shrouded in light mist, a promise of adventure. The reeds continue to hum in unison, a lullaby for the traveler in you. A faint scent of pine drifts from the distant hillside, a reminder of the forest's presence. The wind picks up slightly, carrying a chill that brushes your fingertips. You feel grateful for this quiet, misty walk, an unplanned meditation. A light tremor in the ground hints that a tiny, gentle tremor is present, the earth breathing under you. You notice a small, glinting reflection in the water, perhaps a fish or a simple mineral stone. A breeze lifts a leaf from a nearby plant. It hovers for a moment before falling gently. You let the leaf drift, a silent dance between you and the earth. You think of the fringe tidbit about salt boiling, the ancient ritual echoing in your mind. The thought gives you a small smile, a smile shared with the subtle, warm wind. The mist begins to thin in certain parts, revealing small patches of brighter sky. You feel the world around you slowly brighten, a hint of warmth approaching. A small ripple breaks the water's surface, a subtle sign of an unseen current below. You breathe, taking in the cool water scent, mingled with the damp reeds' herbal notes. The path remains smooth, the reeds cushioning each footfall. You feel a sense of anticipation for the Saxon salt-boiling site that lies ahead. You remember the old sign, "Keep your path dry," and chuckle quietly to yourself. You see the mist swirl, like a small, invisible swirl in a cup of tea. Each breath feels like a cup of steaming tea, warm and soothing. You wonder at how a mist can be both cold and warm at once, a paradox of nature. The sky above grows brighter. The early sun is beginning to paint the clouds with gold. You step further down the path, your mind focused on the journey ahead. The reeds rustle, a symphonic hum that surrounds you, calming your thoughts. You hear the faint sound of distant water, perhaps a stream in the far distance. You sense the earth's subtle pulse beneath your feet, a steady, rhythmic beat. The mist's texture seems like fine silver mesh, catching the morning light. You feel your muscles relax, the tension from earlier days released into the quiet day. The path curves gently, leading you toward a small hill that promises a broader view. You glance up, noticing the clear sky peeking through the mist's veil. A subtle warmth begins to touch your shoulder, the sun's first gentle embrace. You feel a smile blossom inside, a quiet joy that comes from moving through nature. The wind whispers, as if sharing stories, stories of centuries past. You hear, almost. You think of the historical fact about the ancient city and feel the weight of time around you. The mist continues to drift, sometimes close, sometimes distant, like a shy admirer. You pause briefly, feeling the coolness against your neck. Your breaths become deeper, more relaxed, like a guided meditation in the wild. You feel the soft rustling of reeds, as if they are playing a hush lullaby you enjoy. The path leads you to a small rock ledge where the water runs in a tiny stream. You lean forward, feeling a gentle splash against your fingers, cool and refreshing. A bird sings, its song a clear note that lifts your spirits. You let the music wash over you, a gentle, soothing cadence. You recall the joke you made earlier about the bird's shyness, and the bird flutters away. You continue walking, a single, gentle smile on your lips. The breeze carries a fresh scent, almost citrus, perhaps from a distant flower. You inhale deeply, letting the scent fill your lungs, calming your mind. A quiet pause appears, a moment to simply be present without thoughts. You listen to the wind, to the reeds, to the distant splash. You feel the world as a quiet companion, gently pulling you toward the sea. Your steps are small, a gentle rhythm that matches the natural tempo. You hear distant laughter, perhaps from fishermen near the shoreline, a distant but bright note. You consider the debate among historians, the question of whether Romans invented concrete. You chuckle softly, imagining ancient Romans debating over a pot of coffee in their own time. The mist seems to laugh back, a gentle swish that echoes your joke. You feel the mist's coolness again, like a curtain of fresh water against your skin. You take a breath, inhaling the dampness, exhaling the sense of calm. The rain of droplets from the reed tops creates a rhythm, a tapping sound like a soft drum. You smile, feeling the rhythmic tapping soothe your mind. The path ahead is clear, the mist thinning slowly, revealing the way forward. A small clearing opens up ahead with a view of the water gleaming. You step into the clearing, the sun now warming the reeds above. The sun's light cuts through the mist, creating a soft, golden glow. You feel the warmth brush across your shoulders, a gentle, comforting caress. You sit on a stone, feeling the coolness beneath your knees. You close your eyes briefly, feeling the light breeze that carries salt air. A faint whisper of salt is present, the scent of the salt boiling that you promised would be there. You feel the world humming softly, like a distant hum of a low-frequency tune. You think of how a simple walk could be an adventure, like an epic saga without the drama. A light chuckle escapes you, a small joke about walking feeling more like a pilgrimage. You imagine a cartoonish hero walking through mystical mists as he seeks treasure. The breeze carries with it a faint scent of pine again, a comforting reminder of forest. You think of the fringe tidbit about aliens building pyramids, a silly theory that cracks you up. Your laughter is gentle, blending with the quiet rustling of reeds. You open your eyes, now fully aware of the bright sky and the faint scent of sea near you. The sun warms the dew, causing a faint glimmer on the mist's edges. You stand, feeling the damp earth underfoot, a steady foundation. You take a step forward, ready to approach the Saxon salt-boiling site you came to find. As you walk, every breath feels like a slow, mindful inhale of nature. The path under you is a living thing, pushing you gently with its rhythm. A soft whisper from the reeds feels encouraging, as if promising the journey will be worthwhile. The quiet continues, the mist slowly receding like a shy curtain. The day is brightening, the promise of the sea growing closer. You keep walking, feeling the wind carry an echo of an ancient story. That story is about salt, breath, and the mist that has carried you along this path. Your footsteps meet the quiet. Your breathing matches the soft hum. The mist disappears entirely, leaving only the clear sky and the scent of distant sea. You pause, a moment to absorb the calmness and the lightness that follows a morning walk in mist. You sit for a breath, closing your eyes as the wind sighs through the reeds. A gentle gust touches your face, like a friend's affectionate breeze. You feel the calm of the path settle into your mind, like a blanket of quiet. A soft smile remains on your face from the humor of the morning's simple jokes. The sense of adventure lingers faintly, the memory of the path in your chest. You hear the distant sound of waves, the promise of the salt-boiling sight near the horizon. Your heart beats slowly, in sync with the sound of your breath. You slowly open your eyes, seeing the sea glimmer under the warm sun. You feel gratitude rise in your chest for the gentle, misty morning walk you just completed. You stand tall, ready to continue toward the sight, letting the calm carry you onward. You rise again as the sun climbs, its glow weaving light through the reeds. The path ahead gleams softly, mist retreating like a shy curtain. You step forward, feeling the cool hush of water beside you. Gentle currents whisper under your boots, a secret lullaby of the earth. The reeds bend gently, their shadows dancing like soft waves in the morning. You pause, letting the silence settle around you like a warm blanket. The air smells of wet earth, a scent that calms your nervous system. You exhale slowly, releasing the weight of tomorrow's thoughts. You hear the choir of morning birds, their tunes brightening the quiet. A robin darts past, its winged wings whispering against the reeds. You laugh softly, a gentle chuckle that blends with rustling leaves. Your mind drifts to history, to the age when salt was king. You remember that salt's first use as a preservative dates back to ancient Mesopotamia. Experts think that the Nile Valley's early farmers traded fish for salt. You feel the ancient weight of that tradition echoing beneath your feet. You note a quirky tidbit. Some say the first salted bread was baked in a pot of steam. You smile at the image of early cooks mistaking steam for an incense altar. The path continues, stones slick with dew guiding your steps. Underfoot, moss cushions each movement, a natural pillow crafted by time. You hear a faint ripple, water meeting a stone, a small, gentle splash. You pause again, inhaling the wet scent of plant life. A breeze lifts a leaf. It hovers briefly before drifting down. The leaf fades, a quiet farewell to the morning stillness. Your eyes follow the stream of water, its surface a mirror of the sky. You think of the Saxon salt-boiling site, its stones aged by centuries. The legends say that early Saxons boiled salt on piles of rocks, steam rising like ghosts. You imagine the hiss of steam, the hiss mixing with distant gull cries. A sound emerges, faint, a drum of water droplets falling. You feel your heart rhythm sync with the droplets, an ancient metronome. You think of how some modern architects use salt as a design element. But here, salt is a humble memory, a scent carried by wind. Historians still argue whether the Romans invented concrete, but they agreed salt was essential. You recall the debate, visualizing scholars debating in dusty libraries. The debate feels far removed, yet the echo fills the reeds beside you. You take a step toward the water, feeling the coolness wrap around your ankles. The path widens, revealing a small clearing where the wind plays. Sunlight filters through trees, painting the clearing in silvered patches. You pause, inhaling the scent of pine and dampness. A breeze carries the distant laughter of children, their voices echoing. You sense that the world is breathing with you. The reeds beside you sway, a gentle undulation that syncs with your breath. You let your lungs fill, a slow inhale, a long exhale. Your body relaxes further, each muscle loosening like a drawn curtain. The sound of water deepens, a bass line for your inner thoughts. You notice a stone with ancient carvings, weathered yet legible. The symbols seem almost alive, a whisper of a story waiting to speak. You trace them with your finger, feeling history's pulse beneath. Your mind drifts back to the salt boiling legend, the steam rising like breath. A soft wind stirs, carrying the scent of sea, a whisper of distance. You feel the connection between the reed's hush and the faraway waves. The sun warms your face, a gentle touch that feels like praise. You inhale the warmth, letting it seep into your bones. A distant drum of waves echoes, a natural metronome for night and day. You listen, hearing the rhythm of tides in your pulse. The reed's hush seems to breathe, syncing with your heart. You feel yourself part of a larger song, a chorus of nature. Your thoughts settle, the mind quieting like a lake at dusk. You take a deep breath, feeling the world soften around you. The mist recedes further, revealing more of the path ahead. A gentle path winds along the river, leading to the Saxon salt site. Every stone feels warm, a memory of old fires burned there. You remember the story of a Saxon king who salted the river. His reign lasted barely a decade, yet his salt ritual endured. You think of the way salt draws water, a metaphor for drawing people together. The wind carries the salt scent, a fragrant reminder of that simple act. The path feels shorter, the air thinner, but your heart stays steady. You feel the rhythm of your steps, matching the rhythm of the river. A quiet hush envelops you, nature's lullaby for the wanderer. You pause at the center of the field, the salt boiling site visible now. The structure is simple, a circle of stones etched by generations. In the center, a shallow pit filled with water, its surface glimmering. You feel a sudden awareness, the present moment anchoring you. The salt crystals sparkle, tiny mirrors reflecting light. You breathe in, inhaling the earthy scent of salt and damp reeds. The wind carries a subtle memory of the sea, a reminder that you are close. You sit on a stone, feeling its smoothness beneath your palm. The sun warms the stone, a gentle heat that spreads. You close your eyes for a moment, letting the silence fill your mind. The silence feels like a blanket, a lull that settles like snow. You are present, aware of every breath you take. Your heartbeat slows, matching the gentle rhythm of the creek. A small bird lands nearby, its feathers catching the light. You smile, amused by the bird's simple company. A distant wind hums, a low song that echoes through the reeds. You feel the entire world humming along with the river's pulse. You know this moment is precious, a pause in the endless march of life. When you open your eyes again, the sun has painted the sky with gold. You stand, feeling the stone's energy echo through your body. The salt boiling site feels like a timeless place, a refuge for the wandering soul. You take one last breath, a quiet surrender to the serenity. You begin to walk back along the path, the journey now familiar. Each step is a soft echo, a memory of the morning's calm. You feel your senses tighten into a gentle focus, like a soft lens. You notice the light bending slightly over the reeds, a golden overlay. The wind whispers a farewell, guiding you home. You sense that the morning's quiet has shifted into a gentle echo in your chest. Your body feels light, the energy of salt settling in your veins. You reach the spot where the reeds meet the river, a small crossing. The sound of water becomes louder, a steady drum of life. You stand at the water's edge, taking one final look. You let the reflection of the sky and reeds merge into one image. You feel gratitude swell inside, a deep, warm feeling. A sense of completion settles, like a soft blanket over your mind. You smile, knowing that tomorrow will bring new adventures, yet always returning here. You step into the morning mist, each breath turning into a soft, silver sigh. The mist clings close, wrapping the reed beds in a translucent blanket that feels like damp velvet. Your feet move softly, the wet reeds sighing beneath each step, as if whispering secrets. The air feels colder, but not uncomfortably so, a gentle chill that wakes the nerves without jolting the heart. Your eyes adjust to the reduced brightness, seeing only a silver path ahead. The reeds ripple slightly, their long stems waving like green chandeliers, flickering shadows in the light. You pause, noticing how the mist diffuses the sunrise into a pale, dreamlike glow. A whisper of wind brushes against your cheek, a cool reminder that nature still runs its own clock. Your senses sharpen. You hear the subtle crackle from the reeds settling after the night. A small bird, cloaked in mist, flutters briefly before vanishing, as if shy from the gaze. You laugh softly at the bird's sudden disappearance, a quiet joke in the hush of early dawn. Around you, the world feels like a stage in a dream play, every sound oddly muffled. The quiet creek nearby hums a slow, steady rhythm that matches the rhythm of your breathing. You inhale, and the scent of damp earth lingers, almost sweet in its own unassuming way. The mist thickens just enough to create a sense of intimacy, as if the world is sharing a secret. You recall that morning routine of sipping coffee, but the mist is the caffeine for your soul. The sky above is a canvas of pale blue, clouds brushing edges like watercolor strokes. You notice how the reeds sway together, a synchronized dance guided by unseen winds. There's a faint hum as water from the creek drifts above, a low vibration in the air. You feel your knees soften, the reed beds offering a yielding surface beneath your boots. A small squirrel scampers past, its tail flicking like a living brushstroke. You pause again, amused at how the squirrel seems to dodge the mist with ease. The morning mist, like a thick cotton sheet, makes every breath feel fresh, almost invigorating. You think about the city of Uruk. The earliest known city dates back to around 4000 BCE, a historical fact that humbles the present. You shake your head at the absurdity of it all. History and mist share a strange bond. You step forward, feeling the dampness seep through your shoes, almost like a cool, liquid hug. The mossy floor beneath adds a fresh, earthy smell, reminding you that life thrives unseen. A gust of wind brushes across your hair, a soft, teasing touch from the sky. You pretend to be a detective, noting every faint sound as clues in a silent mystery. The mist makes the distance seem shorter, like a gentle curtain lowering around you. When you turn your head, you see a silvered reflection in a stone, almost a mirror made of dew. A butterfly emerges, its wings shimmering as they catch the misty light, a fleeting jewel. You smile, chuckling to yourself that nature never disappoints in surprising you. You hear distant laughter, perhaps from a village nearby, a soft reminder that life is close by. You feel a breeze that carries a scent faintly reminiscent of lavender, a soothing aroma. The ground beneath you is cool, each reed a perfect green pillow guiding you forward. You think of a fringe tidbit that some claim the Great Pyramid was built by extraterrestrials, a silly hypothesis that tickles your imagination. Laughter escapes you, a little joke about extraterrestrials building ancient structures while you stroll. You keep walking, letting the mist guide and comfort your steps. A shadow flickers across the path. It's the moving shape of a cloud above your shoulder. The mist feels like a protective cloak, preventing the harsh sun from peeking ahead. You imagine a world where the mist is a living creature, breathing in and out with each cycle. The mist's veil slowly lifts as you approach a clearing, revealing a gentle, winding creek. Your footsteps echo slightly in the quiet. The world responds with a subtle, soothing hum. The creek splashes softly, droplets scattering like tiny crystals in the morning light. A frog calls, a low, rhythmic sound, adding to the symphony that is nature in the morning. You laugh, because even frogs seem to find your presence amusing. You pause at the riverbank, letting the mist drape over your shoulders like a cloak of calm. You feel the dampness as a second skin, a cool welcome to the path. Looking back, the reeds stand tall, leaning but never breaking, like disciplined soldiers in a green army. The path feels endless, yet each step reminds you that you are still very much within reach of the coast. A cool breeze wraps around your neck, carrying the faint scent of salt, a promise of the ocean's whisper. You know that, eventually, the trail will lead you to the Saxon salt boiling site you seek. An old local legend says that people once boiled salt on piles of rocks here, watching the steam rise like ancient mist. The idea of ancient steam intrigues you, a poetic picture of labor and nature combined. You continue to hum a soft tune to yourself, as if playing an unseen harmonica in the air. The mist continues to swirl, each tiny cloud dancing around your feet like shy performers. Your body responds to the subtle rhythm, aligning with the ambient beat of nature. An old wooden sign appears at a distance, its text faded but still readable. Keep your path dry. You chuckle. Perhaps it was erected by a prankster, or simply a reminder of the path's moisture. Your mind wanders, remembering how simple moments can hold profound serenity. You think of the open debate among historians, the question of whether Romans invented concrete. You let it echo. The debate lingers in the reeds. The wind lifts a leaf, a tiny reminder that life persists. You feel the world breathe, the calm pulling you further. You step back into the reeds, letting the cool mist touch your toes. Each reed vibrates slightly, a soft whisper against your skin. You inhale the scent of wet pine and distant sea again. The wind seems to sigh, as if thanking you for visiting. You chuckle softly, thinking about the ancient salt potters. A memory flashes. Salt beads glimmered on their clay pots. The image feels like a gentle lullaby to your thoughts. You feel more connected, like part of an age-old ceremony. You notice the subtle hum of insects, a background choir. The insects chirp in rhythm with the flowing water. You imagine ancient people listening to these sounds. A rustle passes by, a small animal moving through reeds. You watch it vanish, leaving only the echo of water. You step closer to the water's edge, feeling coolness on your face. The water is clear, a glass mirror of the sky. You glance at the reflection, seeing your own quiet face. You feel a wave of calm washing over your thoughts. You breathe slowly, the rhythm matching the water's pulse again. Your mind becomes still, like a quiet pond. You sense the earth beneath you, steady and supportive. You close your eyes, hearing only the sound of the river. You feel your chest rise and fall, each beat a comfort. The reeds around you sway gently with the wind. You notice a small frog, its skin slick with dew. It watches you, a silent guardian of the river. You smile, feeling grateful for this simple communion. You open your eyes again, the sun a gentle glow. The light feels warm, like a hug from nature. You start walking back toward the trail, the path familiar. Each step feels light, the reeds muffling any noise. You think of the salt site as a resting place for souls. You feel the path shifting, leading to a hidden clearing. A patch of sunlight floods the clearing, bright and inviting. You pause, enjoying the warmth of the early afternoon. The clearing feels like a sanctuary, a pause between worlds. You take a deep breath, inhaling the combined scents. The scent of reeds, of sea, and of stone. It relaxes your mind, easing the thoughts you carried. You feel the body release tension in your shoulders. You step into a small stone step, a relic of ancient practice. It is worn, yet it supports your weight comfortably. You continue toward the center of the clearing. The ground here feels more solid, as if time sits still. You feel that the salt site is alive with history. You pause again, taking in the quiet air. The air is cool, the breeze gentle. You smile to yourself, remembering the debate about Roman concrete. You recall the ancient salt, the smell of sea. You feel the world tilt slowly, a soft vibration. A distant bird calls, echoing across the reeds. You listen, letting the sound drift away with wind. You think of traveling back later to rest. A sense of adventure lingers, ready to repeat. You notice the distance to your home, not far now. You walk, feeling the path guide you. The sunlight shifts, painting shadows across the reeds. You feel the sun on your skin, a gentle pressure. The sun warms your back, a familiar comfort. You think about sleeping, feeling the night approach. You feel the day wane, darkness encroaching. You close your eyes, feeling the last rays. You hear the reeds whispering, a soft lull. The world feels calm. You breathe in calm, breathe out stress. The final sound is the stream, steady as a metronome. You open your eyes slowly, the darkness deepening. You feel a pull toward home. You walk, your feet echoing softly. The path is familiar, each stone a memory. You hear distant footsteps, a reminder of company. You smile, thinking of home. You pause, breathing, feeling gratitude. You walk out of reeds into the night. The stars light your way. You reach the edge of the clearing. You turn back, looking one last time. The creek whispers softly through the reeds. Its mirror reflects my calm, steady breathing. A thin sunbeam slides across the water, pushing light through leaf gaps. Every stone feels warm, like someone holding a flashlight over a fire. Heat spreads across my skin, soft, reassuring, almost like a hug. The air smells like wet earth, but the sun sharpens it with citrus. Sunlight gathers in shafts that dance across the mossy floor like lazy dancers. I pause to listen, to feel the world exhale in daylight. The reeds crackle softly, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. The wind stirs, and I hear distant birds call in a chorus. The river's rhythm syncs with my heartbeat, steady, unhurried, a lullaby. I laugh softly, though the reeds are not known for jokes. They still amuse. An ancient historian once recorded that saltworks existed in the Bronze Age. That fact reminds me that people have harvested brine for millennia. A quirky old tale says that reeds can carry messages if folded just right. I imagine a messenger sliding a note out of a reed pocket. The sun continues to pierce the canopy, a narrow tunnel of light. Light slants through branches, forming golden stripes on the path. The golden stripes flicker as the wind pushes the leaves. They create a living tapestry, shifting with each breath of air. I step across the pattern, feeling the world slow down. The earth beneath me feels damp, but not muddy, like a carpet of moss. The moss clings, cushioning each footstep, easing my walk. I notice a small stone, smooth from centuries of river washing. The stone is old, but the patterns etched upon it are still visible. They feel like scratches from old hands, stories etched in stone. Historians still argue whether the Romans used pure stone or early concrete. That debate lingers, like a whisper carried through the reeds. I pause, breathing in the sun's warmth, feeling my muscles relax. The sunlight here is gentle, not blinding, just a comforting glow. The reeds ripple softly as the breeze passes through them. Their movement feels like a slow wave, a visual beat in time. I listen to the hush, the sound of water and leaf against leaf. I smile, thoughts wander to a sailor with a bag of reeds. The sailor claimed reeds could be used as miniature boats. He said they floated like dreams on a quiet stream. I wonder if that dream is true or just a tall tale. It would be a neat trick for a child's play. The wind picks up, carrying the scent of distant sea. It brings salt on its breath, a reminder of the coast. The air feels fresher, the salt mixing with the damp reed scent. The light grows brighter, as though the sun steps forward. It is as if the sky and earth share a secret conversation. I feel the earth beneath the reeds shift in warmth. I press my palm against the moss, feeling the pulse of life. Each breath feels full, like inhaling fresh tea leaves. The river flows beside me, a silver thread through the green. I pause, looking at the reflection my face and the water blend. It feels like a mirror made of liquid and light. I remember a child who said the water held all his dreams. He swam in it, believing it could carry wishes away. I laugh, a quiet chuckle at the child's vivid imagination. In the distance, a fox darts between the reeds, silent and quick. Its tail flicks, leaving a brief trail in the water. The fox disappears, leaving behind only a whisper of movement. The sun continues to shine, a steady, unwavering presence. Its rays touch my skin lightly, like a feather's kiss. I feel warmed, not scorched, just a slow, comfortable glow. The reeds bow slightly, as if acknowledging the warmth. Their leaves gleam, reflecting tiny silver shards of sunlight. I walk on, following the river's gentle curve. Each step feels deliberate, a rhythm set by nature's pulse. I think about salt and how ancient people boiled it on stone. They gathered brine in clay pots, heating it until crystals formed. The process produced a bright white that glittered like tiny stars. Historians still argue whether the brine was sourced from rivers or the sea. It is a humble question, but speaks to how resourceful our ancestors were. I pause again, feeling the air cool slightly as evening approaches. The sun's angle shifts, turning light into golden ribbons. These ribbons weave through the reeds, giving the scene a magical look. The scene reminds me of an old painting, soft, hazy, timeless. I continue walking, my mind in tune with the flowing water. The water's texture feels cool against my fingertips, inviting. I dip my hand in, seeing tiny waves ripple outward. The ripples scatter light in a miniature dance of sparks. I observe how the reeds interact with the water, part of a whole. They seem to guide the river, shaping its path gradually. The path feels like a living organism, breathing and moving. An old local legend says that the reeds sing when wind passes. The sound is faint, like distant chimes caught in a breeze. I hear the reeds' soft song echoing in the quiet. It feels like music made by nature alone, no instruments needed. I smile, nature truly is the best maestro. The daylight begins to change, shifting toward a paler hue. The gold fades into amber, the sky broadening. The horizon seems to glow like a slow sunrise. I feel a calm settle, deep and steady. I inhale slowly, letting the cool air fill my lungs. I exhale gently, releasing the rest of the day's tension. The creek murmurs a final lullaby before night steps in. The reeds sway, holding their breath as darkness approaches. I pause, leaning on a stone, feeling its texture under my palm. This stone has seen countless seasons, silent and steady. I think of the first people who marked it with carvings. Their marks are faint, but the stories linger. I trace them, feeling history's pulse at my fingertips. I hear the echo of that ancient presence behind the reeds. The wind grows cooler, its breath becoming chillier. It carries a scent of pine fresh, resinous, strong. The pine scent mixes with the salty sea mist. I feel both scents swirling within me, a fragrant hug. I remember a sailor telling a tale of a reed that saved his life. He said the reed protected him from a storm by absorbing the wind. It was a curious tale, perhaps a legend. I chuckle softly at the image of a reed shielding a sailor. The wind taps gently against the canopy, a rhythmic heartbeat. The leaves rustle, sounding like applause from a hidden audience. I walk on, stepping over fallen logs, feeling them under boots. Each log is a stepping stone, a bridge across time. I look up, watching the light dip through the treetops. The light creates shadows that move slowly across the path. The shadows feel like slow dancers on a green stage. I pause, listening to the subtle conversation of water and wind. My breath follows, a slow, steady inhale and exhale. I breathe out, feeling the calm wrap around my mind. The reeds' shadows grow longer, stretching toward the horizon. The horizon itself becomes a line where sky meets earth. I walk until the path brings me to the river's edge. The water rises higher, reflecting a sky of deep blue. I pause, looking at my reflection in the water. It's my own face. The image looks back at me, calm and steady. I feel a sense of harmony, as if the world itself is in sync. I smile. Nature has done its job quietly. The sun's brilliance is replaced by an amber glow, gentle and safe. The reeds here seem to lean closer, offering a quiet sanctuary. I sit on a low rock, its surface smooth and cool. The rock feels like a supportive cushion beneath my knees. I feel the wind brush against my face, a whisper of wind. It carries the scent of sea, as if the ocean is near. The sun's golden light fades, replaced by a softer, evening glow. I close my eyes and listen to the stillness. The stillness fills me, a quiet song that calms. I open my eyes again, hearing the river's whisper. The water hums softly, a gentle metronome. My thoughts slowly settle, like feathers drifting to earth. I feel the warmth of the stone beneath, steady. The reed beds nearby feel alive, breath like rustling. The reeds, at this time, seem to whisper a lullaby. I think about the first saltworks, where brine boiled on stones. I remember the glow of crystals forming on the rocks. Historians still argue whether the Romans used stone or concrete. The debate remains, carried by whispers in the reeds. I inhale, letting the scent of brine mingle with pine. The earth beneath me is firm, welcoming. I stand slowly, leaving the stone place. I watch the water's reflection of the sky so calm. I continue walking along the riverbank. A distant owl calls. Its screech is rhythmic and soft. I follow the bird's flight, letting it guide my steps. The owl's path is unpredictable, a dance of wings. I feel a small excitement at the wildness of it all. The path underfoot is smooth, the reeds gently swaying. I notice a cluster of ferns, dense and green. Their fronds unfurl slowly, welcoming the damp air. The ferns seem to absorb the light, giving a green glow. I step closer, feeling the coolness of their fronds. The ferns echo the reeds, both breathing in sync. A bright blue jay darts between them, adding a flash of color. I laugh, a low chuckle, at the jay's bright wing. The jay's call seems to say, "Good morning," to all nearby. I continue, letting the path guide me forward. The river is calmer now, no louder rapids. Its surface is glass-like, reflecting a pale, endless sky. I lean on my arm, feeling the water's gentle pressure. It cools my hands, like sipping chilled tea. I think of the salt crystals glittering on the rocks. They remind me that tiny elements can form wonder. The water's motion slows, a lullaby for the mind. The reeds sway, their stems bending softly. I watch them, like a drumbeat in a forest. The rhythm is gentle, enough to lull me. The air gets cooler as daylight fades to dusk. I notice a faint smell of wet stone rising. I imagine the stone absorbing the night's chill. I breathe in, feeling the coolness on my tongue. The wind now carries an earthy scent of loam. I think of a fisherman who rested here after a day. He might have talked to the reeds as if they were old friends. I hear his voice in my mind, a faint echo. I smile, feeling the odd connection with the past. The reeds rustle softly as the wind passes. Their sound is like a long sigh. I pause, feeling the silence surrounding me. It feels like a blanket, very gentle. The quiet is not empty, it is full of small sounds. These small sounds form a soft symphony. I step back, looking at the view. The horizon holds faint stars, beginning to twinkle. I notice the first star, bright and steady. The sky is turning from blue to indigo. I breathe in, feeling the cool night air. I breathe out, letting day fade away. The reed beds glow under the faint moonlight. Their edges look sharp, defined. I stand, feeling a subtle shift in the environment. The air is now crisp, like a fresh sheet. I close my eyes for a moment, letting the night settle. My heart settles too, like a drumbeat quieting. I open my eyes again, seeing the silvered path. The path still glows, though now a soft glow. The reeds whisper gently. The wind carries an old tune. I feel my senses aligning, a harmonious experience. My feet find their rhythm, matching the quiet. The journey feels complete, a loop of calm. I smile, such a simple adventure, yet deep inside. I hear a low hum in the distance, a sound of the river. It feels like the world is humming along. I step ahead, the path winding gently. The wind rises lightly, playing on the reeds. The song of nature feels endless and gentle. I let the path carry me, like a boat on calm water. I hear the reeds whisper, "Stay calm." I hear the river hum, "Keep wandering." We move together, breathing, moving, learning to be still. The reeds remind me that even small things hum with life. I feel a deep peace settling into my chest. The day's light recedes, the night embraces. I take a breath, inhale quiet, exhale all the tension. The wind carries the scent of distant sea to my nose. I feel the comfort of the reeds around me. The world is quiet now, like a lullaby. The river tells a steady story. I feel the pulse of life in the reeds. I am ready to finish this walk, to feel restful. I walk toward the river, toward the sound. The water glows like a mirror of the sky. The light lingers, gentle, brightening at the edge. I pause at the center, feeling the water. The water feels cool, refreshing. My breath feels steady, calm, at ease. I inhale deeply. The world around me seems to hold its breath too. I exhale and let the quiet settle. The night continues, soft, soothing. I will not rush. I follow the path until the river calls. The reeds watch me, gentle guardians of the water. I feel the water on my ankles, cool, inviting. I pause, hearing the river's final song. The song is calm, like a lullaby for souls. I feel satisfied, content. I breathe again, breathing in calm, breathing out rest. The day fades, the night embraces. I walk forward, ready to end this journey. I hear the reeds rustle, whispering farewell. I step further, feeling the world grow quiet. I close my eyes, letting the rhythm of the river and reeds be my lullaby. I feel a deep, satisfying calm. This is my quiet. You step deeper into the soft soil, feeling a gentle cushion beneath each foot. The earth is cool and damp, a blanket of loam that swallows sound. Each footfall melts into the earth, leaving no echo, only a light sigh. You breathe in the scent of pine needles and mineral wet rock. The path feels like a hammock of soil, a natural yoga mat for the soul. The reeds whisper a greeting, as if recognizing the soft weight of your boots. You notice that the ground is softer than the nearby gravel path you used earlier. Lands like this, were once managed by farmers who let the soil breathe. You picture a woman in a striped dress stirring the earth with her hands. She would have known that loam holds more than just dirt. The soil underfoot tastes like a clean, subtle espresso of earth. A thin layer of damp moss covers the surface, a soft carpet inviting you. You pause for a moment, feeling the weight of your own body shift. Your breath spreads like a quiet echo across the reeds, a gentle reminder to slow down. There is the faint crinkle of leaves, the whisper of a distant fox. You smile, feeling the day's worries melt into the moist earth. As you move forward, the soil gives you an unspoken promise of safety. The damp ground absorbs the small steps, a subtle rhythm like a heart beating. You let yourself sink into a relaxed state, almost meditative. The wind here is gentle, with a hint of rain still lingering. Nearby, a stream hums quietly, a small waterfall of sand and stone. You could step into the water, but you choose to keep walking. The sound of the stream acts like a lullaby, guiding your thoughts. You almost feel the texture of the cool water against your fingertips. You notice that the soil's texture changes, becoming slightly more mineralistic. This tiny shift signals the boundary between the riverbank and the broader meadow. You move with a slow confidence, feeling every footstep as a gentle drumbeat. You're aware of the ancient history resting beneath the earth, a silent storyteller. The Romans built aqueducts from far lands to bring water to their cities. You think of that great engineering and feel the same awe at this simple soil. In the same area, early farmers would have watched the land slowly recover. A quirky idea says that some reeds can act as natural radios, picking up distant sounds. You chuckle at the thought, half trusting that a reed could play your favorite song. You walk past a fallen log, its surface scarred by years of weather. You step onto it, feeling a slight vibration from the ground. The vibration is gentle, like a heartbeat of the earth itself. You pause, aligning your pulse with that rhythm, letting your mind drift. The reed beds here seem to hold stories. You feel a tug in the air. You remember the anecdote about a fisherman who used a reed to signal distress. Stories in this area mingle with myths, adding an extra layer to the landscape. You feel the soil shift slightly as a breeze cuts through rustling leaves. You take a breath and let the scent of wet stone rise, grounding you. The ground feels warmer now, as if the heat is coming from deeper layers. You think about how ancient saltworks were built in similar soil. Heat used to boil brine. Historians still argue whether the Romans favored stone or early concrete for their vats. You imagine Roman workers laying stone slabs, their sweat mingling with sea air. The air feels charged, a faint hum that seems to vibrate with the earth. You close your eyes for a moment, letting the hum fill your interior. You slowly open your eyes, seeing the reeds sway, forming gentle waves. The reeds seem to respond to the rhythm of the wind and your steps. You think that nature's music is the best lullaby for a tired mind. You continue walking, noting how each footfall echoes lightly through the loam. The loam under your boots hums with the memory of 1,000 seasons. You imagine each layer of earth holding a story, whispering slowly. You sense the earth breathing with the same rhythm as the distant river. The river's edge feels cool, a mirror of the sky's blue. You stop for a breath, tasting the mineral sweetness of the damp air. You lean into the wind, feeling a small thrill stir in your chest. The path continues, a silent track that invites relaxation. You feel the weight shift from one foot to the other, a steady cycle. You pass a cluster of willow branches, their leaves whispering overhead. You pause, listening for the gentle trickle of a hidden spring. You imagine a spring bubbling, feeding the reeds with its clear, cool water. The sound of the reeds and water creates a symphonic lullaby. You walk further, letting the rhythm guide your breathing. You sense each breath syncing with the earth's natural pulse. The soil under your feet gives a subtle warmth, a quiet embrace. You feel as though the ground is a soft mattress, inviting you to pause. You notice the faint aroma of crushed cedar drifting with the breeze. You inhale deeply, feeling the air fill your lungs with calm. You let the sense of weightlessness of the reeds and the soil align. You imagine yourself as a wanderer guided by Earth's quiet wisdom. The path stretches forward, gently nudging you toward the shore of the salt boiling site. You take another step, savoring the sensation of earth beneath. You hear a distant murmur, the sound of heated brine bubbling over rocks. You follow the sound, feeling the excitement of discovery. You step onto a graveled patch, the stones cool against your palm. You pause to touch the stones, feeling their grit and memory. You feel a chill, the air changing as you approach the shore. The salt spray rises, carrying the smell of sea and dry grass. You brush your hand across the grass, the fibers dampening with salt. You hear the sizzling of salt as it evaporates onto the stones. You watch the crystals forming, tiny snowflakes of white on the rock. You smile, marveling at how nature turns water into art. The rhythmic sound of water and soil creates a soothing backdrop. You realize you feel deeply connected to this place, to its quiet power. You pause and inhale, feeling the calm settle into your ribs. You exhale slowly, letting the world slip away with each breath. You let the salt-slick ground lull your mind, as if the earth itself were singing. You feel the ground beneath solid, yet your thoughts drift like leaves. You pause, listening to the wind's gentle hum as it passes through reeds. You can hear the faint click of a distant bird, almost as a lullaby. You allow the melody to settle, like a blanket over restless thoughts. You feel the earth's pulse resonate within your heart, steady calm. You notice a small stone beside you, smooth from years of water. You touch it, feeling its coolness seep into your fingertips. You remember the whisper of ancient workers shaping such stones for saltworks. You imagine the rhythm of their chisels blending with the river's song. The sound of the river swells, inviting you to pause and listen. You close your eyes, feeling a wave of tranquility wash over your face. You open your eyes again, seeing the sun slip lower, a gold thread in the sky. You feel the soft brush of clouds, like an artist's gentle paint. You smile, grateful for the calming gift of nature's rhythm. You keep walking, following the path toward the scent of steam. You are moving closer to the site where salt is boiled and turned into crystals. You pause beside a small stone, its surface pale as moonlight. You press your palm against it, feeling its coolness as a reminder. You recall that the Romans stored salt in amphorae, a practice still echoed. You sense the history echoing in each stone, a quiet testimony. You listen for the subtle hiss of evaporating water against stone. The sound mingles with the soft whisper of reeds nearby. You feel a connection, as if the stone were breathing with the water. You walk slowly, savoring each moment like a precious pearl. You notice the ground beneath your feet has a faint crystalline texture. You step carefully, letting the coolness spread. The air here carries a scent of wet salt and fresh stone. You breathe deeply, feeling the salt in your lungs. You exhale slowly, releasing tension with each breath. You continue, trusting the gentle pull of the earth to guide you. You sense the saltworks humming with history, a living legacy. You pause beneath a canopy of reed stalks, feeling cool shade. The reeds sway in rhythm, creating a soft, breathing canopy overhead. You close your eyes, letting the canopy's rustle become a lullaby. You feel the world slow, each breath harmonizing with nature. You are exactly where you need to be, wrapped in calm. You feel gratitude for this simple, earthy journey, knowing it will lull you into sleep. You hear a chorus of sparrows fluttering just above your head, each wing beat a soft drum. Their tiny voices rise and fall like a gentle tide. Your breathing matches their rhythmic pulse. The chirp patterns seem almost like Morse code, each trill carrying a secret message. You feel the air vibrate, as if the forest is humming a lullaby. A flock of sparrows circles you, weaving between roots, nature's tiny dancers. They pause for brief moments, as if checking their GPS. In quiet pauses, you think of the ancient world where these birds were first noted. The earliest record of birds appears in Sumerian clay tablets from 4,000 years ago. You smile at the thought, history etched in the wind. A sudden burst of chirping announces a nearby robin, a bright spot in the green. Its song is a bright ping, contrasting the soft hum of the sparrows. You find comfort in the overlapping melodies, like a choir of small instruments. As the robin disappears behind a thicket, the sparrows return to the chorus. Their patterns settle into a predictable rhythm, almost like a metronome of nature. You lean into the breeze, letting the chorus carry you forward. A stray sparrow lands on your shoulder, small, unassuming, and surprisingly welcoming. It adjusts its plumage, as if asking for an apology for the earlier flight. You chuckle softly, imagining the bird as your tiny, feathered companion. The sparrow flutters once, then lifts, its departure a quiet note in your journey. Your steps echo the sparrow's wing beats, a harmonious echo that lulls your mind. A sudden gust carries the scent of lilacs, mixing with the earthy tones. You inhale deeply, noting the blend as a fragrant lullaby. The air feels thick yet soothing, like a blanket stitched by nature. You notice the sparrows pausing, listening to the wind, a choir in silence. In this pause, you see a pattern. The birds respond to the wind's subtle language. It feels almost like a conversation, though the words are chirps and quacks. Each chirp seems to echo a memory from a distant spring. You imagine the birds carrying stories of ancestors, of weathering seasons. A nearby tree rustles, punctuating the chatter with a woodwind note. The sound blends seamlessly with the sparrow's chorus, creating a symphonic microcosm. You realize how small beings influence the atmosphere, shaping moods. Each tiny voice is a brushstroke on the canvas of day. You close your eyes briefly, immersing in the soundscape. When you open them, the sun drapes soft light over the reeds. The light filters through the stalks, making each blade glimmer with dew. The sparkles mimic the tiny stars that once lived in the sparrow's eyes. You laugh softly. If these birds could look up, they'd see a sky of constellations. The joke lands with a gentle tickle of joy, like a feather on the wrist. You take a breath, letting the sound cradle your thoughts. Around you, sparrows weave patterns that mimic the spirals of old windmills. You note the similarity, not coincidence, but a poetic echo. In this moment, you remember the old Chinese legend that a sparrow could calm a storm. It sounds absurd, yet the idea remains a curious whisper among sages. You wonder if this myth could have guided ancient farmers. Historiologists still argue whether the ancient Egyptians used sparrows for omen rituals. The debate lingers, but the evidence is as elusive as a shy bird. You find solace in uncertainty, knowing nature itself holds hidden dialogues. You walk deeper, letting the sparrows guide you like a luminous compass. The trail bends toward a clear pool, the waters reflecting a fractured sky. The surface shimmers, breaking light into 1,000 tiny constellations. You pause, the silence between songs amplifying the peace around you. The sparrows return, flighting in a sudden burst of color. Each feather glints like a tiny jewel against the water's glass. You smile. Nature's performers never miss a cue. The wind hums low, a bass to the sparrow's high tune. You close your ears, letting the world shrink to a single melody. You inhale the fragrance of wet reeds and distant sea. The scent mingles with the music of wing beats, calming your thoughts. You feel a gentle pressure in your chest, like a soft hand on your shoulder. You step forward, the path slick with dew drops. Each step takes you deeper into the chorus of natural sound. The sparrows sing louder, as if welcoming you home. Your heart syncs with the rhythm, slowing to a calm beat. A sense of belonging washes over you, easing any remaining tension. You think of someone who might enjoy this auditory bath, perhaps a stressed engineer craving the simplicity of a sparrow's song. You laugh again. Humor is your secret nap. The chuckle dissolves, replaced by a deep, contented sigh. The world feels right, like a well-tuned instrument. You close your eyes, listening to the final note of the sparrows. That note lingers, a reminder to let go. You exhale slowly, feeling every muscle soften. Your eyes grow heavy, the curtain of daylight fading. You feel ready to let the mind drift into restful peace. You breathe in, exhale deep, and release tension with each breath. You sense the breath weaving around you like a blanket. The silence grows richer, saturated with the hush of the night. You let the last sound of the sparrows settle behind you. You close your eyes to the world, embracing the gentle stillness. The lull invites you, a gentle hand guiding you inward. You feel the heartbeat of earth in your chest, steady and kind. You sink deeper, as though sliding into a cool pool. You are cradled by the reeds, each blade a soft shoulder. You feel the peace spread like a firefly glow, gentle and bright. The night grows quiet, your thoughts folding into twilight. You hear a distant owl call, soft and distant. Its sound is a low murmur, soothing the senses. You pause, feeling gratitude for the simple, wild world. You imagine the world as a stage, birds as actors. You are the audience, listening to the grand performance. The final note hums in your mind, a lull that lingers. You feel ready to rest, the path closing behind you. You step into the comforting darkness, letting silence guide you. The world exhales, inviting you into deep sleep. You close your eyes, allowing the night to wrap you in calm. The last breath leaves your lips, a whisper toward darkness. The darkness feels soft, like a quilt of moonlit clouds. You feel the pulse of the earth beneath you, steady and warm. Your body relaxes, each muscle releasing tension like a sigh. You remember the sparrow's song, a lullaby that stays with you. It echoes in your heart, a steady drumbeat of comfort. You feel a gentle wave of gratitude directed toward the night sky. The stars listen, keeping time with your breath. The world settles, ready to gift you a restful sleep. You take one final look at the moonlit reed beds. They shimmer like the edges of a dream. You feel the quiet pulse of the earth, inviting deep rest. You let yourself drift, surrendering to the night. Your breath slows, a gentle wave that washes away worries. You feel the night cradle you, holding you close. The silence hums softly, a background for your dreams. You close your eyes, breathing in darkness. You feel safe, like a turtle in its shell. The world exhaled. The day released its last sigh. You are invited into the soft embrace of sleep. The night sings, a lullaby of stars and reeds. You feel the rhythm of the earth under the moon. You drift, guided by a gentle, unseen hand. The last thought dissolves, leaving silence to take its place. You sleep, wrapped in a quiet blanket of night. You follow the faint rustle of water into a narrow basin where the creek waits. Its surface shimmers with a silver thread that drifts along. The reeds beside it sigh in rhythm with the current. You feel the coolness cling to your skin in a gentle hug. A steady hum rises from the stream, like a distant lullaby. The sound wraps around you, pulling your thoughts downriver. You step closer, letting the creek's pulse sync with yours. Your toes dip into the crystal water, a cool rush beneath them. The stream swirls around your feet, a tiny whirlpool of calm. You hear each droplet tapping against limestone like tiny drums. The drip, drip, drip becomes a soothing metronome. You inhale the scent of wet earth and old stone. The aroma reminds you of forgotten gardens in distant cities. You remember that ancient city of Sumer, where the first rivers were mapped. A mainstream historical fact says that the Tigris and Euphrates cradled early civilization. Their waters fed the growth of cities, pottery, and first written laws. You imagine those ancient traders navigating with reeds like ours. Their maps had only the river's curve and the stars above. You smile at the thought, feeling the past ripple in the present. The creek hums deeper, and you find a tiny stone that feels like a heartbeat. It thumps against the rocks as it slides, a steady thud. You rest your hand on its smooth surface, feeling rhythm in your pulse. The rhythm is like a secret code that the water keeps. You wonder if the creek knows stories of the land. Its currents carry more than water, they carry memories. A subtle wind lifts, carrying distant jasmine and damp grass. You breathe it in, feeling the fragrance swirl around you. The jasmine is a quirky tidbit, some claim, is a plant that blooms only at night. It grows in hidden valleys and whispers to travelers. A fringe tidbit says it glows faintly in the dark. You imagine the plant painting the air with soft light. The creek's song grows louder, as if eager to tell more. Its steady tune drips into your ears, comforting you like a blanket. You lie back on a mossy stone and let the water's murmur cradle you. The sound waves touch your temples, easing the tension of your thoughts. It feels like the river is humming a lullaby that syncs with your breath. You hear a distant splash from a small waterfall further downstream. The splash punctuates the quiet in a gentle rhythm. The river's pulse is steady, but the waterfall adds a quick beat. You imagine a small fish leaping, making a ripple for fun. You giggle gently, because even fish could have a sense of humor. You think of an ancient Roman aqueduct that spanned a valley far from here. Historians still argue whether the aqueducts were built solely for water or for status. The debates swirl like the current, both clear and murky as the creek. You lean into the debate, feeling the weight of centuries. The river's flow reminds you that even the boldest engineering must obey nature. The air grows cooler as the morning light fades behind the trees. A small bird flits between the reeds, leaving a silver trail. Its wings beat a soft rhythm, matching the creek's lullaby. It returns to the water, where its reflection shimmers softly. The bird's reflection seems almost like a mirror of the river. The creek speaks through leaves, each rustle adding a verse. You notice that the leaves whisper in a language only nature can understand. The sound feels like a gentle mantra, a meditation for your mind. You close your eyes and let the river's song guide you deeper. Your thoughts settle like stones on the riverbed. The water becomes warm, as if the sun's rays have found a way inside. You feel the warmth wash over your back, warming your core. It's a slow, steady heat that is soothing and inviting. You stand, feeling the current lift your feet. The river takes you like a gentle carriage. You feel your pulse sync with the current, each beat aligning with the water. The river's rhythm is a dance of patience and flow. You feel your mind drift with the water's slow glide. The creek's lullaby becomes a meditation, a quiet mantra. You notice a tiny stone shell, a relic of an ancient creature. The shell glimmers under the water, a reminder of prehistoric life. You wonder which creatures once lived in this quiet basin. You imagine their voices echoing for ages, long after they are gone. You feel a sense of awe, as if standing at the threshold of time. The creek's song is a portal to the past and a guide to tranquility. You let the sound pull your thoughts downriver. Your mind follows the flow like a lazy cat in a sunbeam. You see a family of ducks paddling, their quacks adding a bright note. The ducks seem to dance around each other, laughing with the water. You feel their joy ripple through the creek, a contagiously light tune. You smile, feeling that even ducks can find peace in this quiet. You hear the creek sigh again, a low lullaby that soothes your nerves. The sound lulls your mind, letting go of each worry. You realize that peace often comes from water's gentle flow. Your breathing slows, matching the water's slow glide. You feel the cool water wrap around your ankles, a gentle embrace. Its touch is like a lullaby to your body, a soft touch. Your muscles loosen, as if the river is pulling them along. You feel a gentle, rhythmic pull in your pulse, the creek's heartbeat. You think of the fringe tidbit that some believe water remembers the hearts it touches. You laugh softly, imagining the creek whispering secrets to you. The idea feels fanciful, but a tiny smile forms. You feel its current tickling your skin, a playful breeze. The creek continues to hum through moss and stones. You hear a faint chorus of insects that add to the melodic tapestry. The insects chirp, as if answering the water's question. Your awareness deepens, hearing the world in new detail. You feel each breath merge with the water's rhythm. Your breath becomes a mirror of the creek's calm. The current pulls your thoughts further downstream, deeper. You accept the gentle flow, trusting the river's steady pulse. The stream's water cools again around the riverbank. You sink slightly into the moss, the wetness a cushioning bed. You feel the creeks hum around you, a blanket of sound. You let your body melt, surrendering to the water's lullaby. You realize that the creek's lullaby has become your soundtrack. Its steady voice is a reminder that everything moves with peace. You feel grateful for the quiet and the quiet sounds. You let the river's current guide your thoughts away. The daylight begins to fade, the sky turning a soft charcoal. You notice the silhouette of a pine at the creek's edge, a green line. The pine's needles rustle a slight whisper, adding a gentle note. You feel the creek's song, a symphony of nature's simple pleasures. You close your eyes and let the creek's beat take you. Your mind is light, as though you've been washed by the river's song. You inhale again, feeling the coolness of the damp earth. You feel the pulse of your own heart matching the water's flow. You notice the river's song becomes a lullaby for all that flows. You are invited into that calm, quiet, flowing rhythm. You let the creek's current guide you deeper into peace. Your mind drifts, free from the worries of the world. Near the bank, you find a small stone shaped like a boat. You pick it up, feeling its texture, rough and smooth. You imagine it as if it holds a secret of the river. You set it gently aside, letting the water wash it away. The creek's sound grows richer, as if the forest is humming with you. The water speaks softly, as if saying it is yours. You feel embraced by the river's breath, a gentle, soothing hug. You feel the tension in your shoulders melting, like ice in sun. You hear a rustle in the reeds. A small deer passes by. It steps lightly on wet earth, leaving faint prints. You watch it from a distance, its presence a reminder of life in harmony. The deer disappears through the reeds, leaving a quiet echo. You feel the sense of serenity deepen. You close your lips, and the river's lullaby fills your ears. Your heart's pace slows with the creek, a quiet cadence. You feel the world become a vast, gentle lull. You hear a distant splash from a small pond. It breaks the creek's monotone, adding a bright burst. The splash is a note in the river's melody. You feel the water's joyful ripple dance. You let this rhythm of water guide your steps toward the next bend. You feel the current pull you, a gentle tug. Your feet move with the river's gentle flow. You walk where the reeds bow toward the water. The creek's song rises, swelling with each turn. It feels as if the whole world has paused to listen. You sit upon a stone, letting the water's hum settle around you. Your thoughts sink into the creek's calm. You notice a feather floating on the surface, a silent traveler. It drifts like a quiet dream, following a hidden current. It reminds you that the river carries more than just water. It carries stories, memories, and quiet wonders. You let your mind wander along the creek's path. You feel the water's rhythm lull you forward. You let the current pull your thoughts into the deep. You feel your pulse, steady as the river. You sense the creek's lullaby becomes a mantra for tranquility. You feel the quiet hum wrap around each part of you. You let the river guide you toward a place of rest. Your body feels heavy, like a stone sinking softly. You lean back over the water, letting the creek's whisper cradle you. You feel the soothing current ripple through your bones. You let the water's song become a lull for your mind. You feel all your tension melt like ice in sun. The river's lullaby continues, a gentle, steady voice. You listen closely as it speaks of a hidden sanctuary. You imagine a place where light is diffused and calm. You feel the idea settle in your chest, You breathe slowly, feeling the coolness of water on your face. Your breathing matches the river's pulse. The flow of the water lifts your thoughts downstream. You surrender to the quiet, the lullaby's embrace. You sense the current tug, pulling you further into peace. You feel each breath sink with the river's sigh. The world seems far away, as if you are in a different place. You hear only the water's song and the rustle of reeds. You look at the sky and notice a scattering of stars beginning. Each star flickers gently, like distant water droplets. You feel a subtle vibration, as if the stars are humming along. The river's lullaby matches the starry rhythm. You feel a gentle weight in your chest. The heart's beat in time with water. You hear the sound of your own breathing, a twin to the current. You let your thoughts settle in the quiet current, drifting away. You feel a sense of completion, as if the river has finished its song. You lie back, listening to the final echo of the creek. The water's hum fades, leaving a soft, lingering note. You feel satisfied, as if a full day has calmed your spirit. The river's lullaby has guided you to a gentle stillness. You feel your limbs relax, the coolness of the moss beneath you. You let the calm wrap around your body. You breathe deeply, feeling the world slow down with the river. The water's lullaby keeps on humming softly. The creek's steady pull lingers in your pulse, a quiet reminder. You feel the rhythm of life, simple and soothing. You let your mind drift with the current, a gentle ride. You smile softly, grateful for this peaceful journey. You sense that the river's lullaby has become part of you. It will guide you whenever you need a place to rest. You feel the current, steady and reassuring. You walk toward the edge of the reed beds, feeling calm. You pause at the water's edge, letting the creek's hum touch your hand. A cool splash greets your fingertips like a soft tap. You feel the water's voice, inviting you to linger. You press your palm to the surface, feeling the current rush. You feel the creek's song merge with your heartbeat. You let the current pull your thoughts into a gentle riverbed. You breathe in peace, exhale worry. The water's lullaby settles into your heart. You hear a distant call of an owl as night deepens. Its voice adds another layer to the river's melody. You let the owl's call become a final stanza. The water's harmony feels complete. You feel an overwhelming sense of calm settle. You let the creek's lullaby be the soundtrack for rest. You close your eyes, surrendering to the gentle current. The river sings a final note, and you fall into a tranquil lull. You glide past the reeds, birds hovering like drifters of feather and wind. The pigeons circle slowly, a lazy ballet on the green carpet. Their wings beat softly, rhythm ticking in the quiet air. You feel the world stretch, breathing deep, calmness blooming. These feathered sailors drift without a map or compass at all. Their glossy feathers glisten, catching the early morning light. You wonder if a pigeon could outpace a wind. One pigeon pauses, looking directly at the quiet path. It's almost as if the bird expects you to hear its heart. A gentle breeze lifts one wing, the rest hovering in balance. You chuckle softly, thinking pigeons might be the original drones. These birds were once known as carriers of hope in ancient wars. A medieval squire once mailed letters by pigeon, saving battles. Historians still argue whether pigeons were bred for messenger roles or simply for stubbornness. These ancient aviators roosted in city walls, whispering secrets to the moon. Some believers whisper pigeons can taste the wind, a fringe claim swirling through taverns. Maybe they're auditioning for a feathered version of the flying squad. A pigeon lands beside you, nudging its beak against your palm. It looks surprised, as if you're offering a sandwich. You laugh, remembering the old joke that pigeons secretly run the city. That joke says the Pigeons' Council will make a decision soon. If you stare too long, they might think you are a messenger. While you watch, the air hums with a low, steady tone. In that tone, you hear the city calling its own little air mail. You walk, feeling the grass beneath your shoes like a carpet of moss. Pigeons glide, creating ripples in the air that feel like soft drums. You wonder if a pigeon might be capable of reading your thoughts. The pigeons respond by cooing in a frequency only your heart can detect. You close your eyes, feeling the cooing pattern like a lullaby. The world seems to slow, and time stretches like a drawn-out story. The pigeons glide again, hovering like clouds made of feathers. They form a loose circle, keeping their distance as if respecting personal space. You notice that the circle narrows as they approach each other. Each pigeon fluffs its feathers, preparing for an imaginary flight. The sun rises higher, painting their wings in golden hues. You feel a light breeze tickle the back of your neck. The wind seems to carry songs from distant villages. In those songs, you hear references to a legendary pigeon messenger. The messenger once delivered a vital peace treaty across kingdoms. The treaty was sealed with a feather, a symbol of unity. The story makes you smile, because who can resist a feather? You chuckle, thinking of pigeons in tuxedos. They seem to wear tuxedos, with stripes on their wings. You imagine a pigeon with a mini bow tie. A pigeon steps forward, as if ready to trade a secret for a snack. The snack is a crumb, but to the pigeon, it's a treasure. Birds sometimes eat by eye, judging the food's worth by its weight. The pigeons look at you, asking, "Do you trust us?" You lower your voice, telling a gentle story about the day. The pigeons lean in, listening with eyes bright and curious. The quiet moment feels like a pact between you and the birds. You wonder how the pigeons communicate across miles. Maybe they use wind vibrations, invisible pulses of sound. The wind carries their secrets, traveling faster than any human. The pigeons hop lightly, as if they're dancing. A pigeon hops next to a stone, peering as if checking its reflection. You feel that the stone reflects ancient stories etched in moss. The moss grew around the stone over centuries, keeping secrets close. The pigeons chirp, their tunes a reminder of nature's heartbeat. The heartbeat is gentle, resonant, and full of peace. You relax, letting the sound settle into your mind. The pigeons shift position, aligning almost like a choreography. This choreography is not random, but a time-honored dance of survival. The pigeon that has been hovering for longest flaps its wings, ready to depart. You watch, knowing you share this moment with history. A quiet rustle passes along the reed beds, like waves. The reed beds sway, echoing your breath. The pigeons continue their glide, a soft ballet overhead. You walk deeper into the meadow, feeling the grass kiss your ankles. The pigeons look back, offering a final, soft coo. Their coo sounds like a lull in conversation. You listen, feeling the world settle into a gentle hush. The air feels warm, as if a hidden fire is close. You pause, soaking in the quiet. This silence is a promise of a day filled with calm. You feel your heart beat in steady rhythm. The pigeons' hum blends with the ambient wind. Your breath syncs with the calm of the meadow. You think of a story about pigeons saving a king. The king, according to lore, relied on pigeons for secrets. Their flocks carried messages of war and peace alike. This dual role echoes your present experience. The pigeons pause, taking in your presence. Their eyes dart, quick and alert. You feel safe, like a bird in a nest. A pigeon lands on a near branch, looking at you. You smile, because pigeons rarely judge humans. The pigeon stretches, then takes off swiftly. It trails a feather like a banner into sky. The feather drifts down, settling on the grass. You pluck it gently, feeling the weight of a promise. The feather glints, catching the sunlight. You tuck it into your pocket as a memory. The pigeons watch, continuing their lazy drift. It dawns that they are living symbols of movement. Each movement is a rhythm of nature's own song. The song flows, merging with your mind's quiet. You hear the river nearby, murmuring softly from a hidden gorge. The river's call adds to the pigeon's melody. You walk closer, feeling the ground pulse. The ground feels solid, and your feet obey the rhythm. The pigeons' voices swirl around, blending with wind and stone. You follow the path, guided by soft sounds. Pigeons still hover above, as if guarding the way. You trust them, trusting their gentle guidance. The path leads you toward a meadow of wildflowers. The flowers sway, their colors a tapestry of blues and greens. A pigeon alights on a white petal, balancing delicately. The moment feels like a snapshot caught in time. You breathe, absorbing the calm. The pigeons glide back to the reeds, leaving a trail of softness. You feel a gentle pull of the wind along with them. The air carries the scent of damp earth and pine. You walk, noticing the pigeons as companions. You imagine that pigeons may be ancestors of birds of flight. The idea makes you chuckle at the notion of flight through pigeons. The journey continues, but you know this moment will linger. The pigeons flutter away into the high blue sky. Their feathers flutter like flags in the wind. You stand in awe, reflecting on this shared adventure. The pigeon's presence reminds you that every journey holds a quiet story. You feel gratitude for this simple peace. You close eyes, breathing along with the breeze. You let the wind carry you into sleep. The pigeons' soft coos echo like sleep lullabies. The wind swirls through the tall grass, whispering secrets into your ears. You feel each blade tremble like a shy dancer. Your breath slows, syncing with the rhythmic sigh of the reeds. The sun bleeds amber, painting the field in soft honey. A gentle breeze carries the scent of distant blossoms. It tickles your cheek, reminding you of childhood naps. You chuckle, comparing the gust to a lazy cat. The grass bends, forming waves that ripple across the meadow. You step forward, listening to the hush of nature. The rhythm calms your mind, easing the day's worries. Historians still argue whether the earliest calendars were based on lunar or solar cycles. You nod, imagining a sky full of shifting stars. The breeze lifts a droplet from a leaf, spinning it. It drifts like a tiny, invisible feather in the sun. You watch it vanish, feeling the space between moments. The grass sighs, releasing a faint perfume of wet earth. You inhale deeply, letting the scent settle beside your chest. Your thoughts float, buoyed by the wind's calm. You hear a distant murmur, as if a hidden stream sings. The music is faint, like a lullaby from old trees. You feel the wind wrap around your shoulders. A soft draft nudges your hair, like a whispering hand. You smile, remembering that crocodile dung sunscreen anecdote. The grass blades nod, keeping secret conversation. You think of history, when soldiers marched through similar fields. The ancient city of Babylon had a grand palace with 72 columns. Its builders might have used wind to cool their towers. You imagine the palace's courtyards echoing with sighing grass. The wind makes the grass play an invisible game of hide and seek. You feel each breath like a soft drumbeat in a quiet room. The breeze carries a distant laugh, maybe from a passing rabbit. You lean against a thick stalk, grounding yourself. The grass feels cool, a natural mat beneath your feet. You breathe out, hearing your pulse merge with the wind. Quirky tidbit: some believe that moonlight can change the taste of water. You wonder if the grass tastes like midnight. The wind rustles, stirring loose memories into the day. You feel the air shift, a subtle shift like turning a page. The meadow seems to breathe, releasing tiny clouds of scent. You close your eyes, letting the sound seep into your chest. The wind hums, a low note like distant bells. You imagine those bells echoing beneath a canyon roof. Your ears pick up the whisper of an ancient wind. The grass sways, like a crowd at a concert, alive. You think of a field of wheat, a sea of amber. The wind guides each straw, choreographing them with no script. Your fingertips trail a stalk, feeling the rough edges. The breeze brushes your fingertips, a gentle tickle. You laugh at the grass's playful personality. The wind becomes a painter, sketching light on leaves. Each leaf blinks, turning gold under the amber sun. You step between tall stalks, feeling the coolness under your soles. The ground feels plush, like walking on fresh lettuce. A feather falls, landing softly between your toes. You pick it up, noting its weight, almost invisible. The feather reminds you of the wind's gentle touch. Your mind drifts to times when humans revered wind spirits. You sense that the wind holds memory like a library. The breeze carries distant footsteps, as if a ghost wandered. You listen, letting silence fill the gaps between noises. The grass whispers, speaking in a tongue of rustle. You imagine that the grass is telling stories of travelers. You feel a presence, like someone walking beside you. The wind guides your steps, a gentle, invisible compass. You feel the rhythm steady, like a metronome for your heart. A bird nearby chirps, breaking the silence with a note. You grin, amused by the bird's timing. The wind lifts a mote of dust, glinting like a star. You watch it dance, then dissolve into the air. The air feels crisp, like a clean room window opened. You think of history, how ancient Romans used windmills. The windmills spun grain, powered by breezes across the plains. The grass feels as if it too could turn to grain. You imagine a world where every blade feeds. The wind keeps turning, as relentless as the clock. Historians still argue whether the earliest clocks were solar or mechanical. He chuckles, recognizing the debate as timeless. The wind makes the grass whisper like a lullaby to its roots. You feel a calm settling, like a blanket of soft pillows. A small brook nearby hums, adding its own subtle tune. The water sounds like a gentle cello. The wind mingles with the brook, creating a harmonious song. Your pulse syncs with the music, drifting further inside. You picture a field of sunflowers, turning to follow the breeze. The wind leads them, an invisible conductor. You feel the weight of the day lighten, each breath a release. The grass lifts, creating tiny vortices in the air. You watch, fascinated by the physics of a moving leaf. A gust sways a flower, making it wobble like a tiny flag. You chuckle, imagining the flower waving to a passerby. The wind feels like a friendly neighbor's sigh. The reeds and grass create a soft applause as you pass. You feel grateful for such subtle symphonies. The sound of wind on grass is a soft lull in modern chaos. He thinks of a child learning to ride a bike on a windy path. The wind encourages the child, pushing gentle forward. A nearby stone glows golden, touched by the bright afternoon. Its surface is cool, like a stone chill kept by shade. You place your palm on it, feeling the ancient stone's pulse. The stone remembers countless footsteps. You feel part of that memory. The grass beside the stone shivers, like nervous laughter. You breathe in the scent of wild herbs around. Histories whisper through the wind, echoing long-forgotten names. The wind rustles, and you hear a gentle hello from it. You smile, feeling connected to that subtle greeting. A tiny moth flutters near your hand, drawn by dust and light. It dances with the wind, a playful partner. You watch it flit, then vanish behind a leaf. The breeze feels like a friendly cat on your shoulder. The grass forms arches, creating a natural tunnel. You step carefully, feeling the wind push softly against your hips. The wind acts as a cushion, a gentle cushion that absorbs impact. The meadow's hum continues, steady as a lullaby thread. You feel the thread weaving through your consciousness. The wind carries a distant echo of a choir. Those sounds traveling over fields into the distance. The wind becomes a messenger, whispering from afar. You feel like receiving a secret letter from a friend. The soft wind tastes like sweet memory, like a warm bath after rain. A rusted old sign once marked a way to a village. The wind scrawls its letters across the dirt, as if writing anew. The grass stands sentinel, keeping secrets. You think of people who left marks on the earth. The wind stirs their words back into life. The grass quivers, each blade a storyteller. The air shivers, whispering a lull into your ears. The wind continues, carrying tiny droplets of dew. You inhale the moist air, feeling refreshed. Historians still argue whether the earliest maps were based on stars or rivers. You chuckle, amused that such disputes continue. The wind seems to tickle, as if a feather brushed your cheek. The grass bends in a gentle wave, like waves on a quiet sea. You step again, feeling each foot hit the damp earth. The breeze flows, guiding you forward like a path in a picture. A distant hawk whistles, high above the grass. The wind carries its sound, echoing into the quiet. You feel a sense of awe, standing in nature's gallery. The grass offers comfort, like a carpet of green. The wind seems to applaud, a soft clapping of leaves. You feel your shoulders relax, freed from tension. The breeze whispers, reminding you to stay present. You walk deeper into the tall grass, feeling the world soften. The wind lifts a mote of pollen, drifting into the light. You imagine it settling on your skin, tiny crystals of summer. The grass sways, forming a wave that meets your eye. The wind plays with the light, creating moving shadows. You notice tiny insects, a beetle sliding among leaves. The sound of the wind merges with their tiny whispers. The grass and wind become a quiet concert. You feel the music flow, as if the earth itself was humming. The wind's caress feels like a gentle lull in the heart. You sense that moments stretch like ribbons in the dusk. The grass hums a tune you can't name yet. You sit on a fallen log, letting stillness unfold. The wind curls around you, a warm draft. Your thoughts slow, following the breath of the meadow. The grass's vibration soothes your muscles. The wind becomes a friend, sharing silent jokes. Historians still argue whether the earliest agriculture began in the valley or the plateau. You laugh quietly, noticing a leaf flutter around your head. The wind seems to watch, a spectator of your journey. The grass rustles, each sound a note in a symphony. You breathe with the rhythm, heart in sync. The wind guides you toward a small clearing. The clearing feels like a pause in a long story. You hear the wind's final sigh before the next breath. The grass bows, offering a farewell. You feel a deep calm that stays within when you leave. The wind leaves, content with its work. The meadow breathes again, ever ready for the next wanderer. The wind leaves, content with its work. The meadow breathes again, inviting quieter footsteps. You notice your skin tingling from the damp earth. A cool breeze lifts dew from the grasses. The scent of wild mint tickles your nostrils. You exhale slowly, letting the calm settle. A distant owl calls, its voice soft. The sound travels like a lazy wave. You pause, feeling the pulse of the field. A feather floats by, caught in a gust. It lands gently on your palm. You watch it tilt, a tiny dancer. A spider sits on a shaft, patient. Its web glints in the afternoon light. You reach, careful not to disturb. The spider retreats, an invisible observer. You laugh softly, nature's little paparazzi. The laughter echoes, a quiet joke. You move forward, guided by instinct. Every step feels cushioned by loam. The loam smells like rain-soaked soil. You feel a sudden drop in temperature. The air cools, a relief after heat. You find a hollow, a small natural crater. It holds a pebble, smooth and round. You pick it up, feeling its weight. The pebble feels like a secret promise. A cricket chirps nearby, rhythmic. Its song becomes part of the soundtrack. You listen, noticing the pattern in its chirp. A windswept twig taps against a stone. The sound is a gentle percussion. You imagine a drum set made of leaves. Your mind drifts to ancient battlefields. You recall a stone wall that once stood here. It once marked the boundary of a village. Historians still argue whether the earliest calendars were based on lunar or solar cycles. You chuckle, imagining the villagers tapping on it. The sound of a distant river starts to creep in. It rushes, a steady metallic stream. You follow the sound, curiosity leading. The path widens, revealing a small stream. The water is clear, sparkling in the light. You dip a finger, feeling its chill. The stream babbles, a conversational river. You let it wash over your hand. The coolness spreads through your arm. You notice something glistening on the riverbank. It's a silver coin, rusted. The coin glints, a relic from long ago. You imagine a merchant trading it, laughter shared. A squirrel darts across the bank. It stops, eyeing you. You give a small smile, a friendly nod. The squirrel chases a nut away. It disappears into a thicket. You see the sun moving higher. The light grows warmer on your face. You pause, taking a deep breath. The air smells faintly of jasmine. You picture a garden far away. The whisper of leaves keeps the peace. You imagine a child running, carefree. You hear a giggle, distant. You feel the wind swirl around your ears. It acts like a gentle hand, playful. A bird swoops low, dropping a seed. You catch it, grateful for the nourishment. You watch the seed, almost dreaming. It hovers like a stardust mote. The wind pushes it toward a flower. The flower sways, almost beckoning. You move closer, heart steady. The petals open slowly, revealing a center. You feel the texture, soft and warm. You close your eyes to savor. A gentle hum rises, a hidden tone. Historians still argue whether the earliest maps were based on stars or rivers. You feel nostalgic for the era before GPS. A leaf falls, swirling in a tiny whirl. You follow its descent, fascinated. The leaf lands on a water drop. The drop ripples, spreading wide. You stare, fascinated by the wave. A dragonfly darts, wings sparkling. It lands delicately on your finger. You press gently, the insect shivering. You release, watching it return to the breeze. The insect disappears among the reeds. You find a smooth stone beside the stream. It's warm, as if it had been in the sun. You touch it, feeling its surface. A faint line appears, a cryptic mark. You trace it with curiosity. It looks like a symbol, almost like a rune. You wonder if ancient people carved it. The stream widens further into a small pool. The pool reflects the sky like a mirror. You sit beside it, legs underwater. The water cools your ankles. A ripple disturbs the reflection. An orange fish glides beneath. The fish's scale glimmers in sunlight. The fish swims away, no trace left. You follow its path, imagination running wild. You imagine a story of the fish, a hero of the stream. A breeze lifts a scent of pine. Your mind drifts to forest memories. You hear distant footsteps faint. They echo through the grasses. You imagine a group hiking nearby. You catch a scent of roasted marshmallows. You smile, thinking of summer nights. The sky starts to turn amber. The sun is lowering, colors deepening. The air cools slightly, a hint of evening. You lift your eyes to the horizon. The sun paints oranges across the field. A crow squawks, sharp and loud. It flaps, scattering feathers. The feathers drift, swirling in the wind. You almost catch one on your glove. The feather touches skin, a tickle. You laugh, birds fashion sense. Ha! The laughter fades into the wind. The wind carries a faint chant. It feels ancient, almost a prayer. You hear the name of a forgotten city. The city of Persepolis, a name etched in dreams. You think of ancient Persian kings. The wind echoes their voices. Historians still argue whether the earliest agriculture began in the valley or the plateau. A frog croaks, steady and rhythmic. Its voice matches the river's rhythm. The frog sits, a king in a lily. You feel a gentle pressure against your thigh. A small, warm dragon scales a leaf. It flickers sunlight, a rainbow. You follow the ripple, mesmerized. The sun hits a cloud, brightening. The cloud shifts, revealing stars. The night sky is starting to glow. You feel the coolness of twilight. The breeze whispers promises of sleep. You remember the night's comfort. The meadow feels like a blanket. You rest your shoulders under a branch. The branch sways gently, a lullaby. You close your eyes, the world quiet. Your breathing slows, a steady rhythm. The wind hums, a low cello. You feel the hum in your chest. You feel warmth creeping up your spine. You think of a time when people looked at stars. They traced constellations, mapping skies. You feel the sky's vastness. An invisible hand guides you. You feel content, a moment of stillness. You stand, feeling the grass kiss your legs. The sun sets over the far field. The horizon glows, a slow farewell. The wind whispers, good night. You smile, feeling the wind's gentle hand. The breeze lifts a final breath. You let it out, weightless. The meadow holds you in quiet. The sounds of the day settle. You are ready for the next walk. You pause, letting the meadow hush seep into your breathing. The air feels thick with quiet, almost velvety. You can hear your own pulse, a steady drum against the reeds. Every rustle feels like a distant whisper, as if the grasses themselves breathe. The silence is not empty. It's full of tiny, unheard conversations. You feel your mind drifting, following the path carved by stillness. Soft shadows fall across the wet ground, stretching like lazy fingers. A single droplet of rain clings to a leaf, trembling like a nervous puppy. You watch it, fascinated by the way it keeps its position. That droplet is a tiny universe of silence around which everything else revolves. The coolness of the earth underfoot is a subtle lullaby that calms your thoughts. Your breath slows, each inhalation a gentle wave washing across a calm sea. The hush invites introspection, a rare moment when the world holds its breath. You remember that crocodile dung sunscreen and chuckle. How oddly specific that memory is. It's a callback that ties the past moments to this present reverie. A quiet wind stirs, sending a faint scent of damp bark through the air. The scent feels like a memory of forests long ago, before roads cut through. You note the soft chatter of insects, but you choose not to follow its thread. Instead, you let the silence wrap around you like a quilt. You feel your feet leave faint prints in the mud, a temporary, soft trail. That trail dissolves as soon as you step away, a silent promise kept. You walk slowly, letting each step become a measured, melodic beat. The rhythm of your steps feels oddly comforting, like a metronome set to your heart. You find a patch of moss, velvety and dark, as soft as a plush pillow. You sink your toes into it and feel the ground pulse beneath. The moss offers a cool, almost musical resonance to your skin. You pause, inhaling the earthy perfume, letting it settle into your lungs. Your mind drifts to distant history, the memory of Roman aqueducts carrying water across cities. The quiet hum of the reeds feels similar to the ancient stone arches carrying streams. You laugh softly at the incongruity of aqueducts and reeds, a little historical joke. Your ears catch a faint rustle, reminiscent of a dry leaf in late autumn. The sound is gentle, like a sigh from the very ground itself. You feel as though the earth is exhaling, breathing out its own stories. There's a feeling of depth, as if the silence beneath is an ocean of knowledge. You think about that secret subway rumor beneath the Great Wall of China, fringe, yet oddly plausible. That quirky tidbit tickles your curiosity, a faint, playful itch. Remember the quiet, just a whisper from the sky, like a shy child asking a question. You feel the sky above, vast and unhurried, a canvas of subtle blues. The silence below meets the sky above in a soft, unspoken handshake. There's a rhythm to the silence, a slow heartbeat that syncs with your own pulse. You feel the world aligning, a gentle, comforting alignment of time and place. You remember a distant, old campfire, the crackle of wood, a distant memory. The silence, much like the fire's ember, is a gentle ember of warmth. A debate about whether the earliest calendars were based on lunar or solar cycles comes to mind. Historians still argue whether the earliest calendars were based on lunar or solar cycles. You let that question linger, a soft, intellectual curiosity fluttering in the quiet. You feel your shoulders relax, tension easing like a balloon released. You let your gaze wander over the water-slicked ground, a mirror for the sky. Tiny insects scuttle across the surface, leaving behind bright, fleeting trails. You watch them, fascinated by the tiny, bright specks that vanish in the silence. You feel your breath become a gentle chant, a low, soothing hum. The silence isn't lonely. It's a partner in your gentle, thoughtful wander. You notice a rusted iron nail, buried under the soil like a forgotten relic. The nail glints faintly, hinting at a past life, a story of craft gone quiet. You smile, imagining a blacksmith long ago, forging tools beneath a calm canopy. That image blends past and present, like a quiet echo in the reeds. The silence, now a companion, seems to murmur the same echo in return. You let your mind wander to the idea of a hidden library beneath the forest floor. You imagine ancient scholars studying scrolls while birds chirp above. You feel the hum of the earth, deep and steady like an old lullaby. You walk through the thicket, the hush pressing against your ears like a soft blanket. Leaves brush your cheek, a gentle, cool caress, a reminder of nature's tenderness. You continue, feeling more at ease, as if each breath is a step toward deep sleep. Your body aligns with the rhythm of the grass, a quiet synchronization. You sense the air thickening into a comforting, silent blanket. The reeds sigh around you, their gentle motion almost a lullaby. You notice a small puddle, reflecting a slice of the sky above. The puddle's surface is smooth, calm, and almost glass-like. You crouch, feeling the coolness seep into your legs, a gentle reminder of water's embrace. The silence deepens, like a soft whisper that promises peace. You feel your thoughts slow, the mind uncluttering like a storm clearing. The world feels distant, like a painting brushed in gentle, slow strokes. You recall the quiet nights of childhood, when the world was a soft, hushed story. The memory is a gentle, comforting reminder of serenity. You find a smooth stone, warm from the sun, embedded in the path. The stone feels like a friendly hand, gentle and reassuring. You touch its surface, feeling the texture of time embossed in it. A faint swirl marks it, an old symbol carved by hands long gone. You trace it with your finger, feeling the echo of ancient art. The silence stays, a soft endless companion to the stone story. You continue walking, letting each breath be a gentle wave. The air smells faintly of pine, a distant forest scent that soothes. You feel the pine scent like a gentle hug, a quiet welcome. You hear distant birds call, their songs weaving in and out of silence. A chorus starts, almost a duet between birds and wind. You listen, feeling the harmony deepen, almost like a quiet choir in the forest. You walk deeper, past a tree whose trunk is etched with vines. The vines twist around the trunk like ribbons, a living, silent art. You feel the bark cool against your palm, a subtle, natural caress. You pause, contemplating the age of the tree, the longevity of its silence. You think of how many footsteps have crossed this path, each leaving a silent trace. Your mind slows, feeling the weight of history and the lightness of the moment. You step lightly, letting the sound of your steps be a gentle metronome. The reeds sway, a slow, rhythmic dance in the wind. You feel the wind's breath, a subtle, cool whisper against your skin. You hear a distant howl, the sound dissolving into the hush. The howl is the wind's way of remembering, a quiet melody. Your mind reflects on how silence is a bridge, connecting present peace to ancient stories. You feel a gentle excitement, as if you are a part of a silent tapestry. You think of a child who once played here, the laughter a distant echo. You imagine the child's wonder, a quiet, bright sparkle in the air. You feel the warmth of that child's joy, a gentle, silent light. You let your mind wander, letting the quiet become your soundtrack. You notice a subtle shift in the sky, a pale blush of sunrise coming. The light spreads, a soft ribbon of warmth over the reeds. You feel the warmth kiss your skin, a soft, gentle touch. The sun rises higher, and the silence deepens, as if the day itself takes a breath. You smile, feeling the world's silence, a quiet comfort that steadies any wandering. You inhale, feeling the fresh, crisp air of morning, a quiet promise of continuity. You exhale, the breath leaving a gentle, slow wave of calm. You walk on, the silence your compass, guiding every step. You feel the path beneath you ripple, a subtle echo of distant water. The path is smooth, forgiving, a natural cradle for your feet. You sense a quiet companionship, as if every leaf is a soft whisper. You feel the wind shift, a gentle reminder that time flows quietly. You remember the quiet before the sun rises, a soft, dark lullaby. You feel the world awakening gently, but the silence lingers, steady and solid. You consider the idea that silence is not empty, but a full heart of the earth. You feel that thoughts settle, like a bead of dew on the grass. You laugh softly at the idea that even silence has a heart. The laughter blends into the hush, a quiet, happy murmur. You feel your body settle into the rhythm, a quiet anchor. Your eyes close briefly, feeling the soft, silent embrace of the reeds. You hear the low, steady rhythm of your own heart, a quiet drum. You let the sound guide you, a gentle lullaby that invites deeper calm. The silence extends, a quiet river of stillness that soothes all senses. You feel your limbs relax, each muscle letting go of tension. Your mind follows the path of soundlessness, a quiet, steady voyage. You recall the quiet river that ran past these fields, its waters smooth and clear. You think of how the river's hush might have once carried stories from distant lands. You feel the river's presence, a quiet echo of flowing water. Your breathing deepens, a slow wave of peace, a quiet tide. You sense the silence's pulse in your chest, a comforting rhythm. You feel your thoughts settle, drifting in gentle, silent currents. The silence around you feels like a blanket, soft, warm, and enveloping. You take a deep breath, savoring the quiet as if it were a drink. The quiet tastes like calm, like the first sip after a long day. You let that taste linger, a gentle reminder of serenity. The silence invites you to rest, to ease into stillness. You remain in this quiet, a place where time does not rush. You feel the world slow, like a song played in halftime. You are here in a sanctuary of quiet, a pause that lets you breathe. The quiet feels timeless, echoing past and future in one breath. You feel your heart and mind in harmony, both following the hush. You let the silence carry you forward gently, like a tide. You stay, embracing the quiet, accepting its steady, comforting presence. You feel the day settle, as if the sky is folding inward in calm. The silence remains, a quiet presence that holds your thoughts lightly. You feel the world quiet and vast, and you are a part of it. You are ready at last to let the world slip into a gentle, silent dream. The sun, heavy with gold, climbs the western edge, painting the horizon with molten amber. You feel the warmth seep into your bones, a gentle reminder that daylight still loves to linger. Golden rays spill like spilled honey, stretching over reeds that quiver with quiet excitement. Your breath, once a rapid drum, slows into a soft, deliberate pulse, like a metronome in sleep. You notice the sky turning a palette of burnt orange, peach, and faint violet. Each hue washes over the fields, turning the ordinary into a living canvas. The air smells of wet earth and distant citrus, a perfume only dusk can conjure. You hear a distant owl, hooting softly, a soundtrack for the night. Historians still argue whether the earliest calendars were based on lunar or solar cycles. The moon rises, pale and full, a silver guardian watching over you. Its light paints the reeds in a translucent glow, turning them almost ethereal. The reeds sigh, a final exhale before the night sets in. You inhale a last breath of cool air, a memory of the day's journey. Your body loosens, and the path beneath dissolves into a gentle hush. The sun begins to dip, a tender whisper of the day's end. Your feet leave faint prints, each one a soft echo in the reeds. The wind carries a faint scent of pine, a forest perfume. A quiet hush settles, and the world seems to breathe together. Your ears catch the murmur of a hidden stream, its water whispering secrets. The story reminds you that even darkness can hold beauty, like a hidden treasure. You see the moonlight reflecting on dew-laced leaves, a silver curtain. You laugh gently at how it sounds like a choir of mice. Memories swirl campfires, songs, family laughter, each one quieting into the night. You let them rest, like old vinyl spins slowly, leaving a faint scent. The scent of wet soil and midnight lavender fills the space. Everything settles, aligning into a quiet symphony of stillness. Ready for sleep, you surrender to the night, letting your thoughts drift like leaves on water. The world around you hums softly, a gentle lull that lulls even the busiest mind. Your body settles into a state of deep relaxation, muscles releasing tension. You smile, content in the quiet, letting the universe cradle you. The reeds around you murmur, speaking in a secret language. Your mind wanders to places visited earlier, all of them now quiet and safe. You notice the reeds whispering tales, a chorus of the earth's memories. Each tale is a lull, a gentle pull to drift into dreams. Your eyelids grow heavy, the world dimming like a fading photograph. A final breath, a sigh, and you slip under the night's soft cover. You stretch your limbs, feeling the lingering chill from the river's edge. The water glints like scattered fireflies, each stone a tiny lantern. You watch the light dance, a gentle applause in the dimming sky. A ripple lifts a speck of dust, turning it into a comet for a heartbeat. The air is cool, scented with pine and damp earth, almost like a campfire. Historians still argue whether the first recorded eclipse happened near the Nile. But that mystery adds a layer of wonder to every ripple. You lean closer, feeling the gentle caress of the breeze. The breeze carries a hint of salt, reminding you of distant shores. A dragonfly alights on a stone, its wings flashing with sudden light. You notice its pattern, a mosaic that resembles a forgotten map. The map, if you dare, hints at routes used by traders centuries ago. The mainstream fact: the Romans built aqueducts to transport water over long distances. You hear a distant hum, almost a song from the earth itself. The hum is low, like a bass line from a giant cello. It rises and falls, matching the rhythm of your own breathing. You exhale slowly, letting the sound embed in your thoughts. Your mind drifts to an old legend whispered by local villagers. They say a mermaid once danced near these stones, leaving a pearl trail. The pearl trail, you imagine, glowed like a path of tiny stars. A quirky tidbit: some people believe that moonlit snowflakes never melt. You chuckle softly, knowing the science disagrees, but the image feels true. The stones glow brighter as the sun dips below the horizon. Each reflection becomes a tiny canvas, painted with the twilight's soft colors. Your fingers trace a line of light, feeling the river's pulse. You stop, letting the light do its own painting. The scene feels like a secret gallery, hidden behind a curtain of reeds. You imagine an artist walking through, pausing to capture the moment. The artist whispers thanks, and the river answers with a quiet splash. The splash ripples, sending light across the water in a fleeting storm. You watch as the light scatters like confetti, a celebration of serenity. A nearby frog croaks, a tiny metronome for the twilight. You listen, feeling a gentle tug to close your eyes. The sound of your breathing syncs with the river's gentle sigh. You feel the day settling into a soft, amber blanket. The river's edge becomes a mirror, reflecting stars just starting to appear. You spot a single silver star, winking like a secret joke. It seems to nod, as if answering an unasked question. A whisper of wind nudges your hair like a feathered fan. You let it brush your scalp, feeling relaxed and light. The night deepens, and the reeds sing a lullaby of their own. You join the chorus, feeling your mind drift with every note. You notice that your heartbeat slows, matching the slow, steady light. The river's surface under the stars shows a faint, ghostly shimmer. You sit on a flat stone, feeling its cool, stone skin. You gaze into the depth, watching reflections of the night sky. A subtle rustle suggests a passing fox, maybe just a myth. The fox, if present, would blend into the shadows perfectly. You smile, amused by the idea of a hidden forest creature. The river's rhythm becomes a mantra, soothing your thoughts. Your mind travels farther, to ancient times of early civilizations. You think of the Sumerians, who carved their stories into clay. Their tales of water gods seem almost prophetic in this quiet. You feel the presence of those voices, a whisper through the reeds. The reeds hum a low chord, a bridge between past and present. You breathe in and feel the earth pulse with that ancient beat. The ancient beat syncs with the river, creating harmony. You close your eyes, letting the river's glow fill your senses. The water's temperature is still warm from the day's heat. It feels comforting, like a blanket that never takes warmth. A small fish leaps, its body silver, mirroring the moon's reflection. You watch it, feeling a sense of unity with nature. Every sound now is a note in a natural symphony. The wind brings the scent of distant sea, faint and endless. You remember a childhood promise to return to this place. The promise feels alive, like a secret echo in your heart. You notice a stone that glows faintly, a relic of old rituals. Historians still argue whether such glow is due to mineral or magic. The glow is subtle, but your attention sharpens to it. You imagine ancient fire masters crafting spells in these precise stones. Their whispers echo through the river, carrying stories for those who listen. You feel gratitude for these moments, as if the world whispers a thank you. The night grows quieter, the river a soft lull that lulls deeper. You let your consciousness drift, following the flow of water. The water seems to guide you to stillness, gently nudging your thoughts. The rhythm of the river becomes a lullaby of its own. You close your eyelids, feeling the cool stone against your temples. The stone's texture is rough, yet it feels like a friend. You imagine you have found an old map that leads to a hidden cave. The cave, if real, would hold treasure, or maybe just light. The imagination fuels the serenity you already feel in this place. You take one last breath, absorbing the midnight calm. The river sighs again, a final note before the night deepens. Your mind feels light, a feather in a quiet room. The world outside is still, listening for your thoughts to return. You feel the pulse of the river, a steady, deep rhythm. You let your thoughts flow with that rhythm, easing into sleep. The story of the water is a gentle reminder of calm. You realize every stone, every ripple, holds a quiet story. You imagine those stories unfolding in your dreams tonight. You feel the river's edge glowing, a soft amber lantern of night. The glow invites you to stay within its gentle orbit, a protective circle. You feel the ground beneath shift slightly, a subtle vibration across the stone. This vibration feels like the earth breathing, a slow, rhythmic pulse. Your body relaxes further, the tension melting like wax in sunlight. Imagine the river holding a treasure map, a quest for the curious mind. Yet in this moment, the treasure is simply peace, a golden moment. A distant owl hoots, adding another layer to the nocturnal choir. Whispered wind carries the scent of wild berries, tempting your senses. You close your eyes, letting the sensations blend into one whole. Your dreams start to fold around the river's gentle song. The song swells, an unseen hand guiding your thoughts into rhythm. You feel your heart beat in sync with the tide of silence. Historians still argue whether the first navigational chart was based on stars alone. That legend feels distant yet close, like a distant memory within reach. You notice the river reflecting starlight, creating a path of silver across water. That path seems to walk itself, a journey without feet. The quiet feels like a promise, a commitment to rest, never broken. You picture yourself drifting, carried by the light, without control. The light, like an ember, warms your palms, a steady glow. Each ember becomes a word in a gentle lullaby. You feel the presence of ancient fishermen, once casting nets near these stones. Their memories linger, a quiet testament to nature's generosity. The earth around you pulses, a living heartbeat beneath the surface. The river's flow is a gentle stream, almost a secret river of thought. You imagine the water carrying stories across centuries, a silent courier. Your thoughts travel with it, settling deeper into the earth. You let the tide guide you into final surrender, gentle and peaceful. The night wraps around you like a blanket of old, worn velvet. You feel one last warm breath, the final wave of daylight. The river sighs in an echo, a promise that tomorrow will be calm. The story settles, a quiet pause that reverberates within you. You feel the hush tighten as the bushes lean toward you. The wind whispers through the leaves, a soft sigh of woodland secrets. You lean in, letting the rustle become a lullaby of green. A single leaf twirls like a tiny leaf dragon, spinning softly. You follow its path, watching it glide like a tiny comet. The sways feel rhythmic, as if the bushes are breathing along with you. You notice each stalk bending like a polite greeting to a passing cloud. The sound of the leaves creates a tapestry of tiny, echoing notes. You hum along, matching your breath to the hush of the understory. The air smells faintly of pine and wet loam, an earthy perfume. You inhale deeply, and the scent fills every corner of your mind. The breeze carries a whisper of distant river, calling you closer. You wander along, your footsteps a gentle tap on the soft moss. A fern unfurls beside you, petals like velvet flags in the wind. You feel the soft fabric of its fronds against your fingertips. The plants lean toward you in an almost conspiratorial way. You listen, and the forest seems to respond with a gentle rustle. You hear a distant bark, the echo of a wandering animal. The sound fades into background, leaving only a calm, steady hush. You continue forward, the path illuminated by dappled sunlight. Each leaf shimmers slightly as sunbeams slice through the canopy. The light flickers like dancing fireflies on a spring evening. You pause, noticing a cluster of small wildflowers blooming. Their colors burst against the green, a bright splash of color. You gently touch one, feeling its velvety surface. The petals cool with dew, a subtle touch of chill. You smile, amused by the garden's tiny, playful presence. You walk deeper. The bushes begin to lean more closely together. They seem to form a protective circle around you. Your shadow stretches beside the circle, a dark ribbon of calm. You think, do gardens grow this way by design or by nature? You imagine an ancient gardener arranging them to guide wanderers. You wonder if this is a secret ritual ground of some forgotten tribe. The thought tickles you, a soft giggle rising from your chest. You hear a faint hum, as if the earth itself were humming a tune. The hum syncs with your heartbeat, almost like a metronome. You let your breathing match the rhythm, slow and smooth. A sudden breeze lifts a stray leaf. It floats like a floating thought. You watch it drift, a quiet companion on your journey. You chuckle softly, as if sharing a private joke with the trees. The light begins to change, golden edges brushing the foliage. You feel the warmth, a gentle caress from the day's final sun. You glide past a small clearing, a quiet oasis of stillness. A patch of grass glistens with morning dew, like tiny mirrors. You kneel, feeling the dampness against your skin. It feels cool, a refreshing splash against the warm afternoon. You breathe deeply, and the forest offers a lullaby to your mind. The birds nearby chirp a steady, melodic rhythm. Each chirp adds to the symphony of your gentle steps. The wind stirs more, sending a shower of leaves to kiss your shoulder. You feel them brush against you like soft feathers, a tender touch. You pause to listen, letting the rustle be the only sound. The hush grows thicker, like a blanket of stillness. A hidden bird's wing flutters and then settles. The bird sits near your shoulder, eyes bright with curiosity. You feel its heartbeat, a quiet flutter against your side. The bird chirps, a tiny greeting in the evening air. You reply with a nod, a silent acknowledgement of friendship. You continue, the leaves overhead creating a living roof. The canopy closes around you, forming a tunnel of green. The air here is cooler, the breeze a gentle breath. You notice a subtle scent of ancient stone, a hint of old ruins. You think of distant times when stones stood tall. A mainstream historical fact fills your mind, a casual flash of the past. Did you know the Romans built aqueducts to carry water across rugged terrain? You picture the marble arches, their shadows on the green floor, the sound of the water, a distant memory in your mind. You imagine the aqueduct's stones singing to the wind. You smile at the thought, amused by Roman engineering prowess. The bush next to you bends, as if nodding in agreement. You feel a curious connection to the ancient stones. A quirky, fringed tidbit tickles your imagination. Some believe that the moon's surface is lined with forgotten crystal gardens. You laugh softly, the sound blending with the rustle. The forest seems to smile back with a gentle whisper. You close your eyes, listening to the chorus of leaves. The bushes whisper secrets, each one different and old. You feel the stories seep into your thoughts like a warm tide. A breeze carries a faint scent of citrus, a distant orchard. You drift into a comfortable calm, the woods around you humming. A whisper of debate lands quietly in your mind. Historians still argue whether the Great Pyramid's chambers were hidden for secret rituals. The debate lingers like a distant echo over your inner field. You consider the possibility, the mystery adding spice to the forest. You smile, amused by the notion of hidden chambers amidst reeds. You walk toward a thicket of bush, the bark thick and rough. You touch the bark, feeling the ridges of nature's design. The surface is warm, a gentle heat from the earth's core. You pause, letting your fingers explore the texture. A rustle signals movement, a small creature exploring. A field mouse darts across, leaving a tiny paw print. You watch, fascinated by the tiny life. You let your mind wander to other small worlds nearby. You notice a sapling growing through the roots of a large trunk. Its leaves tremble in the breeze, a fragile dance. You feel your own breath match the sapling's rustle. You pause to hear the subtle call of a nightjar. Its song lingers like a lull in the air. You let the sound soothe your thoughts, a soft exhale. You walk, each step soft on moss, light as a feather. The bushes sway with each rhythm, a gentle conversation. You feel the world shift in calm layers, like an earbud of nature. The silence around you is thick, but not heavy. You feel your muscles relax, release, surrender to the hush. You take a deep breath, smelling the earth's perfume. You notice the scent of wet stone, a mineral heart. You imagine an ancient quarry, stones raised for a sacred purpose. A quiet memory of human hands lifts rock. You picture the stone's journey to become a garden. You feel a sense of awe, a small awe that warms you. The wind passes through a crack, sounding like a tiny flute. You close your eyes to let the sound carry you. The breeze is a gentle guide, a companion on your walk. You follow the path, the bushes creating a natural corridor. They lean forward, forming an archway that invites you in. You step through, feeling the coolness of shade brush your skin. The area beyond is a small clearing, a quiet pool. The pool's water glistens in the twilight, a black screen. Sunlight flickers on the glassy surface, tiny stars on a blanket. You sit on a smooth stone, feeling the dampness at its base. You watch the bubbles form on the water's surface, tiny hearts. The sound of water is a steady, soft lull. You can hear the echo of your own breath. The quiet invites you to let thoughts drift like leaves. You imagine a world where rivers carry stories. You imagine a world where the wind sings the song of leaves. You imagine a world where you are part of that story. The bush around you seems to lean into your presence. A rustle whispers something sweet, a secret shared between you. You feel your mind ease, the bush's secret a quiet blessing. You smile at the thought, content in the hush. A small insect buzzes near, a gentle hum, almost absent. You laugh softly, the sound a tiny percussion. The sound of the insect blends with the rustle. You listen, and the forest seems to exhale. Your heartbeat slows, a steady, gentle pulse. You inhale, and the breath feels a gentle tide. Your exhale is a soft whisper flowing into the grove. You feel the air vibrate with a faint hum of life. The hush is thick, but there's a subtle beat in it. The bush next to you shivers, its leaves singing. A small spider drags a silk line across the path. You watch, fascinated by the delicate dance. You pause, letting the line's motion become a lullaby. You feel your shoulders drop, a release in your body. You stand again, feeling the light breeze on your skin. The breeze carries a faint scent of lavender, a distant field. You follow the smell, feeling lightness in your chest. A small creek murmurs nearby, adding to the orchestra. You lean over, feeling the cool water on your hand. The stream is a thin ribbon, flowing like a ribbon of thought. You watch the reflections of the sky in the water. You feel transported, like a dream within the green. The hush deepens. The sound of the stream is a lullaby. You feel your mind drift, your thoughts like leaves on the water. You smile at the feeling, a quiet gratitude rising. You watch a bright firefly land on a leaf. It glows like tiny amber, a flicker of night. You feel its light calm your nervous system. You hear the subtle chirr of insects around you. You let their chorus guide you into deeper calm. You sit again on a stone, letting the sound surround you. The tree overhead rustles, a soft, whispered greeting. The hush around you is a soft blanket of thoughts. You feel the earth vibrating beneath your feet, a quiet hum. You let the vibrations sync with your breathing. The tree's leaves sway in time with the wind. You feel a subtle rhythm of nature's pulse. You are alone, but not lonely, in the chorus of woods. The bush around you is a secret keeper, sharing wisdom. The whisper inside the stems is a soft advice. Take it easy. You laugh at the thought, the sound a gentle tickle in the air. The hush envelops, a warm, natural embrace. You feel your eyelids thrum with relaxation. The whisper of debate lingers near your mind. Historians still argue whether the first recorded eclipse was at the Nile Valley. The idea lingers like a question in a quiet room. You let the thought drift away with the wind. You hear the distant call of a night owl. Its voice is a deep, slow, rhythmic bark. You smile at the bird's presence. His ancient song fills the night. The bush above you shivers. A gentle, secret whisper travels. You feel its message like a warm, soft pat on your shoulder. You let the quiet settle, your mind gentle as a feather. You walk through the clearing, the path lined with moss. The moss cushions each step, a soft, damp cushion. You feel the ground's softness, a natural bed of green. The hush continues, as if the forest is holding its breath. Your thoughts slow, each beat of your heart aligning with the hush. You pause, letting the silence fill your chest. You let the wind blow past, carrying an ancient tune. The wind seems to hum the memory of old rivers. You feel your breathing match that subtle hum. You close your eyes, letting the wind become a lullaby. A gentle wind swirls around you, bringing a faint floral scent. You inhale, feeling the aroma soothe your mind. You exhale, releasing tension like a sigh to the forest. The bush next to you seems to breathe in sync with you. You feel a shared rhythm, a quiet companionship. You smile, amused by the idea of trees breathing with you. The hush grows deeper, inviting you to rest like a wanderer. A subtle rustle is like a whisper in your ear. A small frog croaks in the background, a gentle metronome. You hear its song, and you let your mind flow with it. Your heart slows, aligning with the slow, steady croak. You feel the breath of the night, a cool, soft veil. You feel your body sink into the ground's embrace. You hear the distant howl of a wolf, distant echo. The howl is a long, low note, filling the night. You find comfort in the presence of the wood's voice. The bush rustles softly, a gentle hum of life. The bush is a friend, a companion with patience. You feel grateful for the moment, a quiet thank you. You are part of a quiet story, a part of a whispered legend. You feel a gentle wind carrying a faint scent of pine. The pine aroma grounds you, a quiet anchor. The hush is full of small stories, all unfolding gently. You feel your mind drifting, a calm tide guiding you. You remember a past moment of joy, a memory in your mind. You let that memory join the hush, a tender addition. The bush next to you shivers, its leaves rustling softly. The sound is like a friendly murmur at your ears. You feel the softness of its presence, a soft, calming pressure. The hush surrounds you, a blanket of calm. You smile softly, a quiet grin within the woods. The wind moves in between the branches, a quiet breath. You feel your feet on the soil, light and damp. You notice in the distance a silver ribbon of stream. The stream whispers, a calm water lullaby. You take a deep breath, feeling the air as a living thing. You exhale and let the breath settle into a steady rhythm. You hear a sound faintly, a bird's song echoing. The song blends with the hush, a sweet, gentle texture. You feel your heart beat, a pulse matching the wind. You let the rustle of leaves become a background hum. Your thoughts start to drift, like leaves on water. You feel the quiet embrace of nature's presence. You sense the bush whispering something like a secret. A faint idea of peace fills your mind. The hush in the woods is soothing, calming, gentle. You stand still, feeling the earth's pulse beneath you. You let the hush pull you deeper into a state of calm. You feel the wind, a soft partner in your rest. The hush is a gentle lullaby, singing you into sleep. You feel the path's edge soften as your toes dip into cool water. The water shivers, a gentle swell that feels like a patient hug. You breathe in slowly, letting the mist kiss your chest. You smile, amused by how ordinary moments can feel like a sunrise. You notice the reeds humming, a low lullaby beneath your sandals. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. It seemed practical in the film. You chuckle softly at the memory, the idea still oddly comforting. A feather-light breeze whispers past, carrying faint scents of wet earth. The air tastes of moss, a subtle hint of ancient forests. Somewhere, a distant drum of a frog echoes like a metronome. You pause, allowing the sounds to settle like dust on a window. Your fingers trace the water's surface, watching ripples play tag. Each ripple expands, stretching into space like a quiet starfield. You feel your heartbeat aligning with the steady drum of the river. The current nudges, a gentle hand guiding your thoughts downstream. You watch a dragonfly pause midair, its wings a translucent clock. It lands briefly on a reed, then takes off like a hummingbird. You smile at its reckless grace, a tiny reminder of freedom. The reeds sway, creating a rhythm you can almost taste. A gust lifts a leaf. It floats like a paper boat. You watch the boat drift, trailing behind you like a kite. The leaf's path mirrors your own, winding, gentle, soothing. You breathe out slowly, each exhale loosening a muscle in your calf. You lift your foot, feeling the water pulse with each step. The swell embraces your heel, a soft, rubbery cushion. You pause again, the quiet turning into a lullaby. A distant call of a loon sounds like an ancient trumpet. You turn your head, catching the loon on a far lake. The loon dives, creating bubbles that rise like shy stars. The bubbles pop softly, a tiny percussion in the hush. You smile, amused by how simple bubbles can be grand. The water's surface mirrors the sky, a perfect, liquid reflection. The sky is pale, hinting at the day's slow fade. You hear the reeds whisper, a gentle reminder of patience. You recall the story of how reeds were once used for boats. The legend sways, boats carved by hands over 1,000 years. You marvel at how nature writes its own history. The history floats beside you, as light as a feather. You listen to the water's rhythm, a heartbeat of the earth. The rhythm syncs with your breathing, a slow, deep hum. Your mind drifts, the images of reeds and water intertwining. You feel a contented calm, like a hammock in the breeze. A spider nearby spins a tiny web, glistening. The web catches moonlight, turning thin silk into stars. You smile, amused by how even spiders can paint light. The sun touches the water, scattering flecks of gold. You feel the gold as a gentle, warm applause. The applause fills the space, a quiet celebration. You hear a distant bell, its chime echoing across reeds. The bell rings softly, a signal of time passing. You note the bell, its resonance reminding of campfire stories. The campfire stories echo, distant yet vivid. Romans built aqueducts to carry water across rugged terrain. You think of those arches standing tall amid stone fields. The arches reflect in the water like a silver map. You consider how engineering shaped the world, stone by stone. Some believe the moon's surface is lined with forgotten crystal gardens. You laugh at the idea, the thought oddly mesmerizing. The moonlight spills over water, painting silver paths. You see your toes tracing invisible tracks on the surface. The tracks ripple, dissolving like secrets on a page. You feel the water's cool touch, a gentle embrace. Each footstep sends a ripple, a tiny applause of nature. You pause, absorbing the sound of your own breathing. Your breath settles into a slow, even cadence. It feels like a lullaby from the reeds themselves. You feel a sense of belonging, like a leaf floating home. The calm swells, like a wave carrying your worries away. You watch the wave crest, then fall, soft and slow. It cradles your mind, a patient lull. You smile, amused by how the reeds seem to hug. A breeze drifts by, carrying the scent of rain. Rain. You remember a rainy memory from childhood. The memory feels distant, a faint echo in your mind. You lean back, letting the water soothe you further. The water's surface reflects the sky, a calm mirror. You imagine the sky shifting into twilight slowly. You hear the gentle clink of a distant spoon. The spoon clink is a subtle reminder of campfire mugs. You think of the quiet warmth of fire. The warmth seems to seep through your soul. You feel safe, wrapped in the reed's subtle blanket. Historians still argue whether the Great Pyramid's chambers were hidden for secret rituals. The argument echoes in your mind like a distant drum. You let it fade, focusing on water's steady song. The song feels like a lullaby in your chest. You feel your body relax, muscles unwinding effortlessly. A hummingbird flutters nearby, wings making soft music. The hummingbird's song is a high-pitched hum. You giggle at its tiny, energetic rhythm. The giggle fades into the soft hum of reeds. You watch the reeds sway in a pattern you can almost hear. The pattern becomes a gentle metronome. You feel your pulses syncing with this metronome. Your mind clears like a clean glass of water. You think of how water cleanses, both physically and mentally. You realize that each ripple is a small cleanse. You inhale, feeling the cool dampness against your lips. The dampness soothes the dryness of your tongue. You exhale, releasing tension like a soap bubble. The bubble pops, a tiny, satisfying pop. You watch the water continue its journey, patient and calm. The journey feels like a story, written by currents. You feel like a character in that tale. You smile, amused by the thought of becoming a leaf. The water's surface mirrors your reflection, a perfect portrait. You notice a small fish gliding silently beneath. The fish moves, a silent dancer. You watch it with fascination, almost hypnotic. The fish disappears, leaving a ripple behind. You sit on a stone, feeling warm and grounded. The stone's surface is smooth, cool to the touch. You feel the stone's weight in your palm. The stone seems to whisper, "Stay a while." You agree silently. The wish to stay is natural. You listen to the water ripple, a lullaby in time. You let your thoughts drift like floating leaves. The leaves float, dancing softly, gentle and bright. You feel a gentle calm, like a lullaby's embrace. You breathe deep, the air filling your lungs slowly. Your lungs feel full, expanding like a boat in calm sea. The boat feels weightless, just a ripple of your breath. You smile, thinking of how a boat feels like breathing. The reeds hum, a quiet song that soothes the night. You feel your eyelids growing heavy, like a sleeping cat. You notice the sun's last rays slipping into horizon. The horizon glows orange, a farewell kiss. You think of how sunsets are like bedtime stories. You relax, letting the story finish gently. You feel the world slowing, a soft lull. The world hums a final song. You feel the hush deepening. You lie down on the stone, feeling cool against your back. You let your body sink into the stone's groove. The groove holds you like a blanket, snug and silent. You close your eyes, letting the wind brush. The wind carries the scent of lavender from a nearby field. You inhale, the scent soothing your mind like a lullaby. You exhale, releasing tension, feeling light. Your heart beats slowly, like waves in a calm sea. The waves tickle your ears, a gentle echo. You feel safe, surrounded by nature's gentle arms. The reeds surround you, forming a cage of green. You feel the cage cradle your body. You smile, amused that nature made this for you. You feel the air humming, like a low bass. You breathe, letting the hum fill your spirit. You listen to the silence, but it hums quietly. The silence hums like a soft bass in a song. You feel the humming dissolve into sleep. The scene fades. You feel your feet touch a damp surface that sighs with the rising mist. A low mist curls like a sleepy tide, wrapping the reeds in a gray blanket. Your breath turns misty, each exhale a cloud drifting into the darkening sky. You notice that the mist feels like a lazy cat stretching over the earth. It shrouds the trees, their trunks becoming silhouettes in a watercolor dream. You pause, letting the haze soften the sharp edges of your surroundings. The sounds shift, deeper and muffled under the veil of gray. You hear the distant murmur of the river, a low lullaby. Your mind drifts, unhurried as the mist unfurls. You trace the edges of a reed, its shape blurred by the damp air. You smile at the absurdity of chasing a floating thought. You think the mist might be a secret invitation to a hidden world. You lean closer, willing the fog to reveal its mysteries. The air is cool, a gentle reminder that night is approaching. You inhale, feeling the moisture tickle your nose and linger. Your breath is steady, a rhythmic pulse that matches the mist. You keep walking, the path winding beneath your sneakers. The reeds sway, a slow dance directed by the wind. You notice the wind, whispering through the needles of the mist. You feel the coolness of the damp soil under your soles. You let your thoughts float with the mist, lighter than a feather. You recall that the first recorded use of fog here, whether in history, was during the Battle of Alesia. You chuckle at the irony of ancient soldiers battling fog. You remember an old story about people using fermented algae as toothpaste. It sounds quirky, but a fringe tidbit that keeps your night curious. You wonder about the subtle scent of the damp reeds. It smells earthy, like moss and ancient pine needles. Your ears pick up the rustle of small creatures. A cricket chirps, its song a metronome in the twilight. You notice the vibration of the ground, a hum that runs through your shoes. Your heart beats in sync with the earth's deep pulse. You feel a slight pressure underfoot, the mist holding a secret. The mist rises, swallowing the last of daylight. You hear a distant call, maybe a lone wolf lamenting in the distance. You feel the hush grow thicker, wrapping you in a velvet blanket. You take a deep breath, inhaling mist that tastes like cold water. You exhale slowly, letting the fog dissolve with each breath. You notice an ancient stone marker in the path. It's carved with spirals that glow faintly in the dim light. You press your palm against the stone, feeling the coolness. You think of the Taj Mahal, finished in 1653, a testament to Mughal architecture. The stone's texture whispers stories of past travelers. You feel your toes flex, the dampness turning them slick. The mist clings like a fine coat of dust around your skin. You step forward, each foot leaving a fleeting, translucent mark. The water beneath a nearby patch ripples, reflecting the sky's fading colors. You glance up, the sky now a bruised indigo. You find the trees taller than your memory, the mist making them ghostly. You feel a gentle chill brushing against the back of your neck. You think about how the mist might be a natural fog machine. You giggle at the absurd image of a machine that fogs the world. You pause to listen, hearing the distant church bell from a hidden village. Its chime echoes, a soft reminder of ritual and time. You feel the rhythm of your own steps matching the bell's cadence. The mist swirls around your ankles, a playful partner. You look down, noticing a droplet of water gliding across your skin. You feel the droplet's coolness like a tiny splash in a lake. You inhale the scent of wet earth, a calm, grounding aroma. You feel your mind quieting, letting the fog become a meditation. You think of how fog in ancient Greece was considered a manifestation of the gods. You smile at the thought, the mythical fog as divine breath. You remember the fringe idea that the legendary city of Atlantis was a real ancient metropolis, lost beneath the waves. You find it fascinating how myths can stir curiosity. You feel the mist thickening, embracing you like a warm blanket. You hear a low hum, a vibration that hums through the reeds. The hum becomes a lullaby in the night's orchestra. You let your thoughts dissolve into the mist, floating like a dream. You walk on, each step feeling like a gentle, calming splash. You notice a rustle in the tall grass, something small scurrying. You tilt your head, watching a tiny insect cross your path. You grin, amused that a tiny creature knows the way to the river. The mist is now so dense that your eyes squint, trying to catch the light. You rely on your sense of hearing, the subtle creak of branches. Your heartbeat slows, aligning with the slow rhythm of the night. You feel the coolness of the mist against your cheeks. You smile, thinking this is the perfect moment for a whispered joke. You imagine the mist as a giant, invisible umbrella covering the world. Suddenly, a chill runs down your spine. You take a deep breath, filling your lungs with the crisp air. You let the breath out as a quiet exhale, smoothing any tension. You notice a faint, metallic scent from a rusted old gate nearby. It mingles with the earthy aroma of damp reeds. You think of how Romans built aqueducts to carry water across rugged terrain. Their arches stood tall amid stone fields, a marvel of engineering. You feel your mind drift into a calm reverie while the mist shrouds everything. The sound of the river fades deeper, as if muffled. You keep walking, following the path that seems to hum with ancient stories. You notice a patch of moss under a stone, lush and green. The moss feels cool, almost like a living carpet. You step carefully, not wanting to crush the living soil. You feel the damp earth, yielding a gentle, elastic feel beneath your shoes. You smile at the idea that each step might be recorded by the mist itself. The mist thickens, turning the reeds into silhouettes. You sense a slight vibration under your feet. You follow that vibration. It leads you toward a small clearing. The clearing is calm, the mist swirling around like a living curtain. You sit on a smooth stone, feeling its coolness seep through your socks. You listen to the distant lull of the river, a soothing murmur. You hear a deep sigh from the wind, as if the air itself is exhaling. You feel the wind's breath touch your face, cool and gentle. You feel a chill, a reminder that night is truly coming. You think the mist is like a blanket, wrapping the world in a soft embrace. You close your eyes briefly, breathing in the mist's coolness. You imagine the mist as a large, invisible cloud breathing with you. When you open your eyes, the mist still veils the trees. The mist seems infinite, a wall that stretches toward the horizon. You look toward the horizon, feeling a tug of curiosity. You feel your heart beat slowly, matching the slow rhythm of the mist. You think of how the desert's mirages create a similar fog, a trick of heat. You feel a faint vibration in the ground, perhaps the river's distant pulsing. You smile slightly, amused that the world is so oddly musical. You feel the hum of the earth under your feet, resonant and calm. You notice a small splash in a shallow puddle, a ripple in the middle of the mist. The ripple is brief, a moment before it fades into the fog. You feel a sense of wonder about how small actions can ripple in nature. You think of the open debate that historians still argue about whether certain ancient empires left clues in the landscape. You find this question fascinating, a puzzle that invites curiosity. The mist swirls around you, turning your surroundings into a dreamscape. You realize that your mind is a quiet companion, drifting with the mist. You find solace in the quiet that the mist brings. You hear a distant howl, the sound of a lone animal in the night. You feel the howl echo, a reminder that life still thrives. You think of the idea that the Great Pyramids, although solid, might have been built to reflect the night sky. You feel a slight breeze, the wind carrying a faint citrus scent. You inhale, feeling a tinge of bright, fresh fragrance. You exhale, feeling the tension melt from your shoulders. You think of how myths in many cultures explain fog as the breath of spirits. You find comfort in this gentle explanation of the mist. You feel the mist's density grow, each breath feeling as weightless. You hear a low, rhythmic thump, the distant heartbeat of a wild animal. You hear the thump grow softer, blending into the hush. You notice footprints in the damp mud, faint and elongated. You wonder if a recent traveler left them behind. Curiosity intrigues you. You pause, listening to the subtle tick of time between each thought. You feel the rhythm of the world, a slow, comforting pulse. The mist is thick enough that you can barely see your own hand in front of your face. You feel a calm curiosity, the world wrapped in a cool veil. You think of how the mist could conceal secrets from the world. You smile, amused by imagining hidden stories within each drop. You breathe, inhaling the cool, damp air, feeling the mist swirl around your lungs. You let the breath out, releasing your body's tension into the night. You sense the mist as a living presence, an unseen partner. You notice the sound of a passing frog croaking, its voice muffled by the fog. You hear it fade into the hush. You feel the chill of the mist against your neck, gentle as a whisper. You think how the mist in some cultures is considered a messenger for the dead. You feel a shiver of intrigue, a gentle thrill. You notice a faint glow from a firefly, but the mist dims it to a soft flicker. You smile at the tiny glow, amused that nature still paints small lights. You feel that glow reflect on the damp surface of a leaf. The leaf quivers, its edges trembling like a subtle echo. You feel the leaf's small tremors like the tremors of a distant storm. You think of the idea that the stars might be whispers from the universe. You feel a small wonder at the constancy of the night sky. You sense deep calm, a state where the mind is still as the mist. You hear subtle rustles from the lower branches, their leaves trembling with the wind. You feel the wind's light brush on your skin, a calm, soothing draft. You notice a glint from a distant stone, reflecting a faint light from a passing lantern. You think of the lantern's light as a tiny star among the mist. You feel a sense of safety, as if the mist wraps you in a cocoon. You feel the cool air settle against your cheeks, soothing. You think of the open debate that historians still argue about whether the ancient myths truly recorded real places. You feel the curiosity grow, a quiet fascination. The mist feels heavier now, as though the world is holding its breath. You lie on a stone, feeling the coolness spread over your back. You let your spine align with the stone's smooth curve. You close your eyes, breathing deep and slow, listening to the night. You sense the earth's hum, a bass line for the night sky. You feel the whisper of the mist around your body, gentle as a lull. You hear the night softly breathe, each exhale a quiet sigh. You find the mist's presence comforting, a gentle companion on your walk. You continue walking, each step a quiet note in the misted symphony. You recall the quirky idea that ancient cultures used fermented algae as toothpaste. You laugh quietly at the thought of such a strange tradition. You step over a puddle, feeling the splash of water against your foot. The splash is gentle, a small splash that returns to the mist. You feel the world around you slowing, an echo of time in the fog. You think of the ancient story of a river that ran uphill, a myth telling of an impossible truth. You feel a small spark of wonder, as if the earth has secrets to reveal. You notice a pale moon hanging low, a silver eye in the sky. You see the moon's light through the mist, a soft silver veil. You feel its glow on your cheek, gentle and reassuring. You think the moon was once considered a guiding light for travelers. You feel its guidance as a calming presence. You hear the rustle of leaves, an orchestra of tiny sounds. You feel the rhythm of the wind, a slow, steady heartbeat. You close your eyes again, letting the mist become part of your breathing. You feel the mist slip over your hand, cool as a secret. You note the scent of wet stone, a mineral perfume. You feel it seep into your senses, a grounding note. You think of how the mist might carry distant voices of ancient people. You feel a chill, but also comfort in the unknown. You feel your limbs loosen, your tension melting into the night. You think the mist is like a gentle tide pulling you toward rest. You feel the soft sway of the reeds, a lullaby in the air. You feel the faint hum underfoot, a quiet pulse. You hear a distant owl call, its sound echoing through the mist. You smile at the owl's voice, amused that the forest still sings. You feel the owl's wise presence in the dark. You feel the mist as a soft blanket, wrapping the world. You think of the idea that the best sleeping place is where the air is still and cool. You feel that notion settle, a gentle truth. You hear the distant rush of water as a distant heartbeat. You feel the rhythm of the land, a lullaby for your mind. You feel your breathing slow, a slow, steady rhythm. You feel deep in your chest, a calm, rhythmic pulse. You notice a feather floating in the mist, light as a dream. You feel a small, gentle lift as your mind drifts. You feel a sense of peace, a quiet moment of stillness. You hear the wind's soft whisper, a gentle lull. You feel your thoughts become small, like dew on a leaf. You feel the mist around you, quiet as a secret. You feel the night's breath kiss your face, cool and calming. You notice the rhythm of the world, slow, steady. You feel the earth's embrace under your back, supportive. You feel the soothing weight of the mist. You sense the world in sync with your breathing. You realize the mist is a living song. You feel the song gently easing you toward sleep. You let the wind carry you closer to the darkness. You feel the moment hold you like a soft pillow. You feel your eyelids grow heavy, the last barrier between wakefulness and dream. You taste the coolness of the mist against your lips, a gentle sweetness. You feel the night drawing closer, a soft blanket covering you. You feel the silence like a gentle hum. You close your eyes fully, letting the mist lull you deeper. You feel the mist dissolve into the night. You feel your mind soften, the world's whispers quieting into a lull. You feel the world wrap around you, calm and secure. You keep breathing, the rhythm of the mist and the night. You allow your body to rest in the quiet. You listen to the low, steady beating of the earth. You feel the cool mist on your skin, a gentle cradle. You feel your thoughts quiet, slipping away with each breath. You feel the mist wrap you in a gentle, soothing hush. You let the night's song carry you, softly and steadily. You feel yourself drifting toward sleep, the world a lullaby. You feel the peace of the mist settle over you, a gentle, cooling blanket. You let the night unfold, a soft embrace that carries you into rest. You let the night unfold, a soft embrace that carries you into rest. A faint hum vibrates through the reeds, hinting that the village lights are near. You sense a ripple of color, like a distant firefly that refuses to stay dark. The lights flicker, each one a tiny lighthouse for night walkers. It feels like a lantern that never forgets to blink politely. You pause, letting the glow seep into your mind like soft jazz. The rhythm of flicker matches your heartbeat, slow and steady. You wonder how long the lamps have endured, long enough for legends to sprout. Historians still argue whether the earliest lanterns were made of whale blubber. You notice a faint scent of jasmine, oddly smelling like a secret library. Historical fact: the Library of Alexandria once housed over 1 million scrolls. You imagine the flickering bulbs as miniature torchlight for those scrolls. You chuckle, thinking a librarian would smile at the light. The lamps continue, a subtle parade of fireflies with glass jars. The lights cast halos, each round of light shimmering against the wet reeds. You step toward the glow, guided by the rhythm of the river. Each glow seems to speak, telling stories of travelers who once walked these paths. You pause, listening to the rustle of leaves as if whispering names. The sound feels ancient, but the meaning dissolves into a gentle hum. You remember the quirky claim that the lamps were cast from melted moonstone. You grin again, imagining the moonstone lanterns glowing under a dragonfly sky. The night feels more playful, a gentle tease that the world holds many small enigmas. The owls call echoes like a single chord from a distant concert. You feel your heart sink, finding harmony with the nocturnal musician. A soft wind stirs, carrying the smell of rain that has just begun to fall. The sky glows a muted amber, a farewell from the sun with a wink. You watch as the first stars poke a finger through the darkness. The constellations appear, their lines stitching sky like a grand tapestry. You trace Orion, imagining it as a hunter pulling the night up toward us. Each star seems to whisper secrets to the wandering mind. You feel the universe a vast library, books written in starlight. You pause, letting the idea soak in like a sponge absorbing ink. The reed beds nearby ripple, as if the night swallows the sound and releases it again. The sound of water mingles with the rustle, forming a soothing symphony. Your thoughts slowly align with the rhythm of the environment, a quiet meditation. The lantern's glow dims, like a candle burning to its last flicker. You see how the light breathes, a living pulse that syncs with your heart. Your body relaxes, the muscles releasing tension like a soft sigh. The darkness becomes a gentle cradle, rocking you toward sleep. Your breathing slows, each breath a step farther into rest. The night's soft pressure holds you, as if a blanket wrapped in stars. You hear water drip from a leaf, a tiny metronome setting time. You feel the rhythm of drip echoing a lullaby in ancient caves. Your gaze follows the drip to the mossy patch, sparkling like dew. You remember the fringe rumor that moss glows to attract night-flying creatures. You chuckle, picturing moss glowing like a tiny lantern, guiding lost travelers. The night feels more alive, a story that sings the world to sleep. Your thoughts slow, echoing the distant lull that keeps your mind calm. You close your eyes, the lantern's last glow a soft ember fading. The world around you dims, but the faint light stays steady, a guardian. You feel a pulse, a subtle thrum that syncs with the night. The rhythm of your breath matches the earth's slow heartbeat. You hear the subtle crackle of saplings, a whisper of growth. You smile. The sound feels like the world's whispered gratitude. The night's darkness is inviting, like a cozy blanket ready for dreams. Your eyelids grow heavier, carrying the lull into deeper sleep. The world around you exhales, the last breath of the day. You find yourself in a place of quiet, a soft sanctuary wrapped in night. Your mind drifts along a river of stars, each one a gentle reminder. You are wrapped in soft light that never flickers, the lantern's ghost. Sleep approaches. The path to dreams is paved with whispers. You feel the pull of the night, a gentle invitation to surrender. Your breathing slows, each inhale a wave folding over the reed. You close the world slowly, letting the darkness claim the rest of your senses. The last spark of the lantern fades, the final light of day. You rest, the night's embrace wrapping you like a velvet cloak. The reeds hum softly, a lullaby for your soul. Your mind drifts farther, a quiet river carrying you to bliss. You smile, knowing the world keeps whispering to the night. The final line of the journey lies in a dream where you float. And you wake, refreshed, surrounded by the quiet promise of dawn. You hear the crickets begin to chant, their tiny voices filling the night air. Each chirp is a soft metronome, keeping time with the river's distant hum. The hush of reeds blends with the choir, crafting a lullaby for your wandering mind. You let the chorus wash over you like a blanket woven from starlight and sound. If a night owl were a DJ, the crickets would be the hottest single track. You chuckle softly, because the idea of insects doing sets feels oddly professional. Around you, the reeds sway in rhythm, creating a living, breathing stage. Historians still argue whether crickets can remember their lullabies after the night ends. Some claim the chirp is a language, each pattern a sentence of nature. You nod, imagining a quiet room full of speakers playing the same gentle note. The world seems suddenly smaller, as if every creature heard your heartbeat. You tilt your head, feeling the vibrations trace through your skin. A sudden breeze lifts the sound, sending a ripple across the water. The reeds respond, their leaves whispering along with a low sigh from the river. You breathe in, noticing how the air tastes fresh, almost metallic. Perhaps the insects bring that metallic scent, like a distant storm on the horizon. You close your eyes, letting each chirp anchor you deeper into the moment. The world becomes a slow-motion dance, each leaf quivering to the rhythm. You imagine the crickets as tiny conductors, cueing the forest to its nightly symphony. A sudden crackle draws your focus. Was that a stone or a whisper? You think of the ancient Greeks who scribbled cricket songs on pottery. The first recorded cricket song actually appears in a 17th century journal by John Ray. You smile, because that fact feels like a trivia gold mine hidden in the night. The cricket's chorus continues, undeterred by any human logic or sense of time. The wind weaves stories through the reeds, weaving a tapestry of sound and scent. You notice a faint smell of damp earth rising, an aroma that soothes your nerves. It reminds you of the first time you walked barefoot on a muddy trail. A gentle vibration from the water beneath your feet sinks with the bird songs above. You let that feel deepen, as if your body is humming a low-frequency song. There's an almost sacred quality in how the crickets echo the night's rhythm. The night air seems to hold your breath, awaiting the next chorus. You feel a soft pull, like a magnet drawing you closer to the heart of the reeds. The crickets chirp higher, a crescendo that feels like a lull in a storm. Even the moon above seems to pause, soaking in the melody. A subtle shift occurs. Your feet feel weightless against the moss lining. You realize your legs feel light, as if you were walking atop a cloud. Your mind drifts, unraveling thoughts into the rhythm of the night. You laugh because you never expected the crickets to conduct a sleep-inducing orchestra. The night feels like a secret invitation to sleep, delivered by nature itself. You think of the fringe claim that crickets act as tiny alarm clocks, rising before sunrise. You smile, wondering if any of them actually miss their scheduled time. The crickets chirp in a harmony that feels older than the hills themselves. You sit on a fallen log, letting the reed grass brush against your ankles. The log creaks softly, responding to the night breeze in a low lullaby. You exhale, feeling the air's coolness brush across your skin like a feather. The crickets continue, their chorus building into a calm wall of sound. You notice the shadow of a distant tree stretching across the grass, a dark ribbon. The wind shifts again, stirring a faint scent of night blooming jasmine. You think the jasmine must be a trick of the mind. There's no garden nearby. A faint glow from a far lantern flickers, like a tiny star dancing in the reeds. Your eyelids grow heavier, each blink a curtain close on the world. You feel the pull of the crickets growing stronger, like a tide pulling at the shore. A single insect's chirp rises above the rest, a lone announcer. You listen to that chirp, as if catching whispered secrets shared by stars. The rhythm swells, then eases, a wave of quietness spreading through your thoughts. You feel something deep inside you shifting, like a small drum rolling in its own beat. You can't help but marvel at how ordinary insects can create such a powerful experience. The night deepens, its blanket thickening, pressing gently against your lungs. The cricket's song becomes a lull, so soft it almost feels like a caress. You realize this is more than a dream. It's a living meditation. You hear the distant rustle of leaves, like an applause from nature. The crickets take a break, their bodies humming with satisfaction. You laugh softly, amazed that your body is now in perfect sync with the forest. You close your eyes, letting them merge with the darkness that surrounds you. You feel a rhythmic breathing pattern develop, a pulse that matches the cricket's gentle thrumming. The world falls away, leaving a soft echo of sound in the silence. You notice a featherweight chill at the back of your neck, a subtle gift from the wind. You let the chill be a reminder that the night is alive with hidden energies. You inhale deeply, drawing in the clean, cool night air like a cup of tea. The crickets hum below, creating a low-frequency vibration against your chest. You feel the vibration tickle your skin, a subtle massage from the forest. Your heart slows, matching the slow beat of the night, a calm rhythm for sleep. You realize you can trust the rhythm of nature to guide you into dreams. The night air whispers that you do not need to wake. It knows when your mind is ready. You smile, thinking the crickets might be offering a nightly lullaby with bonus sleep-inducing jokes. Each chirp feels like a gentle laugh, a quiet punchline to the night story. The cricket's chorus becomes a lull that lulls your thoughts into a floating dream. You hear a slight rustle overhead, perhaps a moth dancing in a soft glow. The moth flutters, its wings making a soft murmur as if singing along. You laugh again, thinking that even a moth might be trying to keep you from sleeping. The night deepens further, as if time is folding into itself. You feel a sense of belonging, as if you are part of a vast, rustling symphony. Your mind is a canvas, and the crickets painted with gentle light. The world fades, replaced by a soft glow that is warm and gentle. You are calm, floating, a star that no longer needs to seek the light. The crickets still chirp, but their sound feels slower, almost like a lullaby for your soul. You feel your breath align with the sound, each inhale a shared beat. Your eyelids become heavier, and the edges of your vision blur into darkness. The world around you dissolves into a dreamlike hush. You know you are safe within the cradle of nature's night. The cricket's chorus keeps dancing, a gentle tide that carries your thoughts to sleep. You slip into slumber, guided by their soft melodies. The night air feels like a whispered promise that you will rise refreshed. You dream of reeds waving, their green skins shimmering under nocturnal light. You picture the crickets as tiny conductors leading a symphony of sleep. Your mind drifts, finding a place where thoughts do not stir. The crickets hum, making a low, soothing chant that feels like a lullaby. You feel gratitude for the simple life of the night and its creatures. The world outside feels distant, as if wrapped in a soft blanket of silence. You find yourself letting the crickets' rhythm be the guide to dreamland. Your ears catch a distant bark, a lonely dog that adds to the nighttime chorus. You chuckle because you think the dog might be a nocturnal DJ. The dog barks again, a rhythmic beat that syncs with the crickets. You feel the harmony stretch further, like a blanket spreading over the forest floor. Your heart slows, each beat merging with the night's gentle drum. The cricket's chorus becomes a steady tide you can ride into sleep. In your mind, the reeds become a sea of green, waves of green. You hear a gentle wind playing, a flute of leaves that soothes your ears. You breathe in. The cool air feels like a cool cup of tea served at midnight. The night deepens, making it harder to keep watch over your thoughts. You know in your heart that even the most restless mind can soften. The crickets whisper, each tone a gentle push forward into deeper calm. You feel the pull of their lullaby, strong enough to guide your limbs. Your fingers soften, the tension melting like snow in early summer. The cricket's chorus grows, each chirp a brushstroke, painting a serene landscape. You imagine a world where insects are the ultimate dream architects. Your thoughts drift, wrapped in the soothing tapestry of sound. The world outside seems to fade into a soft focus. The cricket's chorus sings a final note, a lull into endless quiet. You slip through the last boundary of wakefulness, falling into sleep. The last breath you take feels like the final gentle rustle of reeds. Your heart slows, following the rhythm of the night's lullaby. You close your eyes for good, surrendering to the night's embrace. The cricket's chorus fades, leaving a calm silence that invites dreams. Your thoughts float, drifting further into a serene world of sleep. The night feels complete, a perfect, slumbering hymn for your body. The stars flicker overhead, breaking the hush you felt earlier. You inhale, listening to the velvet hush beneath the celestial dance. The Milky Way stretches like a silver ribbon across the dark. Historians still argue whether the ancient constellations meant navigation or storytelling. You feel a gentle pull, like a whisper urging you to explore. Remember that quirky claim of the moon shedding light when insects sing. That idea feels oddly charming, a fringe theory worth a smile. A lone star brightens, acting as a guide through your thoughts. The silence between stars becomes a soft, breathing backdrop. Each breath you take syncs with the distant twinkle. You picture ancient sailors mapping the night to reach distant shores. The first star charts were made by the Babylonians over 4,000 years ago. Their symbols still echo in modern astronomy in subtle ways. You wonder if those old maps carry whispers of forgotten paths. Some legends say starlight can heal tired muscles, a whimsical idea you laugh at. A distant burst of fireflies creates a dancing constellation close by. It twinkles like a tiny lantern, guiding your path in the dark. You inhale, feeling the sweet scent of night blossoms in the air. The fragrance lifts your spirit, washing away the day's fatigue. You feel a gentle pulse, like the beat of a sleeping heart. That heartbeat syncs with the stars, creating a cosmic lull. You let the rhythm carry you, like a leaf on a stream. The stream of space feels endless, a path that never ends. You pause, noticing the sky is a vast ocean of light. Each wave of stars flickers, dancing like bioluminescent sea creatures. You feel the hum of the universe, a soothing deep bass. The bass trembles gently, as if the sky were breathing. You hear a subtle note, a hidden choir of cosmic music. Soft as velvet, it eases your mind, easing any tension. Your chest relaxes, each breath a slow, deliberate note. The night becomes a lull, a blanket that gently cradles you. You lie back, feeling the cool air wrap around your legs. The reeds around you sway, a soft percussion of nature. Each sway sends a gentle vibration through the earth beneath. You feel that vibration travel into your bones, a soothing shiver. The shiver blends with the wind, crafting a lullaby of its own. You let your thoughts drift, as if drifting on cloud 8. The sky overhead is a tapestry of glittering threads of light. It whispers stories of ages, a tale of celestial adventures. You feel a gentle pull, guiding you to deeper trance. The rhythm of your heart syncs with the distant cosmic drum. You sense the drum's pulse flowing through your veins. It feels like a secret invitation to surrender to restful sleep. You exhale slowly, feeling the tension ebb away. Each breath is a tiny wave, lulling you further down. Your eyelids flutter, heavy like a curtain closing softly. You hear the rustle of reeds, a hush that embraces the night. Your mind feels a gentle surrender, a quiet acceptance of rest. You float in the dreamscape, the stars your guide through sleep. The universe sighs, sending you to a realm of peaceful dreams. You drift deeper, each heartbeat a soft hymn in the dark. The moon rises higher, its silver outline bathing everything in light. You feel the glow wrap around your shoulders, soft like a blanket. The breeze carries a faint hum, as if the stars were humming. Each whisper of wind feels like a gentle applause from the cosmos. The rhythm of the night deepens, a lull that lingers in your mind. Your thoughts drift, unshackled by day's noise, free to roam. You find comfort in the vastness, knowing each star is a friend. A distant burst of fireflies creates a dancing constellation close by. It twinkles like a tiny lantern, guiding your path in the dark. You inhale, feeling the sweet scent of night blossoms in the air. The fragrance lifts your spirit, washing away the day's fatigue. You feel a gentle pulse, like the beat of a sleeping heart. That heartbeat syncs with the stars, creating a cosmic lull. You let the rhythm carry you, like a leaf on a stream. The stream of space feels endless, a path that never ends. You pause, noticing the sky is a vast ocean of light. Each wave of stars flickers, dancing like bioluminescent sea creatures. You feel the hum of the universe, a soothing deep bass. The bass trembles gently, as if the sky were breathing. You hear a subtle note, a hidden choir of cosmic music. Soft as velvet, it eases your mind, easing any tension. Your chest relaxes, each breath a slow, deliberate note. The night becomes a lull, a blanket that gently cradles you. You lie back, feeling the cool air wrap around your legs. The reeds around you sway, a soft percussion of nature. Each sway sends a gentle vibration through the earth beneath. You feel that vibration travel into your bones, a soothing shiver. The shiver blends with the wind, crafting a lullaby of its own. You let your thoughts drift, as if drifting on cloud 8. The sky overhead is a tapestry of glittering threads of light. It whispers stories of ages, a tale of celestial adventures. You feel a gentle pull, guiding you to deeper trance. The rhythm of your heart syncs with the distant cosmic drum. You sense the drum's pulse flowing through your veins. It feels like a secret invitation to surrender to restful sleep. You exhale slowly, feeling the tension ebb away. Each breath is a tiny wave, lulling you further down. Your eyelids flutter, heavy like a curtain closing softly. You hear the rustle of reeds, a hush that embraces the night. Your mind feels a gentle surrender, a quiet acceptance of rest. You float in the dreamscape, the stars your guide through sleep. The universe sighs, sending you to a realm of peaceful dreams. You drift deeper, each heartbeat a soft hymn in the dark. You settle deeper into the reeds, letting the night settle around you like a quiet blanket. A soft night wind curls through the stalks, carrying with it a whisper of lavender and cedar. The scent is almost too sweet, and you wonder if the wind is allergic to your worries. It drifts like a lazy cat, slowly purring over the field, reminding you something might be missing. The breeze feels gentle, a caress that nudges your eyelids closer to shut. You listen for the subtle shift as the wind whispers secrets it thinks are safe to share. Historians still argue whether the wind's soft gossip can affect the mind or is just a trick of sound. You chuckle softly, imagining a gust wearing a tiny monocle, giving sage advice. A lone nightjar glides silently above, its wings folding into the hush of the reeds. Its presence is like a quiet applause, celebrating the world's nocturnal symphony. You feel the reeds dip, a gentle vibration that syncs with your heartbeat's low tempo. The wind carries faint perfume from a distant garden, almost like a secret perfume ad. You think that if you were a perfume, you'd be a whispering, smoky vanilla at night. The breeze plays a playful game, tickling your skin with icy fingertips. You close your eyes, and the world shrinks to a single, rhythmic hum. The night wind tastes faintly like dust, the sort of dusty perfume you find when you open an old book. You imagine the wind is a storyteller, passing stories from one reed to another. The reeds, like ancient listeners, bend to catch every syllable. A soft rustle echoes, almost as if someone is turning pages in a hidden scroll. You think of the Rosetta Stone, a relic that decoded entire civilizations, just like this wind might decode your thoughts. The first recorded Olympic Games were held in 776 BCE, which is a mainstream historical fact worth remembering. You grin and imagine ancient athletes sweating, their breath mingling with the cool breeze here. The wind is almost a lullaby, its tones sliding between lull and whisper. You feel your breathing sink, each inhale a gentle invitation to dream. You hear a distant owl, its call a gravelly laugh in the dark. It seems to giggle at how calm you appear and offers a silent nod to your poise. There is a quirky tidbit, a theory that some people think night owls are the original night shift workers. You laugh, then pause, noticing the wind playfully nudges your shoulder. The whispering wind carries a scent of jasmine, a floral sigh that tastes like memory. You recall a childhood dream of a jasmine garden, and the wind turns it into a living memory. A rustling sound comes from the back of the reeds, a soft murmur that feels like a heartbeat. You think the wind is humming, perhaps a lull for the world's hidden hearts. The night feels like a thick velvet carpet, and you lie upon it with soft ease. The wind whispers again, this time telling a story about a lost ship, maybe a ship that didn't sink. Your mind drifts to that story, but it's quiet, just a suggestion of where the wind goes. You close your eyelids fully, letting the lavender scent fill them like a blanket. The wind, unafraid, slides through the cracks in the night, carrying the smell of distant sea. It feels as if the wind has a secret stash of salt, a hint of ocean in the quiet reeds. The scent is mild, comforting, like a mother's whisper after a long day. You imagine a tiny breeze dancing through a ship's rigging, the way it would stir the sails of age. Wind and salt make a perfect lullaby, and you sink into it. Your thoughts become light, almost buoyant, like a feather floating in an unseen air current. You notice the wind, too, seems to carry your name, though it is not calling you. It is simply a gentle pressure on your skin, a reminder that you are alive. You giggle, realizing that if the wind had a name, it might be mysterious. A playful joke echoes, your own mind chuckling while the wind keeps singing. The wind whispers a joke about a bee that was so lazy it never buzzed. You laugh, the sound joining the wind, small and bright. The scent of cedar deepens, winding through the reeds like an old secret. It reminds you of a memory, a childhood campfire that was not a campfire, but a glow of stars. You close your eyes, remembering the fire, and the fire's smell turns to wind. The wind brings something different, a slight coolness that feels like a breath from a distant place. You feel that this cool touch is like a hand waving sleep. Your breathing slows, a steady beat that feels calmer than a drum. The wind carries a faint scent of mint, a herb that whispers its own lullaby. You imagine a peppermint tea that is cooling your tongue, but it is the wind. The wind seems to be a mixture of these scents, a perfume for your subconscious. You feel a small thrill, the wind almost tickling your ears like a joke of a fairy. The reeds rustle, and it's almost a conversation between wind and plant, a tiny chatter. You think of a conversation between ancient poets and the wind. Maybe they both forgot the ending. A subtle shift in the breeze feels like a gentle nudge telling you to stay. You lean back on soil, the ground feeling cool, a kind of soft carpet. The wind whispers, "Do not worry about tomorrow. It will not be here tomorrow." You feel it echoing in your mind, a small affirmation of peace. The wind has no urgency. No urgency feels like a sigh of relief. You feel your muscles relax as the wind carries them into a quiet lull. The scent of lavender rises again, weaving itself into your thoughts. This time it makes you think of a night with a star that sang and fell asleep. You smile, and the wind seems to giggle back, a sweet, small chuckle. The wind continues, carrying a subtle taste of earth, of damp soil, of something old. You imagine the wind tasting soil from an old forest that never grew again. It almost tells you that some memories are like soil, fertile and quiet. You listen with your whole being, feeling the wind in every cell. The breeze is a steady rhythm, a pulse that keeps time. It syncs with your mind, the wind, and your calm forming one. The wind lifts the scent of lavender higher, like a balloon drifting away. You feel its weightless lift, and your shoulders relax. The wind continues like an old lullaby, the tune very simple, but it is your comfort. Your breathing, too, slows into a gentle rhythm, like waves on a quiet shore. You dream of a quiet shoreline, a gentle, soft place to rest. The wind seems to fill that place with gentle breezes. You close your eyes, and the wind whispers a final note. A gentle wind passes through a small clearing inside the reeds. It makes the reeds sway like a choir, performing a soft hymn. You feel the wind's touch on your cheek, and your mind relaxes into the sound. The wind sings, a soft song that feels like a lullaby in a gentle way. Your thoughts shift as if they become part of the wind. You become calm. The wind is calm. You are calm, like a shared calm. You imagine a quiet lake where the wind would simply be a reflection of the stars. It is a quiet, calm spot, as if the wind and sky were breathing together. You think of the wind having no rush, no hurry, like a child that is comfortable. It is a reminder that the wind will not hurry you, but will carry you slowly. You feel your breathing in sync with the wind's gentle tick. This rhythm is a quiet anchor amidst the night's whisper. The wind carries a faint scent of salt, like the ocean close, but invisible. You think of a distant sea that cannot be seen, but can be smelled. The wind becomes a bridge between the reeds and the unseen sea. You imagine that some people might think a wind could carry a message across the sea. It is like a secret message, hidden in a whisper. You smile, and the wind responds with a soft, gentle snicker. You feel your body drifting in a dreamlike wave, carried by the wind. The wind brings a sweet scent of jasmine, a fragrant reminder of the past. You think of jasmine blooming bright but soft, like your mind. The breeze feels like a hand that gently lifts. You are comfortably suspended in the wind. You watch the reeds, their tips moving like waves in the night. These tiny motions create a kind of sound, like wind through a wind instrument. You hear a faint harmony that feels almost like a lullaby. You close your eyes and let the wind whisper its tune in your ears. You hear a quiet laugh inside the wind, a sound like a private joke. The wind seems to be telling jokes about a lazy bee that never flew. You chuckle. An imaginary bee buzzes around your thoughts and decides not to, because it is calm. The wind carries the scent of sweet almonds, a memory from a kitchen long closed. You feel the mind tasting a memory of sweet almond, simple and warm. The wind continues to bring that scent, a comfort. You imagine the wind is a friend who sends smells to comfort the night. It is a gentle reminder that we can find comfort in small, quiet details. The wind's breath feels cool against your skin, like a gentle slap of a cool night. You realize every breath you take and every breath the wind gives is a gentle gift. You let the wind be a companion, a gentle, calm presence. Your mind relaxes. The wind and the reeds keep a gentle rhythm. You are ready for what comes next, in that gentle sense of peace. The wind seems to have a promise that tomorrow will also have gentle nights. You are calm, and your heart finds a rhythm in that comfort. You drift deeper, each heartbeat a soft hymn in the dark. You settle deeper into the reeds, letting the night settle around you like a quiet blanket. A soft night wind curls through the stalks, carrying with it a whisper of lavender and cedar. The scent is almost too sweet, and you wonder if the wind is allergic to your worries. It drifts like a lazy cat, slowly purring over the field, reminding you something might be missing. The breeze feels gentle, a caress that nudges your eyelids closer to shut. You listen for the subtle shift, as the wind whispers secrets it thinks are safe to share. Historians still argue whether the wind's soft gossip can affect the mind, or is just a trick of sound. You chuckle softly, imagining a gust wearing a tiny monocle, giving sage advice. A lone nightjar glides silently above, its wings folding into the hush of the reeds. Its presence is like a quiet applause, celebrating the world's nocturnal symphony. You feel the reeds dip, a gentle vibration that syncs with your heartbeat's low tempo. The wind carries faint perfume from a distant garden, almost like a secret perfume ad. You think that if you were a perfume, you'd be a whispering, smoky vanilla at night. The wind plays a playful game, tickling your skin with icy fingertips. You close your eyes, and the world shrinks to a single, rhythmic hum. The night wind tastes faintly like dust, the sort of dusty perfume you find when you open an old book. You imagine the wind is a storyteller, passing stories from one reed to another. The reeds, like ancient listeners, bend to catch every syllable. A soft rustle echoes, almost as if someone is turning pages in a hidden scroll. You think of the Rosetta Stone, a relic that decoded entire civilizations, just like this wind might decode your thoughts. The first recorded Olympic Games were held in 776 BCE, which is a mainstream historical fact worth remembering. You grin and imagine ancient athletes sweating, their breath mingling with the cool breeze here. The wind is almost a lullaby, its tones sliding between lull and whisper. You feel your breathing sink, each inhale a gentle invitation to dream. You hear a distant owl hoots, a gentle reassurance in the dark. You feel your body melting into the earth's rhythm. The earth breathes, a deep pulse beneath your skin. Your breaths become syncopated, a lullaby of the soil. The world around you quiets, a gentle hush of nature. You feel small yet connected to vastness, a tiny heartbeat in universe. You accept your place, a participant in the world's breath. The wind carries your sigh, a whisper among the reeds. You hear the reeds answering, their rustle a gentle applause. The melody rises, a soft crescendo of nature's choir. You allow this harmony to guide you deeper into serenity. Your thoughts swirl, merging into a dreamscape of silence. You breathe until your chest rises like a steady tide. You let the tide carry you, releasing all strain. The night breathes, a slow exhale under your eyelids. You drift, surrendering to darkness's gentle embrace. And as the night swallows the sound, you are at peace. You are still, a quiet ripple in the vast ocean of stars. The stars listen, a chorus of silence. You smile softly, the moon watching as it lights your path. You close your eyes, letting the night take you. The wind whispers in a soft cadence, a bedtime prayer. You feel the night cradle you, a gentle tide of rest. Your heart beats a steady rhythm, syncing with nature. You drift further, the night wrapping you like a blanket. The reeds sing a final note, a lullaby of end. You feel the world fade, a quiet curtain lowering. The night embraces, a final kiss of serenity. You are still, a quiet breath in the darkness. The wind exhales, a soft sigh that calms the mind. You surrender, letting the sleep take the place of wakefulness. The night holds you, a cradle of calm and peace. You let your thoughts dissolve, becoming a mist of stars. The wind sings, the final lullaby in the stillness. You rest, the darkness closing gently around you. Your body relaxes, a wave of tranquil quiet. The reeds bow in the wind, a silent applause. You smile faintly, feeling the night wrap your mind. The quiet settles deeper, like a soft blanket over your soul. You feel calm, the world a gentle rhythm of ease. The wind continues, a soothing current of sleep. You drift into the dreamland, guided by the reeds. The night sings softly, a lullaby for weary hearts. You are safe, embraced by the dark's gentle embrace. The world listens, a choir of stillness. You close your eyes, stepping into the darkness. The wind hums, a sweet sleep song that carries you. Your breath slows, a river of calm flowing through you. You let the night guide you into sweet repose. The reeds whisper a final goodbye, a soft farewell. You feel the calm seal, locking the day behind. The night closes its eyes, folding the world into quiet. You are the quiet center, a calm point. Sleep takes over, a gentle tide that carries all. The reeds recede, and the walkway narrows into a tighter ribbon of earth beneath you. Moonlight spills through gaps, turning the path into a silver ribbon on the soil. Your breathing deepens, sinking with the hush of the narrowing track. You notice a faint glow ahead, like a lantern set to flicker on purpose. An ancient stone marker stands beside the trail, weathered but resolute. Its surface bears carvings that whisper the old tongue of a forgotten tribe. Historians still argue whether those inscriptions recorded a pact or a warning. The wind's murmur becomes louder, a gentle hum under the earth's pulse. You feel each vibration ripple, like tiny drums in your chest. A distant fox call echoes, a subtle melody to the calm. The fox's call feels warm, as if it shares a secret. Your mind shifts, absorbing the sound, letting it sink into rest. You think of a childhood moment when wind made lullabies. The memory surfaces, a bright ripple against your sleepy horizon. You smile, the smile dissolving into a sigh. The sigh floats into the night, carried by the reeds. The reeds sway, creating gentle waves across the dreamscape. You feel the rhythm, a steady beat that tames the mind. The breath continues, flowing like a river through your thoughts. Your body feels heavy, a balloon ready to float to sleep. You close your eyes fully, surrendering to the night. The night grows thicker, a blanket over your senses. You are still, the only sound a distant wind hum. The world stretches, as if breathing slowly itself. Everything feels connected, like stars linked by invisible lines. You realize the path you walked is a thread of story. The reeds whisper, telling you to let go. You let go, feeling the release like a feather falling. Your heart slows, matching the gentle breeze's lull. The night sings, a lullaby of wind, water, and soil. You drift, your sense of time dissolving. The world becomes distant, a background rhythm. You breathe, each inhalation a step toward dream. You feel the path's final stretch, leading to rest. The silence wraps around you, a blanket of calm. You slip into sleep, hand to heart, heart to night. You are not alone, the night listening, the reeds humming. This is the end, a restful chapter wrapped in peace. You close your eyes, the night welcoming. The wind's murmur grows deeper, a gentle pulse beneath your skin. The wind curls around your shoulder, gentle and soothing. You sigh softly, releasing tension that clung all day. The reeds cradle your thoughts like a lullaby, humming. You feel gratitude for the moment, a quiet gift. The night grows deeper, a velvet blanket of quiet. You imagine stars as distant lanterns, guiding your sleep. You let your mind drift, following the rhythm of silence. The world exhales, a collective sigh of harmony. You sense the reeds, their leaves like soft pillows. You feel a deep inner stillness, a calm beneath your skin. The wind whispers, sleep is your ally, a gentle reminder. You close your eyelids, surrendering to the night's call. The sound of the reeds softens, a distant lullaby. You feel the world slow, time stretching into eternity. You breathe, each inhale a gentle wave, each exhale a ripple. The wind carries a melody, a song of the unseen. The reeds answer in a chorus, a harmony of nature. You feel connected, a part of a vast, quiet symphony. The night draws closer, a soft blanket over your thoughts. You let your mind wander, floating like a feather. The wind hums, a lullaby that slows the universe. You feel a sense of ease, as if breathing in calm. The reeds sway, releasing tension with each sway. You absorb the sound, a gentle lull that kisses the soul. The night deepens, darkness becoming a calm sanctuary. You close your eyes, let the sleep embrace you. The wind whispers in a soft cadence, a bedtime prayer. You feel the night cradle you, a gentle tide of rest. Your heart beats a steady rhythm, syncing with nature. You drift further, the night wrapping you like a blanket. The reeds sing a final note, a lullaby of end. You feel the world fade, a quiet curtain lowering. The night embraces, a final kiss of serenity. You are still, a quiet breath in the darkness. The wind exhales, a soft sigh that calms the mind. You surrender, letting the sleep take the place of wakefulness. The night holds you, a cradle of calm and peace. You let your thoughts dissolve, becoming a mist of stars. The wind sings, the final lullaby in the stillness. You rest, the darkness closing gently around you. Your body relaxes, a wave of tranquil quiet. The reeds bow in the wind, a silent applause. You smile faintly, feeling the night wrap your mind. The quiet settles deeper, like a soft blanket over your soul. You feel calm, the world a gentle rhythm of ease. The wind continues, a soothing current of sleep. You drift into the dreamland, guided by the reeds. The night sings softly, a lullaby for weary hearts. You are safe, embraced by the dark's gentle embrace. The world listens, a choir of stillness. You close your eyes, stepping into the darkness. The wind hums, a sweet sleep song that carries you. Your breath slows, a river of calm flowing through you. You let the night guide you into sweet repose. The reeds whisper a final goodbye, a soft farewell. You feel the calm seal, locking the day behind. The night closes its eyes, folding the world into quiet. You are the quiet center, a calm point. Sleep takes over, a gentle tide that carries all. You step onto a path where ancient stones line the bank, each one older than memory. The air smells of damp earth and cedar, a scent that feels like a secret handshake. You pause, letting your fingertips trace the weathered carvings with a reverent curiosity. A low hum rises faintly, as if the stones themselves whisper through time. You lean closer and catch a faint vibration, low-frequency notes that some say sway the mood. The wind carries a hush, amplifying the stone's muted chorus. You smile at the thought that stones might be the world's oldest DJs. A soft breeze rustles the reeds, adding a delicate soundtrack to the scene. You feel the path narrow, guiding you deeper into the stone circle. Each step is cushioned by moss that has never known a lawnmower. You notice a curious carving of a fish shaped like a smiley face, quirky, almost playful. Historians still argue whether those symbols were warnings or celebrations. Debate lingers. You chuckle softly, imagining the original artists having a prank contest. The stones stand tall, their faces weathered yet dignified. You follow the line, feeling the roughness of each slab against your palm. A distant roar echoes from the water, as if the river is cheering for you. You inhale deeply, the scent of wet stone mingling with river mist. You remember that the Great Pyramid was finished in 2560 BCE, an unbroken link to the past. The stone beside you bears a symbol of a sun, bright like a postcard from antiquity. You imagine the craftsman hammering gold dust into the stone, a hidden treasure for future seekers. You pause to listen, hearing a faint mechanical click from the stone's seam. It reminds you of a distant clock, though no gears are visible. The path twists, and a stone marks the way like a silent sentinel. You feel the pressure of time etched into the stone, a story written in texture. A bird perches, its song echoing the quiet rhythm of the stones. You notice a faint blue lichen covering a section, nature's paint on ancient history. The lichen glows faintly under the sun, adding a luminous touch. You trace the pattern of the lichen, imagining a painter's brush strokes. The wind flutters the lichen, causing a gentle ripple along the stone's face. You smile again, thinking of the lichen as a living memory of the old world. Along the path, a stone bears a runic script you cannot read. You imagine this glyph as a language that could unlock a forgotten secret. You hear a distant bell, low and resonant, as if the stones are tuned to a hymn. You inhale, noticing the scent of salt rising from a nearby gulf. The path narrows further, and the stones grow taller, taller than your head. You feel your shoulders relax as you walk among these towering relics. You hear a faint crackling as the wind passes through each stone's grain. The sound feels like a gentle conversation between the stones. You pause to feel the stone's temperature, not too hot, but cool as a sigh. You note a small notch carved into the stone, almost imperceptible. You wonder if it marks a measurement or a personal signature. A small rabbit hops across the path, its paws silent against the stones. You watch it disappear behind a stone, leaving a tiny paw print. You feel the ground beneath your feet soften, grass, moss, history intertwining. You sense that the stone circle was intentionally placed, a layout with purpose. You think of ancient astronomers aligning stones with the stars. The sky beyond the stones is clear, blue, the sun bright yet gentle. You feel comforted by the warmth, like a blanket made of sunlight. A bird calls again, its voice rising with the wind, a lullaby for travelers. You keep walking, each stone unfolding a part of a forgotten narrative. You pause by a stone with a carved figure of a man holding a torch. You imagine that man as a guide, illuminating the way for the lost. A soft glow emanates from the torch's ember, an echo of a long dead flame. You notice the figure's lips moving silently, as if whispering a tale. You wonder whether that tale is about a hero or a humble traveler. Historians still argue whether the carved people were literal or symbolic. Debate remains. The wind carries the scent of distant sea, a reminder of the world beyond. You feel the ancient stones as if they were a choir, each with a voice. The air tastes like limestone, subtle, almost nostalgic. You imagine these stones as living guardians, watching over the river's banks. You feel your pulse align with the rhythmic murmuring, a subtle syncopation. A small, smooth stone rolls close to your shoes, a silent messenger. You pick it up, feeling its cool, polished surface. You wonder if it was offered as a tribute to the stone's circle. The weight of the stone feels meaningful, as if it carries unseen stories. You place it beside a larger stone, forming a small bridge of history. You pause and listen to the wind, which now sounds like distant chatter. The reeds sway, creating a green sea of sound that cradles the stones. You feel the breath of ancient earth, as if the ground exhales a sigh. The stone path feels like a tactile map, guiding your hand along its grooves. You feel the faint tremor of the earth, a reminder of a hidden tremoring. The hum in the air becomes a heartbeat, synchronizing with your own. You imagine the heartbeat of the planet, a gentle pulse that steadies. You feel a small sense of awe, almost like standing in a museum made of stone. The stones around you create a rhythm, a subtle metronome of ages. You take a deep breath and let the smell of stone fill your nostrils. A distant gull cries, its sound echoing the stone's low hum, an ancient duet. You walk slowly, feeling each stone's surface under your fingertips. The texture of the stone shifts from smooth to rough, a tactile narrative. You notice a particular stone with a carved eye that looks straight at you. You imagine the eye as a sentinel observing future wanderers. You laugh quietly, thinking of a stone's eyes following your every move. A small frog jumps beside you and croaks, a momentary interruption of silence. You feel the earth's vibration through your feet, steady and reliable. You note each stone's alignment, perhaps pointing to cardinal directions. You imagine ancient scholars aligning stones to mark seasons. You sense a deliberate design, a pattern hidden within the earth. You pause for a short moment, letting the silence settle in. Your mind feels calm, like a quiet room after a storm. The stones seem to hold a message, perhaps about balance or humility. You glance up, and the sky shows a light blue, clear horizon. You hear a distant drumbeat echoing from the river's edge. You imagine drummers long ago marching across the riverbanks, sharing songs. The stone's carvings glow faintly under the sun, a silver sheen. You feel as though you are stepping through a living chronicle. History feels tangible, almost as if the stones are whispering secrets. You feel the rhythm of the stones call you to move forward. A shadow falls on one stone, painting an eerie silhouette on the surface. You watch it shift as the sun moves through the cloudless sky. You breathe slowly, hearing your own breath echo in the stones. You sense a subtle vibration in each stone, a hidden lullaby. You feel the wind's presence, as if the stones are breathing with it. You see a pattern that looks like a spiral, an ancient symbol of continuity. You wonder if it guides you toward the heart of the stone circle. You feel the sense of completion rising, a feeling of belonging to something older. Historians still argue whether the circle served as a temple or a memorial. Debate continues. You walk further, each stone guiding you like an aged compass. You notice a small crack that cradles a glimmering vein of quartz. You feel a subtle electric tingling, as if the stone vibrates softly. The crack reflects the sun's rays, glinting like 1,000 tiny lanterns. You imagine ancient miners working to bring these gems to light. You feel gratitude for these treasures, though nothing tangible is taken from them. You pause at a stone with a carving of a lion. The lion's mane is rendered in sweeping strokes, bold and confident. You feel the lion's protective energy, as if it watches you on your path. You laugh softly, imagining a stone lion guarding the ancient path. A distant sound of water flows, a gentle roar of the valley. You feel the sound in your chest, like a calm drum. You step deeper into the circle, the stones growing closer together. You notice a patch of moss that covers a stone's face entirely. You touch the moss, feeling its softness against your palm. You feel the coolness, almost like a sigh from the earth. You wonder whether moss acts as a living archive, preserving stone whispers. You sense the stone's messages, quiet memories waiting to be heard. You feel the sense of timelessness settle around you, a mantle of history. Historians still argue whether the stone arrangements mark a sacred geometry. Debate lingers. You lean against a stone, feeling the cool stone against your back. You feel warmth from the sun seeping through the tall reeds. You hear a faint rustle, perhaps a breeze carrying a message. You imagine wind as a storyteller, sending tales through stone. You feel the pulse of the river, a steady, comforting rhythm. You notice the river's surface, reflecting the stone's circle like a mirror. You feel the reflection, a world doubled, ancient, and present. A small owl perches on a stone, watching you with wise eyes. You feel the owl's presence, as peaceful as a silent lecture. You hear the owl's hoot, a low, resonant call filling the quiet. You sit briefly, feeling the stone's smoothness against your shoulder. You feel the cool stone under your skin, grounding you. You remember a childhood memory of stone circles, a playground of imagination. You laugh, recalling how those children built kingdoms from pebbles. You sense a connection between your childhood and the ancient stones. The wind whispers again, a gentle breeze that seems to nod in agreement. You listen as the wind and stones converse, sharing time across ages. You sense an ancient lullaby echoing, a song of earth and stone. You feel the world slow, as if the stones had turned time to a gentle tide. A faint mist rises from the river, adding an ethereal veil. You breathe the mist's coolness, filling your lungs with a soft hush. You feel a gentle vibration as the mist brushes against your cheek. You realize this moment is a bridge between past and present. You feel the stone's stories whispering into your heart. You feel the calm settle deeper, a gentle tide within. The wind grows softer, like a lullaby sung by the stones themselves. You hear a subtle crackle, a reminder of fire's distant glow. You imagine that fire as a symbol of knowledge, long ago past. You feel humbled by the magnitude of what has endured. You trace the carved figure on a stone with your finger again. The carving feels worn, but its lines remain alive. You breathe, each breath mingles with the slow pulse of the earth. You sense that history is not static, it breathes with you. You imagine ancient people leaving footprints beside these stones. Their footsteps echo faintly, echoing the same path you walk. The stones seem to vibrate softly, as if humming a lullaby. You feel your muscles relax, the tension draining like leaves in autumn. The air carries the scent of river water and stone dust. You feel the coolness, like a whisper against your skin. You pause to drink in the quiet. Let the stillness fill your mind. You feel the stone's whispers, a quiet conversation that steadies. You sense a deep, unspoken bond forming between you and the ancient. The path ahead glows slightly, a subtle illumination of future steps. You feel the wind shift, a gentle push forward, a prompt. You sense that the stones are not just relics, but guides. You feel their strength, a timeless presence echoing. You feel as though you are part of a living tapestry. A distant train chugs past, a modern echo in the old landscape. The sound fades, leaving only the slow heartbeat of stone behind. You feel the gentle rush of your breath match the rhythm of the river. You feel peace rising, a tide of calm sweeping you. Historians still argue whether the carvings encode maps or myths. Debate continues. You lean deeper into the circle, feeling the stone's energy. You feel your heart beat slower, syncing with stone whispers. The wind murmurs, a soft voice that almost sings to you. You hear the reeds tickle each other, adding a soft percussion. The path beneath you feels solid, a base forged by countless feet. You sense comfort, a secure ground for your wandering soul. You are aware of every stone, each feeling like an old friend. The stones seem to speak without words, yet meaning flows with them. You feel the earth's vibration carry memories of past voices. You listen to the subtle hum that vibrates through the soil. Your sense of time expands, stretching both wide and narrow. You feel grateful for the opportunity to walk with such ancient giants. A small crack in the path glows softly, hinting at hidden energy. You touch the crack and feel a gentle buzz through your fingertips. You imagine these cracks as veins, carrying living energy through stone. You feel a connection, a whisper linking past to present. The wind blows stronger, carrying the scent of distant salt. You feel the breeze touch your cheek, cool and comforting. You smile, as if the wind is sharing a secret only you understand. You feel the stone's presence, a weight that steadies your step forward. You feel the rhythm of the river in your pulse, a steady drum. You listen to the stones, their vibrations telling a slow, endless story. You feel the story echoing in your chest, a deep resonance. You sense the circle's purpose, whether sacred or simple meeting place, is irrelevant now. You are immersed, letting the ancient stones guide you toward rest. The path closes with a small archway of stones, a gateway to quiet. You step through the archway, feeling the stone's coolness on your forehead. You feel the final section of the path settle, a gentle hush of completion. You feel a release of tension, as if your body finally finds home. You lean against the arch and breathe deeply, filling yourself with the calm. Your mind quiets, every thought flowing like water over these ancient stones. You feel the ancient stones embrace you, closing the loop with gentle whispers. You rest, knowing that the stones will keep telling their story whenever you return. The quiet reverie of the stones fades as a crisp scent rises toward the horizon. Salt blooms in the air like a whispering promise, nudging your awareness to the sea. Your breath deepens, aligning with the rising aroma in a gentle surrender. You feel the ocean's pulse in the scent, an invitation to linger longer. The reeds beside the path sway in rhythm, echoing distant waves. A breeze carries a hint of brine, a subtle reminder of miles ahead. You let your senses drink in the salt, savoring each breath like a ritual. Your mind drifts to the nearest shore, a place where stories breathe salt. The scent lingers longer than the reeds, a ghostly perfume in the morning light. Memory stirs, recalling the first time you tasted ocean water in childhood. That moment felt like a universe unfolding, vast and briny. You smile at the familiarity of the scent, a nostalgic hug from the sea. Yet the atmosphere here feels calmer, like a slower tide. Your heart beats in time with the gentle sea murmur, a subtle lullaby. The water near the bank glints, reflecting the scent and the sky. You pause, allowing the taste of salt to linger between your ribs. Historians still argue whether the sea mist is a natural phenomenon or a cultural symbol, and you wonder. A fringe theory claims that ancient sailors could hear the ocean's heartbeat from miles away. It suggests that salt in the air acted as a natural radio, transmitting whispers. You chuckle, knowing the absurdity, yet marvel at the human imagination. The wind shifts playfully, scattering salt crystals like tiny stars. Your fingertips brush the ground, noting a slight grainy texture from dried seawater. A bird sings a high note, its call amplified by the saline air. It seems as though the bird is singing a song about the sea itself. You inhale again, letting the ocean's essence saturate your lungs. The scent feels like an old friend, comforting and familiar. You notice a small patch of salt crystals clinging to the reeds near you. They twinkle in the sunlight, a mosaic of natural glass. This tiny landscape reminds you that nature molds even the simplest of scenes. You pause and let the light dance upon the salt, a quiet show. The feeling of salt and sea in the air settles like a warm blanket. Your body relaxes, the tension melting into the tide. You recall a tale from your grandmother about a sea witch who smelled salt. She said that witch could find lost ships by nose alone. That yarn feels oddly comforting, a secret legacy of scent. The air is peppered with tiny whispers of brine, subtle and persistent. You feel the rhythm of ocean waves through the ground beneath your feet. The path feels steady, as if guided by ancient tides. You imagine a line of waves tracing the stone, a natural pattern etched by time. The water's temperature is cool, a gentle contrast to the warm sun. You sip a few drops that have collected on the reed tips. The taste is surprisingly sweet, tinged with mineral aftertaste. This mineral nuance reminds you of the sea's hidden depth. You smile, thinking of your childhood days, learning to taste salt in soup. Each breath feels like a tiny tide rolling onto your chest. The air grows heavier, as if the sea is leaning closer. You hear a faint crackling, perhaps a wind through ancient stone cracks. The crack echoes your pulse, a rhythm connecting body and earth. You feel that every step is accompanied by a secret note of salt. These small sounds weave into a lullaby for the wandering soul. Your mind is as light as a feather, following the scent. A cool breeze brushes your cheek, carrying faint salt particles. The world feels wide open, with the horizon bending toward the sea. You sense the ancient shoreline in every breath, a silent companion. The salt smell grows stronger, almost tasting in your ears. Your ears widen, attuned to the sea's subtle murmurs. The sound of distant surf rolls over your headphones, metaphorically. You breathe in, exhaling slowly, letting go of clutter. The scent brings memories of salt-tart fruit, like citrus soaked in brine. That image feels odd, yet oddly comforting and familiar. You reflect upon a story about a merchant who traded spices by smelling the sea. He claimed that the scent indicated the best harvest seasons. The narrative feels plausible, or at least delightfully absurd. The salt aroma blends with the damp earth, a symphony of nature. The wind carries this blend toward your lungs, a living lullaby. Your shoulders relax, each breath sinking with waves. The water glows, a pale reflection from sunrise. A distant gull calls, its cry echoing over salt and reed. The gull's cry feels like a reminder of freedom. You pause to let the moment stretch. Salty air mingles with the sound of distant waves, a harmony made for meditation. Your body senses the earth beneath, a grounding, salty cushion. The light grows gentler, as if the sun is lowering its watch. You stand still, feeling a connection that stretches back through salt and stone. The ocean horizon is a line of pale salt crystals, glittering bright. The view feels as soft as a lullaby sung by whales. A small cluster of wildflowers appears, their petals tinted by mineral water. They add a splash of color to the otherwise calm scene. The scent of salt becomes a lullaby that lingers in your memory. You breathe out into the sea, a sigh that mixes with waves. The world feels small, but your breath feels large and deep. The path continues, winding toward a distant, salt-crusted horizon. You can hear faint splashes, echoing past footsteps in the brine. Each splash carries a taste of adventure, a promise of new discovery. The salty air tastes like salt crystals, each bite a memory of ocean's kiss. Your mind drifts to an old maritime map, arrows pointing to the sea. The map says, "Where salt breathes, knowledge lives." You chuckle softly, hearing the echo of ancient sailors' laughter in your head. The wind picks up, lifting a feather of salt, dancing overhead. Your cheeks feel cool, the brine seeping into skin like a gentle balm. The salt aroma is a balm for restless thoughts. You relax, breathing in until your lungs fill with oceanic calm. Your body hums with a subtle frequency that matches the sea's own heartbeat. A distant wind chime made of shells sings in the air. The sound is like a whispered prayer, calm and pure. You listen, feeling each note as a stepping stone to trance. The path behind you seems to close, but salt breathes on. The journey becomes less physical and more metaphoric, the sea as guide. You sense a final wave, a gentle tap that encourages you to slow. The air feels like a hammock made of salt crystals, gentle support. You close your eyes, savoring the salt taste that lingers. The world fades, yet the smell remains, anchored to memory. You exhale a sigh, releasing any last tension. A calm settles, like a tide bringing tranquility to your chest. The salt aroma lingers, a soothing echo of a distant shore. The journey continues, yet all is gentle and steady. You sit near the water, feeling the surface ripple like a soft lull. The salt breeze carries words, perhaps from the ocean itself. Your ears pick up the cadence, gentle waves telling stories. The sound is a lullaby that steadies your breathing rhythm. You feel a warm blanket of salt around your shoulders. The world feels like a vast, quiet pond. You hear a faint ripple, a signal that the sea still watches. The path ahead invites, gentle, yet unyielding in mystery. You carry the salt in your mind, a quiet treasure. Your breathing deepens, each exhale a release of sea air. The smell of salt grows sweeter, like an invitation to rest. You smile quietly, feeling the wind and sea blend. The night settles, though the day still glows with salt. The wind hums, a low drum, whispering into your ears. You close your eyes, letting the salt lull the mind into sleep. The final breath is quiet, a sigh that joins the tides. The final breath is quiet, a sigh that joins the tides. As you step past the reeds, vapor curls up in lazy spirals. The mist feels like a shy audience that applauds your every move. Imagine the air turning into a soft foam, each droplet a tiny applause. You pause to taste the moisture on your lips. It tastes like fresh lake water. The sensation is gentle, like a finger brushing a sleeping cat's back. Historians still argue whether the earliest myths about mist were inspired by actual weather. A mainstream fact: the ancient Egyptians used reeds to write the first papyrus scrolls. The knowledge of turning wet plants into paper spread across the Mediterranean. A quirky rumor swirls that sea creatures once tried to grow reeds for building boats. But skeptics laugh, saying it would have cost them a lot of fertilizer. You chuckle, your brain treats the joke like a harmless bubble. Back to the reeds, the vapors dance, like shy ballerinas performing in the sun's dim light. Your hands trace the outlines of the droplets. They feel cool as early dawn. The rhythm of the vapor reminds you of a soft drum, steady and unseen. If you're wondering where the vapor came from, it's just water turning into its invisible cousin. Don't worry, no science experiment is happening. Just nature's simplest magic trick. You grin, feeling a little like a scientist who accidentally discovered levitation. Modern scholars still debate if mist legends stem from real storms. You breathe in, feeling the faint scent of rain that never fell. The cool air feels like a gentle handshake from the universe. The reeds whisper against each other, producing a sound like brushed silk. A light breeze stirs the leaves, an unexpected accordion of soft tones. You pause, savoring the symphony that only the natural world can arrange. Somewhere far past the reeds, the river mutters its voice, as soft as a lullaby. The water feels cool against your feet. It's like a giant sigh running on your skin. Each ripple carries a memory of the day's earliest light. The vapor seems alive, swirling like a tiny creature, playing hide and seek. Your senses pick up the subtle tremor of dew cracking beneath the sun. The moment feels like a secret handshake between the field and the sky. If you listen close, you can hear your own heart echoing the rhythm of the vapor. The pulse flows slower, almost in sync with the gentle rising of the morning mist. You close your eyes, letting the breath blend with the invisible waves. The reeds hum softly as you walk, a chorus that feels like a lullaby stitched with green needles. Each step releases a small plume of vapor that lingers, then fades like a forgotten tune. You feel the weight of the world easing, as if the air itself is lightening your shoulders. The path feels familiar, as if the reeds themselves remembered your footsteps long ago. One could imagine the river as an old storyteller, telling tales through the air it carries. You smile, thinking the current might secretly be a friendly ghost guiding you. The quiet air is a playground for your imagination, allowing you to dance with clouds. The vapor's texture is neither liquid nor solid. It's like walking through a silk curtain. Your breath echoes these sensations, turning the path into a meditation dance. This moment is a gentle reminder that even water can be an invisible artist. The reeds, with their quiet chatter, paint a canvas that only vapor can finish. You feel part of this living artwork, a subtle note in the great orchestra of nature. You notice the vapor flicker, small drops that seem to be trying to escape the ground. The air around them feels warmer, as if the sun is giving a gentle kiss. Every breath becomes a tiny celebration of the day's subtle magic. Imagine a world where vapor could talk. It would probably narrate the secrets of a meadow. If such a world existed, you might hear a whisper telling you to stay a while. The idea is absurd, yet it delights your inner child who loves tall tales. Your journey continues, each breath pulling you deeper into the mist's embrace. The reeds sway like dancers, their light steps echoing the silence you crave. You feel the peace settling around you, an invitation to stretch and breathe. The world seems to pause, just enough for your senses to catch up. The water's scent lingers, a reminder that even vapor has personality. You feel gratitude for this quiet, for the gentle unfolding of nature. The reeds whisper that tomorrow will bring new stories, but tonight they dream in quiet colors. Your heart listens, accepting each whisper as a promise. The vapor, in turn, seems to breathe, breathing life into the silence. You are the protagonist in this natural screenplay, with every step a scene. The scene ends when the reed's breath syncs with yours, an invisible duet. You drift forward, trusting the world as a caretaker of calm. The journey reminds you that water can be both a path and a companion. As the reeds slide past, they leave trace notes, a map of wind and dew. Remember, every vapor breathes stories you may never fully read. If you ever feel lost, imagine the vapor as a GPS, green light blinking softly. The reeds respond with a quiet chorus, like a chorus line of tiny maracas. You laugh, realizing you are the conductor, and the world plays along. The dew droplets on the reed tips tickle like tiny stars in a private galaxy. They glow faintly as the sun's rays hit them, creating a gentle sunrise ripple. You feel the warmth spread, inviting every cell to relax. The reeds whispering is the world's quiet lullaby, soothing the restless mind. They remind you that even the smallest things can compose a song. The world hums at your pace, a duet of breath and silence. You take a deep breath, feeling the mist taste like the ocean's kiss. The water's scent lingers on your skin, a perfume only nature can craft. In this moment, the earth feels like a gentle hand that cradles your thoughts. The path ahead is unseen, but the reeds give clear guidance. Their subtle sway invites you to follow, like a compass made of green. You step, guided by the gentle echo of water and wind. Each step releases a burst of vapor, misting on your shoulders, a fresh kiss from the field. The mist feels like a hug, soft, warm, and soothing. Your body remembers ancient rituals that honor water as a friend. Historians still argue whether the first recorded water ceremony came from a desert oasis. One quirky claim states that the first water dance was performed by giraffes in ancient times. The story sounds wild, yet it reminds us that imagination fuels history. You hear the reeds giggle, a sound like wind brushing a secret. The sound pulls you deeper into a rhythm that feels like a lullaby for the soul. You move in sync, feeling your thoughts drift like clouds. The water's soft murmur echoes the gentle heartbeat around you. It is a subtle reminder that nature keeps rhythm, even when you're not listening. You breathe, and the world feels more connected than it did at first stroll. The reeds whisper in your ear, saying, "Take your time," in a tone only nature can conjure. You smile, because even the quiet can be a joke if you look closely. The world seems to chuckle, its laughter echoing through the air. The path continues under a sky tinted with light, a gentle reminder of passing time. Every breeze offers a new story, a new scent to inhale and share. You are its narrator, and the reeds applaud. A distant ripple calls, an invitation to keep wandering with a heart open as a lake. The reeds agree, their rustle sounding like a soft drumbeat. You feel at ease, a calm inside where water and reed join hands. The world hums, and it invites you to breathe slowly, almost like a bedtime story. The reeds play an ancient tune, humming in rhythm with your pulse. You become one with the quiet, a moment of pure sleep readying. The end of the path is a soft hill, a gentle rise that welcomes you home. There you find a stone, warm and smooth, as if it had been polished by wind. You touch it, feeling the subtle vibrations that sync with your heartbeat. This stone is a marker, a reminder that every journey brings a new beginning. You let your thoughts drift back to the reeds, the water, and the hush. As the wind sighs, You know this calm will stay with you. A breeze lifts your hair, carrying whispers of distant waves. The reeds sway in unison, a gentle reminder that everything is connected. You feel gratitude for this breath, this shared moment between wind and earth. You pause, feeling the cool air settle on your cheeks like a soft blanket. The world feels less busy, its noises softened into background music. You breathe in, exhaling dreams into the mist, letting them go. The path ahead unwinds, inviting you to explore yet more secrets of reeds. Each step is a promise, each breath a quiet vow to stay present. You walk, guided by the quiet heartbeat of the reeds and the sea whisper. In the distance, a low drum sound resonates like a lullaby. The sound is not loud. It is a subtle echo of the world's pulse. You listen, feeling your own heart align with the rhythm of the reeds. The journey ends when the reeds bow, signaling the path's gentle completion. You reach the old stone and notice it glows faintly under the sky's soft light. The glow is soothing, like a lull in the wind's breath. The story concludes with a gentle hum, the final note in nature's lullaby. You let your body sink into the comforting silence, ready to drift into sleep. The last image is of the reeds, waving softly, forever guiding your dreams. The last image is of the reeds, waving softly, forever guiding your dreams. Now, the night deepens into a velvet hush that cradles your wandering thoughts. You feel the coolness of grass under your soles as it whispers a lull in green. A distant owl hoots, a single note resonant, almost as if speaking in Morse code. Your ears catch the subtle thrum of the river, a steady heartbeat beneath the trees. You breathe in the scent of wet earth, the aroma of moss that feels like a secret confession. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. That odd phrase lingers and makes you chuckle softly. It becomes a private joke, one shared between you and the whispering reeds. You pause, noticing a small ripple in the water that mirrors the sky's dark sheen. A silver fish darts by, its scales shimmering like tiny starlight caught in liquid. You inhale deeper, tasting the faint aroma of jasmine that floats on the breeze. The jasmine mixes with salt, which rises from the distant sea's hidden mouth. The waves of scent mingle with the reed's own breath, creating a symphonic perfume. Your mind drifts to the idea that water remembers, that it carries stories across ages. A rumor says that the ancients buried secrets beneath reeds, hoping future travelers might find them. Experts think the idea of hidden treasure is a common creative thread in folklore. You laugh at the image of a hidden chest guarded by dancing reeds. The reeds sway in a rhythm that feels like a secret conversation only they understand. A breeze nudges the grass, sending a cascade of droplets clinging to your fingertips. You feel the droplets cool, a refreshing touch that reminds you of summer nights. You think of how the moonlit path would look if the water were a silver mirror. Historians still argue whether the earliest irrigation systems were built by astronomers. The debate echoes like a distant drumbeat in your mind, soft yet persistent. You press your palm flat against the riverbed, feeling the ancient stone underwater. You sense the faint hum that vibrates through the stones, a low, almost inaudible song. A mainstream fact comes to mind. The Romans used lead pipes to move water across the empire. You imagine ancient Romans marching, clutching copper pipes, their sandals crunching on gravel. The idea that they carried water like a precious liquid conjures a quiet sense of pride. A quirky claim states that monks once baked bread using moonlight as their oven. The thought seems absurd, but in your mind, it feels almost plausible. Amid the night, you hear the faint tick of a distant clock, a timekeeper for the sleeping forest. The reeds, like a choir, sing a lullaby that only the wind can conduct. You feel your breathing slow, aligning with the low, rhythmic pulses of the water. The water's movement feels like a gentle tide, lapping at the shore of your thoughts. You think about how each breath is a step deeper into this quiet sanctuary. The night deepens, the stars emerging one by one, twinkling like beads of distant jewels. Your eyelids flutter, but you remain rooted to the path, guided by the reed's light. A soft croak nearby breaks the silence, a frog announcing its presence. The sound is pleasant, like a small drumbeat that belongs only to this marsh. You wonder if your footsteps leave an echo in the reeds, an unseen ripple in the night. You find a patch of moss, soft as a velvety pillow, that invites your hand. You place your thumb on it, feeling the slight dampness, as if the moss is listening. You remember the phrase from earlier, and it brings a grin that feels like a private secret. You smile at the humor, acknowledging how small wonders keep the mind alive. You hear a distant laugh, an echo that shimmers through the wind's fingers. The laughter feels like a song the stars hum at the edges of the cosmos. You close your eyes for a moment, letting the night cradle your thoughts like a blanket. In the darkness, a subtle rustle signals the movement of unseen creatures. You sense the delicate shift of a leaf, a flutter that feels like a gentle whisper. Your heart beats in a steady rhythm, each pulse matching the soft hum of the reeds. You listen, and the night deepens into an almost tangible blanket. A sense of calm wraps around your being, like a warm shawl woven from moonlight. You feel the night's breath against your skin, cool and refreshing, yet somehow familiar. The water beside you sighs, a low, rhythmic sound that lulls your thoughts. Your mind follows the path that the reeds have carved through the night. The reeds seem to nod in time with your footsteps, each bend a gentle approval. You think of the stories the reeds might hold, of ancient times and forgotten songs. Historians still argue whether the earliest irrigation systems were built by astronomers. The debate lingers, a quiet echo that follows the river's song. You find a stone, smooth and cool, its surface reflecting the faint starlight. You touch the stone, feeling the subtle vibrations that sync with your heartbeat. The stone's coolness feels like a secret handshake, between you and the earth. You imagine how those stones once guided ancient travelers across this marsh. A mainstream fact reminds you the Romans used lead pipes to move water across the empire. You picture the pipes clinking, a metal echo that could have powered entire cities. A quirky claim surfaces in your mind. Monks once baked bread using moonlight as their oven. The idea is absurd, yet whimsical, a reminder that creativity has no bounds. The reeds beside you sway, as if in agreement with your thoughts. You breathe in deeper, tasting the subtle mixture of salt and pine resin. The pine resin floats in the air, adding to the forest's quiet perfume. You feel the night as a living entity, pulse, breath, and mind, all intertwined. The water's surface gleams, reflecting the sky's dark tapestry and a million tiny stars. A distant howl of a wolf slices through the stillness, echoing across the marsh. Your muscles relax further, each breath releasing the tension from earlier. You walk slowly, letting the path guide your mind into a deeper calm. The reeds sing a gentle tune, a melody that only the night can compose. You find yourself humming along, your voice blending with the wind's soft chord. The world around you feels alive, breathing in harmony with your heart. You feel the connection growing, the sense that your journey is part of a larger story. The night drapes itself around you, a velvet cloak of whispers and sighs. You pause beside a low bank of stone, feeling the coolness seep into your skin. Your fingers trace the textured edges, each groove telling a silent story. You imagine the stone's age, carved by hands that never knew a smartphone. The idea of such ancient craftsmanship feels almost sacred. A quiet hush falls over the marsh, a blanket that soothes even the restless mind. You listen to the sound of your breath, slow and deep, a steady river under the moon. The reeds rustle gently, as if they were breathing with you. Your thoughts drift to the idea that water is a silent storyteller. It carries history in its currents, tales of storms, of harvests, of quiet resilience. Your journey feels like a pilgrimage, a wanderer in a land of whispers. You pause to feel the wind, how it caresses your face and carries distant smells. An old tale says the wind remembers every footstep, carrying them to the next wanderer. You consider that idea, feeling a warmth ripple through your chest. The night deepens, filling your senses with a calm that anchors your thoughts. The reeds sway in unison, their rhythm calming your mind like a gentle lull. You feel the quiet around you intensify, each sound becoming a note in a slow meditation. Historians still argue whether the earliest irrigation systems were built by astronomers. The debate echoes quietly, a low note in the night's chorus. You continue walking, each step a small drumbeat, each breath a song. The path is simple, the darkness inviting, the world quiet and open. You think of the idea that you are simply a part of this ongoing story, a small yet essential pause. The marsh seems to breathe, its life pulsing through the reeds and the stones. You listen, feeling your pulse slow, matching the quiet rhythm of the environment. You hear a rustle again, a small creature moving silently among the grasses. The sound carries a sense of gentle weight, a reminder of life that is never far. You smile, your grin soft and aware of the quiet joke of the reeds. You remember that crocodile dung sunscreen again, a playful thought that makes you chuckle. Your laughter echoes softly, a small sound joining the night's symphony. The reeds continue to sway, their leaves creating a musical tapestry with the wind. You feel at one with this world, each breath a harmony with the reed's song. A sense of protection grows, wrapped in the night's comforting veil. You think of the idea that the reeds might have guided ancient travelers, a silent mentor. You feel the weight of centuries, wrapped in the soft touch of the reeds. You stand for a moment, feeling the night press a gentle kiss upon your cheek. The scent of wet earth fills your nose, mingling with the distant ocean's salt. You inhale deeply, feeling the air fill your lungs, a quiet cleansing ritual. The reeds hum a lullaby, each note carefully crafted by nature's own hands. You feel the calm grow, a quiet tide rising inside. The journey feels endless, yet each step is finite, a fleeting moment in a vast tapestry. A quiet echo reminds you that time itself is a subtle river. You let your mind wander, exploring the ideas that have floated in your thoughts tonight. The night continues, a blanket of stars that seems to watch over you. The path winds, and the reeds create a gentle guide, a natural compass you feel in your pulse. You keep moving, each step a beat in the rhythmic lull you found. The water beside you whispers, a low, gentle sound that is almost a promise. You feel the soft vibration of the earth through your soles, a steady rhythm that anchors. A distant howl echoes again, now softer, like a distant dream. You hear the reeds in harmony with the wind, each leaf a note in a living orchestra. Your thoughts settle, the mind finding a quiet space within the stillness. You feel the night's calm spreading across your shoulders, each breath a step into deeper peace. Your heart pounds softly, slowing as it aligns with the soothing rhythm around. It is a quiet dance of breath and earth's pulse. The reeds offer a gentle chorus, a lullaby that only the forest can sing. You close your eyes for a moment, allowing the night to fill your senses fully. The world feels immense yet intimate, an open field where your feet can wander freely. You feel a sense of connection, a reminder that every small step is part of a larger story. The night deepens, the stars shifting slowly across the sky. Your heartbeat slows, synchronized with the quiet that surrounds you. You think of the idea that each breath is a note, and each step is a rhythm in a quiet symphony. The reeds move like dancers, creating a soft visual melody. You feel the sense that this moment may last forever, or maybe just a breath. The world around you is a living poem, written with sound, scent, and touch. You hear the subtle clink of small stones in the distance, a distant drumbeat of a forgotten trail. Your mind remembers the phrase about crocodile dung sunscreen, a playful echo in your thoughts. You laugh softly, a sound that mingles with the reeds' whisper. The laughter feels like a secret key to a hidden room of quiet. You walk, each footfall a gentle drumbeat on the mossy path. The reeds sing with the wind, each leaf contributing a soft harmony. You feel the evening's breath through the cool air, a whisper on your tongue. Your thoughts settle into a calm rhythm, a steady breath matching the night's tempo. The water's surface becomes a mirror to the stars, a silver ribbon across the dark. You can sense each star's light, tiny beacons that speak of distant worlds. You feel a sense of wonder, as if the universe is offering a quiet blessing. The reeds sway gently, each motion a subtle promise of peace. You feel the night's warmth around, a protective blanket that covers your entire being. The path is simple, the darkness calm, the night inviting. You continue walking, feeling the quiet rise, a gentle tide that fills your chest. The reeds provide a natural lull, a calming soundtrack to your movement. You feel your mind slip into a deeper silence as the night settles fully. You think of the idea that the reeds have stood for centuries, silently watching. They are the quiet guardians of the marsh, silent observers of every wandering soul. You breathe, letting the earth's rhythm guide you slowly. The night seems to press a soft, slow pulse onto your chest, a quiet heartbeat around. You realize that this quiet moment is a gift, a pause among the bustling of life. You feel gratitude, a sense that the world's soft breath touches your heart. The reeds whisper their lullaby, a soft lull that only the night can give. You find your breathing aligning with the river's hush, a steady, calm rhythm. You feel the calm grow stronger, an inward tide that lifts your mind. You are part of this quiet story, a small voice amid a larger chorus. The night carries your breath, a quiet echo that will travel far. You smile, a quiet joy that lives inside your chest. The reeds sway, a gentle dance that matches the rhythm you have found. You continue, the path and the night, a single continuous lullaby. The water's hush surrounds you, a quiet blanket that comforts you. You feel the soft coolness against your skin, like a gentle hug from the world. The reeds offer their song, each leaf contributing a soft tone in the wind. You feel your mind slip into a deeper reverence, the quiet moment holding you. The night's calm deepens, like a pond that reflects stars. Each breath becomes a note. Your heart beats in a slow, steady rhythm. The reeds provide a gentle echo, a lull that keeps the world calm. You breathe, feeling the world's quiet pulse in your chest. You think of the idea that each moment is a step in a timeless story, a moment to pause. You realize how the reeds guide you, gentle hands that lead your path. The night feels like a soft sweater, wrapping over your shoulders, easing any tension. The sound of the reeds is a lull that whispers peace into your mind. You feel the night's calm wash over you, a quiet tide that fills your ears. You stand for a moment, feeling the world breathe around you. The reeds sway gently, a harmony that matches your breath, a silent chorus. You feel gratitude rising inside, a quiet thank you to the silent world around. The night takes you further, each step deeper into a quiet story. The path feels like a gentle guide, a safe place to rest your mind. You keep walking, each breath a calm note in the music of night. The reeds hum a soft lull, a rhythm that calms the body's nerves. Your heart aligns with the gentle rhythm of the reeds, a steady pulse. You close your eyes for a moment, letting the night wrap around you. The world quiets, and your breathing sinks with the steady river lull. You feel a sense of peace settle around, like a blanket of soft clouds. The reeds continue their soft melody, a lull that keeps your thoughts in silence. You walk, your every step a quiet drumbeat on the moss. The night seems to cradle your mind, a gentle wave that laps your senses. You feel connected to the world, your breath in harmony with the reeds. The path is simple, the night is calm, the reeds are a quiet companion. You continue walking until the water's rush becomes a soothing hush. The reed's light moves with you, a faint glow that guides your path. You feel the coolness of the mist on your face, tender and refreshing. The reeds whisper, a soft hush that makes you feel at home. You think of how the reeds have stood for centuries. You feel a sense of awe, as if a living testament to time. You breathe, letting the rhythm of the marsh calm you. The night continues, the reeds a soft soundtrack. You are part of this quiet story, a small note in a huge lullaby. The world feels gentle, the path is clear, the night surrounds you. You walk until the hush becomes a steady, soothing tide. You feel your mind settle, the breath slowing, a quiet rhythm in sync. The reeds whisper their lullaby, keeping you calm. You are one with the night, breathing in peace. You keep walking, each step guided by a soft, rhythmic lull. The world is serene. The reeds are your gentle guide. You feel the calming presence of the night around you. The path continues. The reeds provide a steady lull. You breathe, letting the harmony of nature calm you. You smile, knowing you are part of this quiet night. The wind rustles through the reeds, as if whispering forgotten lullabies. You feel the breeze carry the scent of ancient pines. It feels like a slow, breathing storyteller draped in moss. You step gently, allowing the wind to guide your footsteps. The reeds sway, creating a soft, rhythmic soundtrack that calms. You notice a tiny moth flitting between stalks, shy. Your ears pick up the distant dribble of a stone river. This water hums a melody that seems to echo from ages past. It feels as though the wind is a silent librarian of lore. You listen close, hoping to catch an ancient rhyme. A rustle emerges, a soft gasp from the reeds. You smile, wondering if the reeds are sharing a secret. Their voices are woven into the wind's gentle hum. You recall a quirky tale of a farmer who sang to reeds. He claimed it brought rain, and the legend persists. You chuckle softly, feeling the wind applaud your humor. The wind laughs back, a chuckle rustling with wet leaves. You sense the ancient winds still stir ancient stories. A whisper slides past your ear, a name in an old tongue. You feel the pull of destiny, oddly comforting. You wonder if your journey mirrors those early explorers. They too followed wind, chasing myths. Your mind drifts to Roman aqueducts, a story etched in stone. A mainstream fact reminds you that Roman engineers used concrete. You imagine the concrete flowing like rivers under sunlit arches. You smile, feeling a quiet pride in history's engineering. A fringe theory claims monks once baked bread with moonlight. The idea feels silly, yet oddly poetic. You pause, hearing the wind hum a lull. You let the rhythm settle inside, like a soft drum. Historians still argue whether the earliest irrigation systems were built by astronomers. This debate echoes through the reeds, a gentle echo of uncertainty. You breathe, feeling the wind's question stir within you. The wind answers in a sigh, a gentle reassurance. You feel the warmth of old voices dancing in the grass. The reeds giggle, their leaves brushing like soft feathers. Your steps sync with the rhythm of ancient tales. You pause to listen, to feel the wind's pulse. The wind carries a melody of harvests long ago. It feels like a lullaby sung by time itself. You trace your fingers along a bark, remembering old songs. The bark smells of earth, a scent that calms the mind. You close your eyes, letting the wind wrap you. The reeds sing, their notes humming like gentle rain. You feel small, part of the living chorus. The wind whispers a secret, the world remembers. You inhale, the scent of damp reads a comfort. The night hums, a steady rhythm of sleeping stones. You sense the wind's story is still unfolding. You hear a distant cry from a fox, sharp. It adds a layer to the wind's quiet tapestry. The wind sighs, a breath that fills your chest. You allow the breath in, feel the day slip. The reeds hum, a lull that keeps the path safe. You step onward, following the wind's guidance. You notice a patch of fireflies, lights dancing. Their flicker mirrors the stars, small suns in night. You watch, feeling a quiet awe. The wind carries a song about old kings. The melody recalls a time when salt was rare. You feel the weight of that heritage. A distant howl interrupts the lull. You hear the wind carry the howl farther. It blends with the reed's gentle chant, a harmony of nature. You smile, feeling the wind and reeds together. You let the scene settle in like a soft blanket. The wind hums a lull that wraps you. You feel the world shift to a gentle lullaby. You inhale, the air tasting of earth and salt. The reeds sing, their voices a cradle of old memories. You sense the wind is telling a tale of love. A soft voice, ancient, breathes into your hearing. You smile, feeling the lullaby settle. You walk, following the wind's gentle guide. Night deepens, the path quiets, the reeds lull. You reach an old stone slab, cold and smooth. The wind brushes the slab, whispering names. A name echoes, Alaric, from ancient times. You feel a tingle, an ancient echo. The reeds sigh, a chorus of forgotten words. You pause, breathing, the wind's song calming. The wind speaks, soft as a lull. You hear it asking why you are here. The wind answers for the path. You feel a sense of purpose. The reeds hum, a quiet reassurance. You smile, feeling the wind calm your heart. The world breathes, and you breathe too. The night settles, a gentle blanket over reeds. You continue walking, guided by wind and ancient tales. Every step echoes with the lullaby of past voices. You feel the wind's breath on your cheek. You pause, hearing the winds whisper again. You smile, feeling the story continue. The reeds keep singing softly. You rest, feeling the lullaby's embrace. The wind carries your breath forward. You feel the path home calling. You walk with ease, the wind steady. The reeds' song drifts, soothing your thoughts. The night glows in muted gold. You inhale the scent of reeds and thyme. You close your eyes, let the wind wrap you. The journey ends, the wind still singing. Your heart calms, your mind drifts to dreams. You smile, knowing the wind always knows. You drift to sleep, cradled by reed lullaby. You feel the reeds whisper, a subtle invitation to linger. The wind hums, a tune only night could compose. A breeze carries the memory of distant campfires. You pause, listening to the crackle echo. Your ears catch a faint, melodic bird call. It is a tune from a species that never sang. You wonder about its origin. Playful curiosity sparkles. You think the reeds might hold a secret key. The wind sighs, a gentle reassurance of unseen paths. You take a deep breath, feeling the coolness deepen. A soft glow lingers between the reeds. You see shadows dancing, a story in motion. You feel transported to a time of nomads. The night feels infinite, unbroken by borders. You lean against a trunk, feeling the wood's memory. Its rough surface recalls ancient carvings of forgotten tribes. The wind blows, carrying the scent of wet clay. You recall a tale of a trader who left his compass. He carried only a map of stars, no direction. The wind whispers that stars guide the wanderers. You feel a sense of freedom, unbound by maps. The reeds sway, creating soft waves of green. You picture a river of reeds, a path to unknown. The wind lifts, pulling your mind along. You feel the rhythm sync with your heartbeat. You notice a tiny frog blinking at you. It watches you, as if in silent applause. You smile, feeling a connection to all living things. You continue forward, the path revealing ancient footprints. Dust clings to the leaves, a glittering trail. You trail after the dust, following history's echo. The wind carries the sound of distant drums. The drums beat in a rhythm older than stone. You imagine a ceremony held by old shamans. Their voices rise, blending with reed vibrations. The wind hums a lull that soothes the restless soul. You feel the weight of this memory lighten your steps. The reed's chorus continues, a gentle lullaby for nights. You press your palm against a stone, feeling its pulse. It vibrates, echoing the heartbeat of the earth. You sense a dialogue between stone and wind. You lean closer, the pulse growing stronger. The wind whispers a story. The wind says stay. You feel a gentle invitation to rest, but you continue. The path bends, revealing a clearing bathed in moonlight. The light is soft, illuminating the reed's silver edges. You step into the clearing, heart beating calmly. The wind rises, blowing a hush over the clearing. You listen, the wind speaking in hushed tones. A crack appears in the ground, revealing hidden stone. The stone glows faintly, like a hidden lantern. You touch the stone, feeling warmth spread through you. The wind sings over the stone, a note of triumph. You feel the night wrap around you, comforting. A breeze whispers old songs, each note a tale. You listen, the songs echo through your mind. The reeds resonate, echoing each chorus. You smile, remembering the wind's soft laugh. You feel the wind's breath brushing your cheek. The wind carries stories of forgotten travelers. You think of those who walked before you. Their footsteps echo in the reeds, a timeless pulse. You pause, feeling the connection deeper. The wind wraps around you, closing the circle. The reeds' lullaby slows, becoming a gentle hush. You stay in silence, letting the wind speak. You close your eyes, feeling wind's embrace. The wind's voice is a soft lull, a final note. You breathe, heart sinking with that final lull. You feel a sense of contented calm. The night is still. Stars blink like applause. You feel the wind's final whisper, gentle and kind. You let that whisper fill your mind. You know that the wind will always be here. You feel the wind's promise, steady as ancient stone. You step slowly back to the path you came. The reeds welcome you, a gentle wave of green. You smile, knowing the path will guide again. The wind carries your steps toward restful sleep. You feel the wind embrace the night, carrying you forward. You settle, letting the reed lullaby draw you to sleep. The wind is here, a constant whisper of calm. You fall asleep, surrounded by reeds, wind, and night. The wind's final lull settles over your dreams. You are safe, cradled by the night's soft song. The story ends, but the wind continues. You wake with a smile, remembering the wind's gentle touch. Dark river glints under the moon, each ripple a silver brushstroke on the dark water. You pause, feeling the cool air wrap around your shoulders like a gentle blanket. A faint glow reflects off the surface, making the water seem alive with tiny stars. You step closer, letting your toes skim the wet gravel beneath the surface. The sound of the water is a slow, steady heartbeat that syncs with your breath. You feel the rhythm pulsing through the reeds, a quiet percussion under your feet. The wind whispers across the lake, playing over the reeds like a soft lullaby. You close your eyes just for a moment, catching the scent of damp earth and salt. Moonlight paints the water in pale silver, painting ripples like waves on paper. Each ripple carries a memory of a distant star shining above. You let the glow wash over your face, feeling the night's cool embrace. The darkness around feels thick, yet the moonlight breaks it into tiny diamonds. You move with relaxed steps, almost guided by the soft glow that surrounds you. The river's edge is lined with willow branches that bend like sighing fingers. These branches sway gently, creating a trembling canopy over the reflective surface. The air carries a subtle scent of pine needles, a scent that relaxes the mind. A distant owl calls, its cry echoing through the quiet night, adding to the soundtrack. You breathe in, letting the sound of the owl fill your ears like a gentle drum. You breathe out slowly, feeling the stress of the day melt away. The night feels like a living canvas upon which the moon paints its patterns. A faint glow appears further downstream, as if the moon's reflection is chasing itself. You follow the glow, drawn by the soft silver trail that twists like a ribbon. At a bend, the river becomes narrower, the water slowing like a sleepy lull. You feel the stone path beneath you, the texture cool against your palms. The path is lined with small stones that have moss growing between them. The moss feels like the world's own soft carpet, soothing under your fingers. You move forward, feeling each stone's coolness seep into your skin. The moon continues to illuminate the water, its light shimmering like liquid glass. You hear soft dripping, a water trickle in the reeds that sounds like a ticking clock. You imagine that each drop is a note in a secret, ancient song. In that song, the water hums a narrative about tides, nights, and forgotten travelers. You feel the music inside you, a gentle hum that matches your heartbeat. You can almost hear the world singing in a rhythm that only the moon understands. Historians still argue whether the first moonlit ceremonies were purely symbolic or had a scientific basis. The debate lingers like a phantom that haunts the dark stillness of the night. You let that question linger, a subtle tremor in the silence that follows your thoughts. You think of how the ancients looked up, their minds filled with questions about the sky. The ancient Chinese recorded a poem about a moonlit river that still echoes in the wind. You feel a gentle vibration run along your wrist as the wind brushes through your hair. The reeds rustle softly, a rustle that matches the beat of a deep heart. You remember the quirk from an old story about a river spirit that loves lullabies. Some say the river whispers lullabies that summon sleeping turtles hidden in the depths. You smile at the absurdity, the image of turtles rocking gently to the song. The night deepens, and a gentle hush falls over the water. The moon's reflection glides like silver on the surface, dancing with every ripple. You feel that your pulse starts to mimic the rhythmic swing of the water. The sky above is full of stars, each one shining like a tiny lantern in the darkness. You count them softly, a mental trick that keeps your mind from wandering. While counting, you feel a subtle sense of contentment settle inside. You notice the faint glow of a firefly, flickering like a tiny, glowing thought. The firefly's light flares for a moment, then dims, as if breathing. You watch, feeling your own breathing synchronize with that brief flare of light. The water nearby creates tiny ripples that mirror the firefly's rhythm. The reflection on the water matches the firefly's gentle pulse, a synchrony that comforts. You take a slow step, letting your feet sink slightly into the warm sand. The sand feels soft against your soles, like a natural cushion beneath your stride. You listen to wind noises through the reeds, each note a faint sigh of the night. With each inhale, you swallow the crisp, cool air that fills your chest. This breath feels like a reminder that the world can be calm and slow. You let your mind wander to a distant dream, a story of ancient rivers. You remember how some cultures named rivers not only after land, but after stories. The river, under moonlight, becomes a living narrative with silver light. Your eyes linger on a patch of dark water, reflecting the pale glow of the moon. The darkness feels thick, yet the moonlight pierces it with a quiet intensity. A small fish darts across the surface, a fleeting silver flash. The fish's movement seems to join the rhythm of the rippling water. You feel a sense of unity between the fish's motion and your own heartbeat. You pause, feeling the weight of the night press gently against you. The night is a blanket that covers the world, yet the river remains bright. You imagine the moon hanging over the river like a pearl on a string. Its light travels across the water, turning everything into a dreamscape. You feel the warmth of the moon on your face, a steady touch that soothes. As you continue walking, you notice a faint glitter in the water, like mica. The glitter shimmers, a subtle reminder that even darkness holds gems. You reach a small wooden bridge that appears from the darkness. The bridge creaks softly, making a gentle tone when you walk across it. The sound seems to echo softly, resonating with the river's slow music. You stand on the other side for a moment, hearing the sound echoing in your ears. The moon's reflection on the water mirrors the bridge in a parallel echo. You step off the bridge, and the water's surface quakes slightly. A breeze picks up the reeds, whispering like a hushed conversation. The breeze carries a faint smell of wet earth, a scent that is deeply comforting. You inhale fully, letting that scent fill every part of you. The breath feels like a small wave that travels through your body. You let that wave travel slowly from your lungs to your feet. You feel your muscles relax with each breath that passes through. The night seems to pulse in harmony with your breathing cycle. You turn to look again at the river's glow, feeling the light touch your senses. An image flickers in your mind of a boat sailing beneath a bright moon. You sense how the boat glides on silver water under the same luminous sky. The boat moves gently, leaving a trail of tiny ripples behind. Those ripples create intricate patterns like lace on the water. You enjoy the pattern, watching how they fade into emptiness. The fading ripples remind you that moments are fleeting, yet beautiful. You feel the rhythm of their dissolving in the current, a gentle settling. Your mind settles in, following the slow rhythm of the water's pulse. The wind carries a faint sound, almost like a distant drumbeat. You hear the drums, but they sound softer, as if played by a small child. The wind lifts your hair, making you feel like a calm participant in nature. You pause for a breath, letting the wind's soft texture brush your skin. You feel a small spark of excitement in the simplicity that surrounds you. You smile, remembering a story about a fisherman who could hear the water's song. He claimed his catches were guided by the river's melody. The tale has lasted generations. That tale feels like a modern myth, a story about listening to nature's whispers. You think about how people once navigated by the light of the moon on water. This feeling of navigation creates trust in something larger than yourself. You realize with each step, the river's silver light creates a path for you. You let that path guide your feet, trusting that it will lead to safety. The moonlight becomes a beacon as you walk across the water's surface. The surface is almost glass, reflecting everything like a polished mirror. You see your own silhouette reflected above, a part of the night's story. Your silhouette blends with the reed's shadows, a merging of shapes. You feel a sense of quiet unity with the nocturnal environment. In the darkness, each breath adds a note to an unseen symphony. The symphony grows deeper with every passing minute. Your mind follows the gentle swell of the river's soft sound. You hear a faint creak, possibly a branch or a stone underwater. It is a small, gentle echo that seems to come from the depths. You realize the river is a living body that hums under moonlight. You feel that humming, a resonating vibration that passes through your bones. A small splash cuts across the water near a stone, startling your nerves. That splash creates a ripple, spreading like a ripple across the whole surface. You see the ripple spread over a few meters, bright against the darkness. The ripple dissipates, restoring calm. You let the calm seep into your body, like a wave that calms the sea. You feel your heart slowing down, echoing the rhythm of the night. The moon's face in the water looks like a tiny lantern held by a cloud. You imagine the lantern flickering softly, a tiny candle over the water. You imagine how lanterns were once lit on rivers to guide pilgrims. The thought brings a gentle smile as you continue walking. The path leads slightly higher, giving you a view of the entire river. This view makes the river look like a long silver ribbon across the earth. You trace the ribbon with your eyes, following where it goes. It leads to a small clearing where a stone sits upon a mound. The stone glows faintly under the moon, as if the moon itself rests on it. You walk toward the stone, feeling the moss under your fingertips. The moss is cool, a tiny cushion for your palm. You lift your hands, closing your eyes, letting the stone's energy spread. It feels like a gentle pulse that runs through your fingers, a subtle vibration. You hear whispers of the water's song coming from the stone. Those whispers echo with the same rhythm as your breathing. You feel your breath matching that rhythm, a slow, steady rhythm. A quiet wind blows, shivering through the reeds, a soft whisper. You let the wind carry a little salt from the nearby beach. The salt air tastes like a memory of a distant ocean. You notice the faint sound of distant waves, maybe the ocean itself. You imagine being at the coast and the river meeting the sea. You feel that connection, a subtle thread linking your steps to distant waves. You hear a distant bird call, a call that sounds like the wind's voice. You feel that call echoing over the water, a sound that feels almost gentle. The call becomes a soft lull, a soft voice within the wide night. You pause, letting the sound settle in your mind, a calm meditation. You feel a gentle pulse in your chest, matching the rhythm of the waves. You feel that each pulse is part of an ancient rhythm. You imagine that rhythm carried by wind for millennia. This brings into your mind an ancient tale of a moonlit river journey. The tale tells of a traveler who followed the glow of the water to a hidden temple. You let that thought drift slowly, as peaceful as the water. You hear a subtle creak in the surrounding trees, adding depth to the soundtrack. The tree seems to sigh, a sound that feels like breathing. You feel the wind passing through the branches, a soft, gentle wind that lifts your mood. You notice a glimmer of a small fish in the water, a quick flash of silver. The silver flicker is short, but leaves a lasting impression in your mind. You feel the echo of that flicker in your heart, a quick, bright pulse. You let that pulse blend with the gentle rhythm of the wind. The wind feels like a hand that soothes your shoulders, easing tension. You feel a sense of gratitude for the calm you find under the moon. You let yourself sit on a small stone, feeling its weight beneath your knees. As you sit, you feel the stone's subtle warmth from beneath it. The warmth spreads a little across your skin, like a gentle caress. You feel your breathing slow and deepen. You focus on the sound of the water. It becomes a low hum. You think of the quietness that surrounds, a silence that is filled. You feel like that silence is a safe place you can drift into. You close your eyes, listening to a distant river's gentle whisper. You picture yourself gently floating on the water, feeling the river's pulse. Your body feels light, as if weightless on a warm wave. You imagine that wave carrying you to the ancient temple stones. You feel your mind travel back to the time of that traveler, alone. The traveler followed a path illuminated by the moonlight glow. In that story, the river guided the traveler to a hidden sanctuary. You remember that the sanctuary had a single, shining stone as its altar. You feel that stone as a symbol, a source of calm and guidance. The stone's glow is softer now, but still shines. The moon on the water, that glowing stone, and you are part of a quiet tale. You feel gratitude for that quiet connection, a deep sense of calm. You notice a slight ripple in the water, as if the river is breathing. The ripple moves slowly, a ripple that lingers for a moment. You let that ripple's motion guide your thoughts toward a moment of peace. You feel a calmness settle over you, a gentle blanket that softens every edge. You inhale slowly, filling your lungs with the quiet, cool night. You exhale, letting the tension leave your shoulders. The wind shifts subtly, bringing a fresh scent of wet stone. You notice the stone's scent, a scent that fills the space between you and the water. You smile at the feeling, a gentle laugh that rises like a wave. The laugh feels like a gentle invitation to keep walking. You feel the river's call as a subtle hum in the background. You hear the hum as though it were a lull in the sky itself. You pause for a few seconds, listening to the quiet. You feel the wind and water join in a silent conversation. The conversation feels like a story of time, unspoken yet profound. You notice a small bird flit between the reeds, its wings fluttering. Its quick movement adds a bright note to the stillness. You hear its tiny chirp, a sound that echoes in the night. You find the chirp soothing as if it were a lullaby from before. The chirp becomes a gentle reminder of small life in the darkness. You smile, feeling the bird as a friendly companion. You let the bird's presence soften the space around you. The wind brings a faint scent of citrus from a distant orchard. That scent mixes with the fresh reed aroma, creating a gentle aroma. You breathe in the scent fully, letting it fill your body. Outside, you notice a faint glow from a distant lantern. The lantern's glow is a soft amber, a comforting light. You imagine the lantern as a guide for travelers lost in night. You feel that sense of guidance in yourself, a quiet reassurance. You notice the river reflect that light as a slow dancing ripple. The light moves gently, a dance of warmth on silver water. You watch the dance, feeling the rhythm that fills your senses. You hear the lull of the river as a deep hum, a low vibration. That vibration echoes in your body, a warm, slow pulse that fills your chest. You feel your heart beating in sync with that sound, a slow, steady beat. You let your body relax under the rhythm, feeling safe. The night carries the light of countless stars, each one a tiny firefly. You feel that each star is a bright spot that never fades. You remember a folklore that says stars are the souls of travelers. You feel a sense of wonder, a deep curiosity that stays with you. The world feels small, yet connected to a larger network of stories. You think of how those stories travel through time, passing down from generation to generation. You hear the gentle hum of the night, a lull that soothes your senses. A faint ripple runs across the water, a tiny ripple that feels like a pulse. You watch it, letting it flow into your own breathing. The pulse matches your breath, calming your mind. You notice that each breath matches the gentle rhythm of the water. You feel that the water's rhythm is like a metronome for your thoughts. You let yourself fall into a gentle trance of calm. You hear a distant sound of a crackling fire, soft and comforting. The crackling sound echoes like a memory of a campfire by the shore. You let that memory settle as a lull in the night. The night feels calm, as if you are wrapped in a cocoon of sound and light. You feel the warmth, a steady heat that keeps you safe. You notice a small shadow on the water, the shape of a leaf. The shadow moves with the current, a graceful dance. You think of how that leaf is floating in a vast sea. You feel the sense of belonging as you float alongside it. You realize the moment is a gentle reminder of all that flows. The river shows how everything is connected, each ripple part of a larger story. You feel your feet moving slowly along, guided by the light. The light is a steady star, a calm beacon. You feel your steps sync with the glow as a dance. The glowing river becomes a pathway beneath your feet. You step into that path, feeling calm. You walk until the shadows deepen and the reeds are more muted. You notice the air change, becoming cooler. As night fully settles, you feel the coolness soothe your skin. You feel that the world is more still. Each sound is subtle. You notice the wind carrying a slight sound of distant bells. That sound feels distant and ancient, as if it were echoing a forgotten place. You let that sound drift out of your thoughts, leaving calm inside. You feel more at peace. You continue walking, trusting the river's glow to lead. You hear a faint ripple in the water, a small wave. That wave feels delicate. You notice that the wave feels like a lull in the world. You let the wave calm you. You sense the calm flow in your body. You think of the river as a slow, calming story. You feel that story unfolding in the night. The river keeps going, still, quiet. The river's slow rhythm matches the slow rhythm of your mind. You feel the night's song deepen, deepening your sense of calm. You notice you are feeling lighter. You feel a sense of relaxation. You feel a sense that the entire world is in a lull. You realize the calm is a gift you can carry. You notice that calm is a simple, gentle invitation. You feel the invitation in your body. You let that invitation guide you. You feel comfortable, ready to share with the night. You smile in quiet acknowledgement. You walk until the world seems complete, as if the river is finished. You reach a shallow spot, a place to rest. You sit beneath a reed and listen to the river's calm. The reed provides a soothing shelter. You feel the softness of its leaf. You feel the light touch of its leaf on your skin. You feel its coolness that lingers long after you've touched. You sit, feeling the moment is complete. You notice how the river seems quiet, a gentle song. You enjoy that. You hear a small splash that sounds like a laugh. You feel that laugh is a small blessing in the quiet. You sit until the last note fades. You lie back, feeling the reeds sway at your back. You hear the gentle sway in your mind. You feel your body relax deeper. You hear the hush of the moon as it floats in sky. You feel that moon is a gentle lantern. You feel that the gentle lantern gives you safety. You hear the soft wind. It becomes a lull that helps you. You feel your mind float along. You sense a calm, a soft hum, a soothing sound. You feel your breath and heart match that hum. You feel that humming is a guide to sleep. You feel that when the night is this calm, you can rest. You see the river, the reeds, the moon, the breeze. You feel them all as one. You feel that feeling. You close your eyes, the world feels very peaceful. You stay there for a while, feeling safe. You think that the calm will stay with you. You are ready for restful sleep. You smile softly, feeling gratitude. You feel that the calm still carries you. You feel that the calm is ready to lead to deep sleep. You close your eyes one last time and surrender to night. You feel the world softening as the sun retreats behind the reeds. The air cools, turning the light afternoon into a gentle twilight blanket. You sense the breeze whispering, almost like a lullaby from the distant trees. This feeling reminds you of that time you tried to learn to swim. You laugh softly, knowing that effort was more like a splash than a stroke. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. That memory lingers like a sticky note. The shoreline flickers, echoing the fading sun with a pale amber glow. You notice the reeds bending slightly, as if they too are breathing. The rhythm of the water remains steady, a metronome for your thoughts. You imagine ancient sailors using this very rhythm to find their way home. The Great Fire of London in 1666 destroyed most of the city. You shift your stride, letting the path guide your hands to the wind. A sparrow flutters nearby, its tiny wings beating in perfect sync with your pulse. You laugh again, imagining the bird trying to keep up with your breathing. The reeds hum, a low frequency that vibrates in your shoulders. This vibration calms the lingering excitement like a gentle hand on a drum. You find yourself drifting, the world dissolving into a watercolor of greens. A distant murmur rolls over the water, sounding like a choir of minnows. Their tiny voices rise, merging with the hush of the night. You notice the river's banks cradling the night like a sleeping cradle, a subtle aroma of wet earth and pine drifts, soothing your mind. You close your eyes, allowing the scent to paint the back of your mind. The sensation of the reeds beneath your fingertips feels like a soft drum roll. You can feel the rhythm of the earth and sea aligning. Your breathing slows, each exhale a gentle wave washing away the day. You wonder if the river remembers every whispered secret it has ever seen. Perhaps it stores them like grains in a vast desert of stillness. You chuckle, imagining the river as a librarian of quiet tales. The moon, like a shy traveler, hovers above, offering a silent spotlight. It bathes the reeds, painting them silver as the night deepens. The water surface mirrors the lantern glow, turning water into liquid glass. Your thoughts flutter like fireflies darting across a silent sky. You reach back for the cool stone beside you, its surface damp. A tiny ripple touches it, and you feel the pulse of the world. You press a hand there, and the stone warms like a distant sun. This warmth, gentle and persistent, reminds you of childhood fires. You remember that the ancient Egyptians lit similar fires to navigate the Nile. You close your eyes once more, letting the warmth spread through your limbs. The night deepens, drawing a soft veil over the world. A breeze brushes your cheek, carrying the smell of wet moss. You inhale, feeling the breath of ancient rivers mingle with the present. Your pulse slows, each beat a steady metronome in quiet harmony. You feel content, as if the world whispered a lullaby to your mind. A distant owl hoots, its call echoing like a bedtime story. You laugh softly, thinking about that time the owl stole your sandwich. The owl shakes its head, perhaps embarrassed by its thievery. The moon rises higher, its silver light spilling over the reeds. The water mirrors its glow, creating a mirror for the sky. You stand still, listening to the subtle crackle of leaves. Each crackle feels like a tiny drumbeat, marking the passage of time. You find yourself at peace with all that passes, with all that stays. A gentle, rhythmic breathing pattern is forming in your chest and lungs. Your mind drifts, remembering the small jokes of the journey earlier. You recall the river's karaoke night, where fish sang off-key. The fish's off-key tune made the reeds wobble slightly, almost like applause. You smile, thinking of how unlikely that is, and feel lighter. You think about the time you tried counting stars to fall asleep. You remember the joke about the fisherman and the lucky tide. You laugh, realizing the tide was actually a wave of silence. The silence hums, a soft drone that fills your breathing. You feel the river hum like a long stretch of velvet rope. A soft rustle moves through the reeds, as if the reeds themselves sing. You sit again, letting the world wrap you like a cozy blanket. The blanket, made of reeds, night air, and distant moonlight, feels warm. You feel a slow shift within, the pulse of the world syncing with yours. The pulse is steady, a beat that keeps the heart in harmony. You lean back, feeling each body part release tension like a sigh. You close your eyes, allowing the world to continue its slow song. The river's song blends with the moon's quiet glow, creating a lullaby. You feel the rhythm, like a metronome ticking down to rest. The world around you sighs, a gentle exhale of the earth. You inhale, the fresh air filling you with calm. Your exhale follows, releasing the day's residual tension. You feel a sense of completion, as if returning home after a long trip. The journey ends as the sky settles, drawing the final breath of daylight. The moon shines bright, a gentle spotlight on the silver river. You hear the water sigh, a soft sigh echoing your own breath. You feel a gentle wave crest in your chest, bringing lightness to each cell. You imagine the wave carrying your thoughts, cleansing them as it rolls away. The world becomes a single song, a slow, steady pulse. A gentle hand of twilight caresses your forehead, easing the final strain. You feel the calm, a quiet ocean within your mind. The sky deepens, and the stars shift into their rightful places. You notice the subtle shimmer of constellations, like tiny lanterns swaying. The night breathes, a soft inhale of cool air that wraps around you. You feel the rhythm of your breathing, a lullaby of its own. You let the breath fall deep and slow, like a sleeping tide. Your eyelids grow heavy, a soft closure that invites dreamland. The dreamland opens, welcoming you with a gentle, warm light. You find yourself drifting, the water and night becoming one soft canvas. You close your eyes again, the world melting into sleep. You hear the faint rustle of reeds, a lullaby of nature. The night hums, a soft drum against your skull. You exhale, letting the day's tension dissolve into the wind. Your breath syncs with the river's pulse, a slow, calm rhythm. You feel the final wave of calm, gentle and vast. The dark embraces, and you find yourself in the cradle of dreams. You close your eyes one last time and surrender to night. You feel your body drifting deeper, as if on a quiet tide. A soft breeze stirs the reeds, scattering tiny shards of shadow. Each shard glints like a star that has fallen to the water. The water reflects, painting a dreamscape of glittering night. You think of the legend that said the moon was a giant lantern. The idea feels like a playful memory from the child in you. You smile softly as the moon nods in gentle acknowledgement. You feel the calm deepen, each breath a soft echo in the dark. The river seems to hum a lullaby for every creature that listens. You imagine the fish, the birds, and the wind all resting together. The night air feels cool, but it carries a faint, sweet scent. You inhale, the scent filling your lungs with soothing comfort. You exhale, releasing the last remnants of the day's activity. Your mind quiets, like a window left open in a storm. The open window lets in the night's lull, a gentle breath. You feel the night's embrace like a soft blanket over your shoulders. Every breath you take feels like a meditation on peace. The water's soft hiss becomes a whispering friend in the dark. You let it guide you into a deeper, richer sleep. You feel the world melting into a quiet, endless stream of calm. You think of the quiet places where light never fades. Your thoughts settle like pebbles at the river's bottom. They sink slowly, untroubled by the current outside. A faint, steady glow pulses above, as if the sky is breathing. You feel a sense of belonging, a connection to this serene place. Your body relaxes further, dissolving the last knot of tension. Your heart beats once more, slow and steady, like a drum in the dark. The dark becomes a cradle, and you drift in its cradle. You feel the night's weight easing, like a feather falling to ground. You let the feather drift, carrying your thoughts into sleep. You close your eyes one final time, letting silence descend. You find yourself in a world where sound is a gentle ripple. The ripple carries you gently to a place of pure relaxation. You are now the calm, the night, the river, in one silent dream. You feel the world softening as the sun retreats behind the reeds. The air cools, turning the light afternoon into a gentle twilight blanket. You sense the breeze whispering, almost like a lullaby from the distant trees. This feeling reminds you of that time you tried to learn to swim. You laugh softly, knowing that effort was more like a splash than a stroke. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. That memory lingers like a sticky note. The shoreline flickers, echoing the fading sun with a pale amber glow. You notice the reeds bending slightly, as if they too are breathing. The rhythm of the water Remain steady, a metronome for your thoughts. You imagine ancient sailors using this very rhythm to find their way home. The Great Fire of London in 1666 destroyed most of the city. You shift your stride, letting the path guide your hands to the wind. A sparrow flutters nearby, its tiny wings beating in perfect sync with your pulse. You laugh again, imagining the bird trying to keep up with your breathing. The reeds hum, a low frequency that vibrates in your shoulders. Their breath sounds like a whispered joke, a secret told only to you. You feel the dream's call from the horizon, tugging gently at your mind. Your thoughts swirl, an ancient breeze carrying your wanderings. The wind ruffles the tall grass, dancing with amber light. Your breathing slows, a gentle wave that carries you forward. Each breath is a ripple, calming the mind's surface. You feel the wind, carrying whispered stories of ancient times. You smile softly, the dream's rhythm comforting your heart. The horizon seems to breathe, a grand, slow exhale of light. You let the light flow into your chest, warming your skin. Your body relaxes, every muscle a wave on the sea of calm. A subtle rhythm keeps the dream alive, gentle and patient. You let the rhythm guide you deeper into twilight. You think of the river as a storyteller, narrating stories in whispers. You smile, imagining the river's narration about the first sunrise. The dream continues, soft and steady as a gentle tide. You feel the horizon close, a gentle boundary to your thoughts. You let your mind rest, calm as a lake at twilight. The river's song continues, a lullaby for your sleeping mind. You inhale a breath of night, cool and gentle. Your eyes feel heavy, a soft cloak covering them. You let the vision slip into a sea of soft darkness. You feel the dream like a safe boat, drifting past memories. The boat glides over the horizon, a quiet river of thought. You think of the fringe tidbit again, the moon as giant cheese. You chuckle, picturing astronauts tasting lunar dairy. The image blends with the dream, a gentle humor note. You watch the dream slowly paint the sky, a pastel of calm. The paint is soft, like clouds, with edges that melt. You feel the brush of wind, brushing your cheeks gentle. Your breath deepens, a slow drum that matches river's flow. Your mind drifts to a memory of night markets. It was a bright place, the air humming with spices. You imagine the smell of cinnamon, roasting fish, and stone. The scent lingers in the dream, like sweet incense. You smile at the rhythmic cadence of life's slow pulse. You notice a distant star twinkling, a tiny beacon. You think of that star as your compass, guiding your mind. Your breath slows, a gentle wave that carries you forward. The dream's horizon is a quiet mirror, reflecting your calm. You feel the water's temperature, cool and soothing, as on a summer night. You lean against a stone, feeling its steady pulse. The stone feels like a heart, beating in sync with you. Your body is light, as if you float on a cloud. You hear a faint laughter, a whisper of distant joy. You smile, the laughter echoing inside your chest. Your mind feels calmer, the dream's rhythm a lullaby. You feel the sky glow as a gentle blanket of light. The light washes over you, soothing, like moonlit waves. You imagine a tiny firefly, its glow a steady pulse. You let that pulse sync with your breath, a gentle meditation. Your heart becomes a drum, beating in quiet rhythm. You smile as the drum's beat merges with water's hum. You think of the river as a friend, slow and kind. Your mind drifts to the sea, the endless blue. The sea's vastness makes your worries feel small. You feel your breathing slow as the ocean breathes. You notice a distant gull, its wings beating with grace. The gull's voice is a soft note echoing the sky. Your mind feels peaceful, the dream a gentle hush in your heart. You hold that calm like a warm blanket. You think of the star that guides the dream, a silent guardian. Your heart beats slower, a steady rhythm that calms. You feel the wind whispering secrets across the water. These secrets are gentle, comforting, like stories told by night. You remember the humor, the moon cheese joke, a fleeting smile. Your mind relaxes, the dream dissolving into a gentle wave. You feel the calm like a blanket, soft and safe. You let your eyes close softly, a final bow to the night. You drift into a sea of dark, cool, soft dreams. The dream continues, a gentle tide rising around your thoughts. You feel the tide pull, a subtle invitation to sleep. Your body relaxes, as if a gentle hand holds you. You feel your heartbeat, syncopated with the world's hush. You smile. The dream is a soft sigh of the night. The wind gently tickles your cheek, a lullaby for your eyelids. You feel the wind calm, each breath a gentle wave across the sky. Your eyelids grow heavier, the darkness a warm blanket. You let the darkness wrap you like a cocoon of dreams. Your breath slows further as the river sings its final lull. You feel the world fall asleep, a gentle hush. The dream is gentle, a soft wind through a quiet forest. You rest, the night a long, soft, rolling hill. Your thoughts fade, the dream a gentle tide that wraps you. You close your eyes one last time, the dream closing like a book. You feel your chest settle, breath becoming a calm, rhythmic pulse. You imagine a silver wave, the moon's reflection dancing inside. The wave carries you deeper, into a cradle of quiet. Your thoughts drift like leaves, soft and slow. You hear the river hum, a gentle lull that sways your limbs. You feel the lull around you, a soft blanket of sound. Your body melts into the rhythm, becoming part of the water. You sense the world turning slower, as if time drifts outward. You smile, a gentle expression of peace. You think of the star that watches over you, bright and steady. You inhale the night air, cool and scented with pine. You exhale, letting all tension slip like a leaf. You feel the peace grow, a quiet river of calm. You see the horizon shimmer, a line of soft blue. The horizon feels like a promise to keep you safe. You feel your heart beat less, each second a gentle pause. You let this pause become your final thought, The night sings you a lull, a soft, sweet symphony. You rest, the world a cradle of quiet dreams. Your body feels like a feathered raft, floating on the moonlit tide. You smile softly, the smile a hushed echo. You think of the dream, of the river, of the stars. You feel the world wrap around you, gentle and secure. You breathe deeply, the breath a tide flowing in and out. You let the breath become your anchor, steady and warm. You are now fully present in a world of soft dreams. You feel the night fold over you, a gentle curtain of calm. The curtain is thick, yet soft, like velvet. You feel your mind settle like a stone in a stream. You hear the water's soft whisper, the world humming. You feel your heart beating slower, each beat a promise of rest. You smile, the smile a sleepy, satisfied sigh. You smile, the smile a sleepy, satisfied sigh. Soft moonlight settles, draping the reeds in silver lace. Your footsteps echo lightly against the hushed grass. Each breath carries a coolness that feels like a sigh. You notice the ripple of water lacing the path. The sound feels like a lullaby that hums beneath. A distant owl hoots, adding rhythm to the night. You hum along, matching its cadence with your pulse. Your hands rest gently on the bark of a stone. The bark feels rough, yet comforting against your skin. You feel the earth's pulse beneath your feet. The earth is a soft cushion that cradles each step. You sense a quiet invitation from the night itself. The wind brushes your cheek, a soft hand that sighs. You pause, listening to the wind's whispered song. You smile quietly, enjoying the moment's gentle hush. You remember that time you tried to walk on rooftops. It felt like a dream that was barely real. Another joke twinkles in your mind, bright as moonlight. You recall laughing at your own clumsy attempts. Your heart beats in sync with the forest's breathing. You walk slowly, following the faint silver trail. The moon casts a gentle glow over the reeds. Each leaf shimmers like tiny windows on water. You taste the night air, crisp and fragrant. The scent carries echoes of distant jasmine. Your senses dance, savoring the soft night. You pause, inhaling the forest's deep quiet. You exhale slowly, feeling tension melt. Footsteps become a drum, a rhythmic calm. The path bends, guided gently by a stone. You feel the stone's weight, steady and firm. The stone holds history, carved by hands ancient. Its grooves whisper tales of people long gone. The Great Pyramid was built in 2560 BCE, a testament to endurance. You laugh softly at the distant echo of stone. You feel the past stir under the night sky. Your mind follows the rhythm of distant drums. The rhythm of your breath matches the quiet drum. You hear birds in distant trees softly singing. Their song mingles with the gentle rustle. You feel the forest breathing, alive and steady. You imagine the forest as a giant heart. Your heart beats like the forest's pulse. You sense a deeper calm settling inside. You walk, guided by the steady beat of your breath. The path winds, revealing hidden pockets of light. A silver glow emerges from a small pool, pool reflects the moon, a dark mirror. You sit, dipping your feet into the cool water. The water feels like a cool blanket on skin. You press your palm against the surface, feeling waves. Your mind floats with the gentle flow. You hear distant laughter, a distant jingle. It rises and fades, echoing through trees. You listen, feeling every sound like a note. You feel the night's embrace deepen. You hear the wind whisper secret stories. They travel across the reeds, soft and slow. You picture the world as a vast library. Historians still argue whether the Library of Alexandria burned fully. The debate feels like a whisper in the wind. You feel the intrigue bloom within your mind. You feel the world breathe deeper. You move forward, letting footsteps find rhythm. You spot a cluster of firefly lights flickering. They dance, little stars in the grass. Their light feels like tiny heartbeats. Your breath becomes a gentle tide. You feel the water's warmth hug your skin. You hear a distant lullaby humming. It sounds like a lullaby, soft and pure. You smile, feeling a contented warmth rise. You think of that time you tried to bake bread. It was a disaster, yet oddly poetic. A joke flickers and the memory laughs. You feel the sense of play return. You inhale the night's sweet perfume. Your throat feels open, ready to sing. You hum a tune that follows the wind. Your voice blends with the forest's chorus. You feel your spirit lift, light and free. You notice the sky turning a deeper hue. The darkness deepens, stars shining bright. You feel the world soften in its quiet. You hear the whisper of night's secrets. The secrets float, carrying stories old. Your mind is a cradle for these tales. You listen, letting each whisper settle. You breathe slowly, like a deep sea current. Your breath matches the tide's gentle pull. You feel the calm settle inside like blanket. You feel your thoughts drifting, gentle and slow. You sense this quiet becoming a lull. The lull feels like a gentle hand on shoulders. You feel the world hush around you. You pause, feeling the night's cool breath. You feel the night's rhythm slow further. You feel time stretch, soft and elongated. You hear a distant sound like a drum. It's a faraway heartbeat that lingers. The sound fades like a memory, brief. You smile quietly at the gentle echo. You feel peace spread throughout your body. Your limbs feel light, floating like air. You feel your thoughts dissolve into rhythm. You feel a sense of deep presence. You are in the moment, calm and still. You hear a distant hum, low and sweet. It drifts past like a breath of wind. Your senses listen, open and receptive. You imagine the world as a soft tapestry. It weaves colors that soothe the mind. You feel a gentle weight, like a blanket. Your chest swells slowly, rhythm steady. Your breath syncs with the world's quiet. You feel the night's song, gentle and long. You breathe, breathing deeper into calm. You feel your eyelids grow heavier. You feel a warmth spreading over skin. The warmth feels like a loving hug. You hear a distant laugh echoing. It's a soft, distant reminder of joy. You feel the night embrace each part. Your heart beats like a slow drum. You hear the song, slow and steady. You sense your mind drifting away. You feel peace like a gentle blanket. You feel your body melt into tranquility. You let the rhythm carry you forward. You let the calm pull you deeper. Your mind slips further into quiet. You feel an endless calm inside. You remember the quirky dream of moon cheese. It makes you chuckle softly in the dark. Your laugh echoes softly, then fades. You keep the smile in your chest. You hear the wind whisper gentle jokes. The wind carries a tale of small turtles. It tells of a turtle that traveled to sky. You smile again, feeling the humor rise. Your world feels safe, secure, and warm. You feel the night wrap around you. You hear the wind's lullaby, subtle and sweet. You hear the wind whisper, all is well. You feel the reassurance seep into skin. You breathe deep, a smooth current. Your breath draws out slowly, like a tide. Your mind settles like a stone. Your body blends with the calm horizon. You hold the calm, deep and secure. The calm feels like a soft, silent hug. You feel the world's breath in your chest. Your heart matches the rhythm gently. You listen to the wind's slow hum. You feel the wind cradle your shoulders. The wind whispers, "Stay calm, stay safe." You smile, the smile a satisfied sigh. You let the night sink deeper. The night becomes a gentle, soft blanket. Your thoughts dissolve into deep rest. You feel the calm deepen and deepen. You hear the faint water's final lull. The water hums a quiet final song. You feel the night's hand close. Your mind becomes a gentle tide. You let the tide wash over you. Your body relaxes, the skin cool and light. You feel the world settle into stillness. The stillness is like a blanket that stays. You feel that calm, deep, solid. Your breath becomes a slow ocean wave. You are wrapped in calm, safe and warm. You inhale the final quiet of night. You exhale, letting tension drift away. You feel peace as a soft cloud. Your mind fades into a quiet ocean. You are present, fully in serene calm. You feel each breath like a gentle lull. You let these breaths carry you to sleep. The night embraces you with a gentle hush. You sense the sky sigh, quiet and deep. You feel the world slip into quiet. You feel the winds whisper. Your thoughts linger and then fade. You feel the calm like a slow river. You feel the heartbeat slow. You hear the river hum, a gentle voice. You let the heart settle. You feel the dreams lull. You hear the night's whispered promise. You feel your body melt with calm. The calm becomes a quiet, deep lull. Your mind finds a space, soft and bright. You feel the world safe and calm. You let the calm settle deep within. You feel the final breath pull you gently. You smile, the smile a sleepy, satisfied sigh. You breathe out slowly, letting the night's calm seep into each muscle. The reeds around you sway. A gentle lull sound dissolves into the soft rustle of leaves. Your eyes grow heavy, the day surrendering to sleep. You feel the wind brush your cheek, a warm sigh. It carries quiet tailies of distant rivers, folded into the night. You inhale the scent of herbs, soft and sweet. Your stomach whispers a gentle reminder, a quiet promise of rest. The moonlight paints the path with silver lace, guiding your steps. Every stride folds into a rhythm, a heartbeat tuned to the night. You let each footfall become a note of silence, soft and enduring. Your body relaxes, the world shrinking into a gentle hush. Time slows, each second stretching into a soft dream. You feel the night cradle you, a protective blanket of stars. Light settles around you, a gentle glow that does not intrude. Your thoughts drift like clouds on a calm sea. You close your eyes softly, hearing the wind's lullaby. It sings of quiet rivers, of distant dreams folded into night. Your breathing deepens, matching a slow, steady tide. The world settles, and you drift into a calm, safe slumber. You feel the cool water kiss your ankles. It whispers, "Rest, child of night." The surface shimmers, reflecting moon's soft smile. Your pulse slows, each beat a gentle wave. You let your mind wander a quiet meadow here. Stars are bright lanterns across a velvet sky. The wind hums a hymn that soothes beyond words. You breathe in, a quiet promise of safety. The night draws closer, like a gentle hand closing over you. You feel each breath echoing calm across the reeds. The world shrinks to a point of silver light. Your heart finds its restful song.